Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to our fourth annual countdown to Christmas. And guys, we've got a super week planned for you. Cannot wait to get started. But before I get too deep into this, I want to say a big shout out to some of our SMP Nation watching today. We got Cheryl Kopp up in Colorado watching, Jeanette Richardson in South Carolina, Don Hiltz in Connecticut, got ML Young in New York, Debbie O'Neill in Long Island. We have Diane Morris in Massachusetts, Patty Abbott in Arizona, Holly Gale in New Jersey, and April Hay in Oregon. So welcome everybody, and we're so glad you tuned in. And I've got Jane Klaus, my co-host, is going to be here in just a second. And Jane, guys, as y'all know, she's a two-time Emmy award-winning broadcaster. She does TV, all kinds of different things, and we're super excited to have her here. So let's bring Jane to the show.
Hello, so happy countdown, everybody. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane.
I'm all ready with my coffee and my gear, and I'm super excited to kick this week off.
Love the outfit.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. So, Jane, we've got an exciting week planned for us, and you know, we got so many great educators coming on. We've got some educational sessions, 1 hour a day, right at noon Pacific time. We're going to bring in one of the educators. They're going to do like a last-minute Christmas gift or a little project that's going to take an hour, and it's strictly educational. So super excited about that. We've got a great lineup of those coming on. So
I know it.
I know you're excited.
I know. So I love the whole entire day. I love the whole entire week. I love to get inspired. And even as we're watching all the, explanation and product demos, that's inspiration. But the education is so inspiring. I don't know about you guys, but yes, I'm hosting. Yes, you guys are watching. Yes, you're shopping, but I'm also making. I also have something over here that I make throughout the week. So if I can just get a little inspiration and use my own imagination, this is the week for me. And I'm super excited to hear what everybody's making this week as well.
Well, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I feel the same way. I'm so excited to be a part of this. And you know what's really awesome too is all the specials we have, Jane. We have so many products that are going to be on the show that we have these great specials for. But I just want to remind everybody, we have thousands and thousands of products on our website that didn't even make the show that we're going to have Countdown to Christmas show specials. So make sure, guys, if you're interested in something, it's not on the show, make sure you give us a call or go check it out on the website, because chances are it's going to be on special.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Blaine, like you said, we're featuring amazing products, but there's so many more things to learn and explore. I mean, get your notepad out right now and start taking notes. I know it's day one, but as we keep going and as you're getting more info, you might as well hit the website up too and see what's there.
You're correct. Hey, so got to remind everybody it's watching right now too. So today, as y'all know, it's our busiest time of the year. It starts on Black Friday, goes all the way through Christmas. We are super, super busy. So what I want y'all to do, make sure you write our phone number down. It's 800-401-8151. Write that number down. And then the other thing you want to make sure you do, Kyle, throughout the day, is going to be putting in the chat that you'll see over there. He's going to put a link to the Google Sheets page. And what's that mean is if you can't get through on the phone lines at the call center, you just put hit that link. It opens up the Google Sheets page, put your name, phone number, and the item that you're calling about. And what it does, it updates in real time in our call center on their monitors. And as soon as they get off the phone, they'll give you an outbound call to take your order. So got to be a little patient, Jane, today. But this whole week's going to be busy. But that's how you can get through to us. It works really well. So don't, make sure they fill out that Google Sheet if they can't get through on the phones.
Yeah, absolutely. And also text us, comment, talk to us, love on us. We can see all the notes going by. I love hearing what you're doing and showing us what you're doing. So I'm seeing Tammy's writing, Sandy's writing, Nilda's writing, and I love hanging out with this community, Blaine. So much fun. I look forward to it because we're all I just feel like we're all just like-minded people doing the same thing, loving on the same things.
Yeah. And, speaking of loving things, Jane, I tell you what I love doing is our giveaways.
I know you
And we're going to
do.
be doing giveaways randomly throughout the day. So they have to be watching. And you never know when I'm going to throw a special code in that they're going to have to see it to be able to put that code in to even get eligible for the drawing. So never know when I may do that. So we're going to be doing all day. But guys, here's all you got to do to win. All you have to do is go, if you're watching from Facebook today and you haven't liked our Facebook page, like that page. If you haven't liked our YouTube page and subscribe, go subscribe to our YouTube page. Do all those things. And then also either Facebook or YouTube, just go comment, ask questions, and that enters you into the drawings, except for the ones that when I put a special code up there or a special name, you have to be able to put that in right now. And that's the only way you can get entered. But just for the general drawings throughout the day too, if you're just participating, you're going to get in that drawing.
And it's so much fun. I can't be part of it, but I would be writing if I could and be a part of it. And I love when you do the special codes. I do want to say thank you to my friends because I said, let's talk. By the way, if you want to learn how to make my Christmas dress, it's on my website right now. Just go to janeklaus.com. It's a dress. So yeah, I'm going to be wearing a dress all day. Just the thing you can't see the bottom half.
Well, hey, you can't make mine, I don't think. But
Well, you know what? I'm going to be you'd be surprised because I feel like our friends could absolutely make that somehow, some way they'd figure it out. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not too fancy, Jane.
That's my kind of look. Yeah, mine's just like a little applique that I put on here. It's really
yours
fun.
is a little bit fancier than mine. So
and mine's from scrap material.
Well, hey guys, I got a big shout out too. We got Kyle and Kennedy here in the studio this morning.
Good morning.
So they're here. Don't have a camera on them, but they're here. We also have Melinda and Rhonda going to be monitoring the Facebook, and Rena. Three of them are going to be monitoring the Facebook chat and the YouTube chat. So if y'all are on YouTube or Facebook and you ask any questions, they're going to be monitoring that and try to help answer your questions. And then guys, again, 800-401-8151 is our number. The call center, we have everybody is loaded in the call center this morning. They're waiting on calls when we start showing all the products. And again, if you can't get through on that phone number, Jane, all they have to do is look for that link that Kyle's going to put in the chat for Google Sheets, and they can just put their name, phone number, and what the product they're asking for, and it'll update them in the call center, and they can give them a call back. So there's a lot of different ways, guys, you can get a hold of us, and even in the chat, if you have a question, they can help guide you in the chat. And then we also have on our website, we have live chat agents on the website as well. So if you are on the website and you're looking around, a chat agent will pop up. You can ask them questions.
Blaine, I got to ask you this. There's so many things to look forward to. So first question, what are you most looking forward to this week on the countdown to Christmas? And then follow-up question, personal life, what are you most looking forward to in the last 3 weeks of the year?
Well, I guess the thing I'm looking forward to on the show is I'm pretty much looking forward to the educational sessions. We have 5 of them. We have such good educators that are coming on, and we have Melinda Stevenson going to be on doing something. We have Joanne Banka. We have Karlie Bell. We actually have the Power Tools with Thread and Becky Thompson coming on and doing one. And then what's our other one, Kennedy? How do I always forget these? Reen. Well, how did I forget Reen?
Oh, yeah, Reen.
Reen Wilcoxon and from Embroidery Gardening. She's going to do an end to hoop design. So, that's what I'm looking most forward to on the show, Jane, is those 5, educational sessions. And then my personal life, I'm just looking forward. Michelle, my wife, and I are just going to hang out this year. We're not traveling and going back to see our families. And so we're just going to spend Christmas together. And so looking forward to spending Christmas with her and just kind of keeping a low profile.
It sounds good to me. You probably need a little break too, because we all know that Santa Blaine works hard all year round getting things ready for us. One follow-up question, and this is from one of our friends, and I think this is a really good one, and I kind of think I know your answer. To order, is it better to phone in or go online?
Well, it depends, Jane. So there's a couple things that you are going to have to look for today. So when we put the products up, a lot of times at the very top of the page, Kennedy is going to have, it's going to be flashing saying call in special. So if it's, says a call in special, that means the only way you're going to get the special price is to call in. Anytime we tell you to call, it's pretty much because we have a special price. Now I got to explain this to you. The manufacturers out there, Jane, have what they call a MAP pricing program. And the MAP stands for minimum advertised price. So that means that we can't say it on the air or we can't show it on the air below that set price. However, we can sell it for whatever we want to. So when we try to get these really good costs, we buy them in quantities. We get a good cost from the manufacturer. We just pass the savings right on to the customers. And so sometimes we can't show you what the price is, but we can tell you on the phone what it is. So when I tell y'all to call in. Now, there's going to be some products that the special is already built in, and it'll just say the price. Will tell you what the price is. You don't have to call in for that. You can go right to the website and order it right online, and you're getting that special price there because Kyle and his team have been working to get all those set. But you're still going to have a lot of call-in specials today. So, and again, I'll remind everybody, if you don't see it on the show, doesn't mean it's not on special. So you can give us a call about any product you're interested in, and they're going to be able to tell you very quickly on the phone if it's a special or not.
And Blaine, if someone goes into the store, can they get the call-in special?
They can get everything in the retail store the same as the website. Almost all they have some products that we can't sell online. So the store has products that they basically say are exclusive just for retail stores only. Now they're going to have some of those products in the stores that are on special as well. So if anybody's in Southern California area and they want to come and shop in the store, they're going to get the same specials and some exclusive machines that we can't even show online.
Just hop on the sleigh, get on over there.
It's going to be good.
There's still time. We could all head to Southern California. I'd love that.
So if anybody's got any questions, just, pop them on the screen. We'll try to, answer those. And if anybody's got anything, but Jane, we're getting real close to kicking this thing off. And I know you're up first this morning, and You've got a very, very special guest. So I'm going to let you take it away. And guys, we'll see y'all back here in about 30 minutes.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. First of all, I have to say happy 44th wedding anniversary to Catherine Trey Maria. She said she forgot, her husband forgot, but everything's okay. And I feel like that's okay too. So happy wedding anniversary. 44 years. That's a great job. All right. Let's get this party started, friends. Our first guest, she is a brother educator. She is an embroidery coach, and she is the creator of my Pretty Perfect embroidery planner. Alexis Galloway has cleverly combined her passion for crafting and embroidery with a natural talent for instruction. And that really is a great talent. She's always finding a unique way to share her gift and get other people to love the craft as much as she does. And I love the work that she does. She is here to talk to us today about the Brother PR680W. Please say hello. Put your hands together for Alexis Galloway. Hey, Alexis.
Hello, how are you?
I am so good. It's great to have you here. You're kicking off Countdown to Christmas.
I know. I looked at the schedule. I was like, I'm first. How exciting.
You're setting the bar, friend. You're doing it. So I'm really excited to hear about the Brother PR680W, but I got to ask you first, what are you most looking forward to in your creative inspiration from now until the end of the year?
Oh my gosh. So I've been working on like Disney merch. So I've been using some of my other machines that I can use my designs, use the Disney design. I think I did a scarf yesterday. So getting some merch together for Disney, that's probably going to be my most exciting. And my daughter's.
It's so much fun. Well, okay, listen, I love your inspiration. I'm going to think about Disney, but I'm really interested because I love this machine. It's the Brother PR680W. So Alexis, I'm going to let you take it away and kick this off.
All right. Well, this one is actually the PR1X. All right. So what's special about this, and I'm going to move my camera over just a little bit. What's special about this, it's a lot like the 680 that you mentioned in that it has a 8x12 hoop size. I didn't want to show you all this first because I didn't want to spoil the project that I did, but look at how it's upside down. Look at how big that is. That's the same hoop size that you will get on your 680W. All right. This is an 8x12. I used a Santa design that was in there, and then I merged in the word Happy Holidays. All right. You're also going to get, where's my other little hoop go? A 4x4 hoop. Okay. And with mine, I have a bunch of accessories that I can show you. But first, let me talk more about the machine itself. So I may have to zoom in for you all. I have an interesting setup over here. So on the machine here, we're going to see that we have some custom designs. That's brand new. We have a ton of fonts. So there are 31 of our regular fonts, and then we have a new puff. So that's going to give you your 3D puff embroidery. You have your monogram font with the frame. You also have several other of our decorative fonts. Those will give you the large, like sometimes I like to do one like this one. Let me pull it up on the screen so I can show you. So let's say I did that large A right there, and then I would put my name through the middle of it and do that on the front of a shirt. So that's one of my favorite things to do. Also, we have, and maybe I can turn it to the side. Right up here, we have an onboard bobbin winder. It also comes with your A arm and your B arm. So this one, mine is still in here because I've been using my other ones. It's still wrapped up. But the B arm is great for when you're using your specialty accessories. So with that, let's go into some specialty accessory hoops. All right. I personally, let's zoom out some. Up, wrong way. Okay. So this one is our sleeve hoop. The sleeve hoop is perfect for, as you can see right now, bags. You can use this as a wine bag. Some people even use it as a shoe bag. We also have our monogram set. Okay, this is going to give you your small sizes. And where'd it go? Oh, right here on the machine, we have our magnetic frames. I talk a lot about this when I'm out and about at shows because it's a very easy to assemble magnetic hoop. It's great for like your denim jackets, your thick blankets. I've used it on Carhartt jackets, all of those. And I'm saving the best for last though. So we're not there quite yet. And then also we have our extension table. So this just takes the pressure off of any of your heavier items that you may be doing. Like if you use that sleeve hoop and you combine it with a denim jacket and you don't want it to be heavy on there, all right? So what about things like a hat? Who wants to be Santa's helper? Ooh, me. So we have a lovely cap frame. And I will do, if we have time, I believe we do, I can do a quick hat demo because this is the one thing that most people ask me about. When they're getting the machines, whether it's this one or any of our other PR series, how do you hoop a hat? How do I get my design down at the bottom? And this font came on the machine, so it's native to the machine. You don't have to have any other special software for it. I'll turn us just a little bit. Maybe angle us down. I always go the wrong way when I'm zooming. All right. So first, I like to start off with my stabilizer. Okay. I slip it right here under this first little lip. And then push down with my thumb on these perforated edges. Grab your hat. Get that sweat guard out of the way. This is your attachment piece. You want to make sure you slide it right down on the front brim of that hat. I usually give it a little bend right here to make it go down a little easier. And I'm gonna get close here. This notch should match up with your center seam of your hat. All right. And if it doesn't, it's okay. You can still move it around a little bit. And if it shifts while you're getting it on the hoop, it's still okay. You can still rearrange it. Now, there's a little lever that I want to switch over to the lock side. And you're going to hear it ratcheting down. Wait a minute. I didn't get my stabilizer in there good enough. Come on, little fella. You can do it. There we go. All right, now back to this. Make sure you didn't move anything on your hat. And then you hear that? I'm going to be quiet so you can hear it. That ratchets right down in there. And just that fast, if you have anything that's over here, just that fast, we're hooped. I take my bent clips, hook it onto the side just to get a secure flat surface across the top there. And look, we're hooped. Okay. There is one other piece that goes on your machine. And it's a real fast switch out. Ta-da. All right. Now you're going to use the same exact screws that you use for your A arm, for your F arm, any of the other hoops or anything that you use. You're going to use the same exact ones. But you do have to take the suspension table off. Okay. Slide it right on that free arm, and there's the notches, those silver notches that come up and go through your A arms. It's the same ones, same concept. Screw in the back here, and then there's two bigger screws on the bottom. Grab your cap. Now, you can't put it on straight like that because it's not going to fit. So I turn it, rotate it either left or right, whichever side works best for you. And then there are some roller balls back here that match up, and you just latch it on. All right. And then from there, you can go choose any of your fonts. Got a little glare there. There we go. You can choose any of your fonts. I think this one may have been one of my favorites. That one was actually number 15. It's like a fun, playful type font. All right. So you'll get a really good stitch filled on here. Let me see. And what I like to do is have mine queued up already. You see the box right inside there. And that lets me know if it's outside of this small box, it's not going to fit. So A, L, E, where's my X? X, I. All right. So as you can see right there, it went outside of my box. So I know for sure I can't do that size. So it's kind of like a checks and balances here to let you know, oh, oops, nope, we can't stitch that size, or resize what you're planning on stitching. All right, so that was a fun hat one. Let me show you something else that I made on here. So a lot of holiday ideas. Can't remember which way I had my camera for you all to see me. Another super cute one, you guys. Look at this. How cute is this? So I used this. It's a cute apron I just picked up. I didn't make this. I wish I were savvy enough to whip this up, but I'm pretty sure it's a very quick stitch. There we go. And it says, let's bake. And how did I do this? I used my 5x7 magnetic, and along with the 5x7, it also has a 4x4. So these are some of the accessories. I always love to show the machine, but I especially love to show the accessories because, I mean, it just opens up possibilities for you. I'm not sure if you all have any questions yet, but I am open to them before I keep going. I could ramble for days. I've lost my ears. All right, I don't think so. So let's redon my antlers and get back to it. All right, so a lot of times you like to hoop something like a tote, a bag, a purse. So let's do just that. Let's do a tote. And I don't think I told you what else makes this special. I was so excited about the bigger hoop size that I didn't mention that this one is a single needle, and it stages 4 different threads at one time. Actually, I think I lost one of my threads up here. Let's see. Let's toss this one up here. It stages 4 at one time, and rethreading is a breeze. I can show you exactly how to do that. Rethreading, as soon as I get this here. Come on. I think this one is camera shy. It doesn't want to go on there. There we go. Let's hold that one there until we get rethreaded. All right, so rethreading is a breeze with this. All you do, all right, all you simply do, take your thread, send it through number 1 or whichever one you're threading. I'm at number 1 right now. And currently I have my black one threaded. So I'm going to put the one that I want to unthread. I'm done using that one. I'm going to cut it because there's an onboard cutter right up here. Right up there. I don't want to blind you all with my light. There's an onboard cutter. And then right on the side, I grab my other thread. So I'm switching it from, what's that, the third one to the first one. Tie it off. Pull it through. Okay. Once we're pulled through, you'll notice down here, it's unthreaded. So you'll go to your needle threader, tuck that right on the left, bring it all the way to the right, and then cut it at the top. Touch your needle threader again, and you are threaded. Whoop. And actually, I just remembered I put this one on here, but I was going to show you all the magnetic one. All right, so this one is just as simple as putting your F arm on, sliding that on the back here, using your same screws. Tightening it on there. Now this slides right on the back. I usually go from the side. Slide it right in and it's done. So let's say I want to hoop something. I would grab a piece of my stabilizer that fell to the side. Oh, where did my stabilizer go? All right, so I would grab a piece of stabilizer, and we're going to act like we cut this because my piece that I had staged for a spell. You pinch these up together, they come off really easily. Put those to the side. We're gonna make believe that I cut this, you guys. Find your front from your back. Lift up this lip. Slide that right on back there. And the best thing about this, I've done big things like laundry bags. I've done backpacks on here. I've done all kinds of things. Grab your magnets and stick them on. Right now, how can you possibly have hooping woes? One last thing I want to show you on here is going to be our 2-point positioning. So that's going to get rid of all of your hooping trouble, all of your, crooked hooping that you may come across. That is going to be gone out of the door. We don't have that problem anymore. So let's say we want to, let's see something that may fit on here. Our love design. Can you see that? I'm gonna touch set. All right, so here's where the magic happens. There is a box with a crosshair in it. That's how you activate your 2-point position area. So let's say I hoop this crooked, in which I did hoop it a wee bit crooked, and I want to make sure it's like right up against the bottom line that we have on my project. And I can't find my water soluble, so this, here we go. This will do. Or not. No, I'm gonna have to do a no-no and use an actual pen so I can demo what I want to talk about. Okay. All right, so let's get closer. Everybody pile in, get closer. I want you to see that little line that I made there. You see that one? Don't fuss at me, you guys. I know. I used pen. This is no longer going to be a project that I can use. But I'm going to decide whether I want to hoop this or I want to use my placement with my bottom, center, line it up on the, right side or the left side. So since I marked this down here on the bottom, we're going to use the bottom, like bottom center. So I'm going to touch the one that looks exactly like it and then go to next. Now, I've marked this in a straight line. And actually, I think I hooped it too straight for us. It is the hardest thing to hoop crooked when you're trying to hoop crooked. Let's see if we can fix that. Now it's noticeably crooked. Now we're crooked. All right. So I want to go, and I'm going to change the angle in just a moment so you can see. Oh, maybe we can see both of them at the same time. We're going to take it to the right because I want it to go along the line that I've set and marked. Touch next. So now it's going to ask you align your embroidery crosshair position laser with the point that you want to align. So I'm going to go to my center of this ink mark that I made. And I can speed it up. All right. Then I'm going to touch next. And now I need to match up my other line with my crosshair. And that's the beauty of this PR1X. We have a crosshair laser on here. If I can toggle out real quickly to turn off my light so you can see it. There we go. Do you see that? That is our crosshair. It's a lifesaver for me. Now, I want you to watch the screen. I want you to watch the screen to see how it's going to auto adjust to what I have. Now, it turned it. It made it straight with my design, but it looks crooked on the machine. But once I stitch it out, it will be straight and perfectly hooped. So back to you, Jane. Let's see if we have any questions.
Alexis, everybody is loving your demo on hooping the hat because they say they never get to see it. So that was super fun. Yeah. And then also the crosshair laser is a life changer.
It is. Oh my gosh. There's so many things that I use. Let's see. For one, there's no way in the world I was going to get this straight. You know what I aligned it with? This bottom. The bottom was the waistband. The most random thing, because the top threw me off some. I was like, oh no, what am I going to do? Y'all, I am not a fan of marking. Obviously, I couldn't find my marker. I had to go and find a pen.
Other people said they lost. They said, well, it's good to know that she loses things too, because we all lose things.
Everything.
Especially in a demo, because you have everything right there, and then you're like, where did it go? A couple of things. So we love the crosshair. The hat hoop is amazing. The magnetic frames. It comes with the which sizes again? Can you tell us?
Now they're purchased separately. The kit comes with. If you get the kit, it has the F clamp arm. This part right here. So all you have to do is buy one kit. So one of them that has the two of them together. And then the next time you can buy just the hoop. So the way I did it, I bought the 5x7 that came with this one with the kit. And then I only had to purchase the 4x4 hoop. I hope that makes sense.
That totally makes sense. Somebody was wondering, can you hit go and can we see the machine in action?
Sure.
Yeah, baby. We got some time. Let's see it go.
Let's see. So, well, now we got to rethread. Hold on. Let's practice rethreading again. Luckily, I think I have the right colors up here. And let me turn off my top light. I don't want to blind you all. And then that way we can go up some more with the camera. Okay. Rethread it one more time. Let's see. Let's come take this one out. Remember I said once we unthread it, we come out of the holding cell. It's not, you know what? It's not technically called the holding cell. I made that up, you guys. I made that up, okay? All right, pull through. All right, and it's as simple as now. Let's touch the green button. Green means go. It's a really quiet stitch. And I'm going to pause it because remember I told you all about our extension table? I probably could have cut some of the stabilizer off. But that's going to just hold it and make sure we don't have that pressure on the back of your arm, on the back of your machine. Another thing I want to mention is, can you hear me over the machine? How's my sound? I think we're good. Another thing that I want to mention is when you're using, when you're using your magnetic hoops, your machine automatically slows down to 600 stitches per minute. cutting off all the stabilizer that I had. Here we go. So it automatically slows it down to 600 stitches per minute. Same thing with your hat. When you're using your hat hoop, it's going to slow it down. Your stitch per minute, your fastest stitch per minute is going to be 1,000 stitches per minute. So that's really fast. That will really get your projects done in a flash. I'm trying to think of what else. I feel like there's so much to talk about with this machine that it's like almost impossible to get it all in. Now this is a 19-minute stitch. Let me tell you how I know that. You see right here, it says 19 minutes. So that's going to tell me how long I have to stitch. It's going to tell me how long this color, the orange color that I'm stitching, how long that has to stitch on the top. That's 10 minutes. So we're probably not going to get through the whole thing, but luckily I do have a finished design of this one. It also tells me what other colors I have coming up. A couple of other, so sometimes I've seen people ask, oh no, I can't figure out what's going on. My laser is not coming up. So if your laser does not come up, make sure you toggle that button on right there. That's going to bring your laser back up. And what's another one? There's usually, I think if I touch it now, it'll stop our stitch out. Okay, so I will stop it here, but let me show you. Where is it? Here it is. If you guys hear a crash, I'm okay. I just have it under my pile of everything. All right, zoom out. Back up, everyone. Back up, back up. And this is what it looks like when it's finished. So on this one, I actually used the top. Where are we at? I used the top to align and figure out how I wanted to stitch it out, because I told you I'm marking my placement is not my favorite thing to do. So between this machine and a few of the other ones that have this 2-point positioning, oh my gosh, it made life a lot easier for me, because I'm one of those, I like to just clamp on, put my magnets on and go, or either using this one would fit in the 4x4 also. I used it for my cheers design on here. I aligned it with, I've rehooped it since then, but I aligned it with the edge on the side of the bag so it goes right up against the seam out here. So you guys, if you have this machine, you're not using your 2-point position, or if you don't have it and you need that 2-point position, this is a lifesaver. All right.
Great, Alexis. Alexis, thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you for showing us how it worked. That design is so cute. You're amazing. Tell everybody how they can follow you while I tell them how they can get this machine. Oh, she's on mute. Okay. All right, everybody, find Alexis Galloway. You can see her at My Pretty Perfect Embroidery Planner. She's amazing. I love her products. And I know we're early. I know we're early in the week. I mean, hey, this is the first segment, but you know what? This is a great machine, and you must have this machine in your sewing room. You saw how amazing this machine is. It's the Brother Entrepreneur PR1X. We love this machine. It's a single needle, 3-arm embroidery machine. You've got that crosshair 2-point positioning laser. Love that. She showed you how perfect it is, how it helps you keep everything straight. You've got the 495 built-in embroidery designs. You've got the 8x12 embroidery frame. And you've also got you got 31 fonts. You got the 3D puff font. You got the monogram font. You got decorative fonts. It's coming with, you see it right there, the free extension table. That's the wide extension table. You're getting that in this price. It's got a value of $999.99. That's how they would say it in England. But you're looking at the Christmas price right there. You're seeing it's lower than the MSRP. But you know what? If you love it and you need it and you want it and you want to kick off your week the right way, you need to call right now for more information. I promise you, you'll love that. 800-401-8151. We want to say thank you to Alexis. She's amazing. We will see her later. But right now, give a call. Get more info on the PR1X from our friends at Brother. Woo! I love kicking off the show like that, Blaine. What do you think?
Well, hey, that's the way to kick it off. Got a great presenter and a great product. So, hey, Jane, we're going to keep this thing rolling. I'll see you back here in 30 minutes, okay? All right, guys, coming up next, we are going all the way over to Utah to Handi Quilter. And, guys, we have the dynamic duo, I call them, we call them the Foxy Moxy Dancers. One of our customers named them that. But, guys, we have Christina Whitney, Kim Sandberg, and with the Moxy XL Pro Stitcher Light they're going to talk about. Now, Kim is the education manager at Handi Quilter. She was taught to sew at an early age by her mother and grandmothers. And Christina was selected to be a member of the Handi Quilter Quilt Your Desire Inspiration Squad in 2017, has been featured in magazines, show programs, and she's actually on the Handi Quilter truck that tours around the country. Her picture's on the side of that with some other quilters. And we just had them here just recently. So, guys, y'all welcome to the show, Christina and Kim. Hey, guys, how are y'all? I think they're on mute.
Doing good. How are you?
Hey, Blaine.
There you go. I'm doing great, man.
Love the outfit.
Love y'all, y'all sweaters. You're all dressed for Christmas. You're set. It looks awesome. So, guys, I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to let y'all get going, because I know you got a lot to talk about. So we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right.
Perfect.
Sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. So, Christina, we are in the Christmas spirit this year, and we just want to point out we actually had a really nice thank you sent to us from somebody that we made some quilts for. So we have some beautiful flowers on the set today. Not our norm, is it?
No, but it smells really good in here today.
Yeah, we're feeling really lucky. So let's talk about the Moxy XL.
Okay, let's pull it over here just a little bit so we can see.
So this is
our XL.
Yeah, this is our newest machine. Just debuted this fall, right?
Yep.
And it's the Moxy 15's big sister or big brother. I've never quite.
I always like big brother.
Big brother.
Yeah.
Big brother.
It's a little bit more oomph.
Little more oomph.
Yeah.
So the Moxy XL, awesome machine. We took a lot of those same basic features and made it just a little bit better, right? We've got 18 inches of throat space. We've got 2,100 stitches per minute. We have a bigger touch screen on it. And Christina and I laugh all the time because we will often forget which Moxy we're on and try to remember. This one does have a touch screen on it, which is great.
Yep.
It has a cool, you guys can actually see right now, we hid a little magnet right in here. So you can hide, you can just snap a pair of scissors right there and they just hang out. We added just a few fun little features like this.
Yep.
So Christina, tell me about some of what your other favorite features are on the XL.
Well, one of the new features on the XL that is not on the Moxy 15 is some additional lighting.
Yes.
So I'm going to pull this over here just a little bit, and I'm going to turn on some of our lights.
This was, the engineers were quite ingenious in figuring out where to put this light. So this light, in addition to having light just at the needle, there's also light right in the back of the throat space. So it shines into the throat space.
Yep.
So it's really great. We've got that extra light. We've got a bigger throat space. We've got that extra light.
And it's adjustable.
It is.
So I'm going to turn it down just a little bit so it doesn't interfere with the camera.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a nice feature.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in addition to those new features, it still has a lot of the same features as most of our Handi Quilter machines.
Very true.
So it has stitch regulation.
Yep.
You can also use manual mode, but within stitch regulation, you have the option of precision or cruise.
Right.
and that just determines how the needle's cycling. So that is always a great thing, so that you don't have to try to control your speed to get that even stitch.
Exactly.
So that is always an added bonus. And we also have, we talked about the lighting, but it also has the tensioning here.
Yep.
And so you will, when you get a new machine, need to practice and play and learn how to do the tensioning on the machine.
Yep.
So once you get the hang of it, it's super easy, just cranking that dial and having fun with it.
Exactly, playing with all those threads. And luckily, Handi Quilter is really known for our education. So we've got you covered. In addition to education, like things like this, we also do weekly videos, like the education event that Blaine mentioned that was at their store up in San Marcos. So fantastic that we have a team of, I think right now it's currently like 35 national educators that travel and teach all over the country, and they come and do events, and they are so fantastic. We've got also have the Pro Stitcher, our ProStitcher.com and the Pro Stitcher website that has a lot of great information. So speaking of that, should we move on to Pro Stitcher Lights? Because we're actually, this is kind of fun because we get to talk about both today, both the machine and Pro Stitcher Light.
Yeah, so let's pull that on over here and we can look at the screen for the Pro Stitcher. So the green circle is here just for you to be able to see what we're pointing at. So it doesn't normally have a green circle. But this is super fun because you can have the machine stitch out a design for you. Now I'm just going to open up our designs folder. So when you purchase your Pro Stitcher Lite, it actually comes with approximately 300 different designs already loaded in there. Aren't those so fun?
They are.
Whee!
We have a lot of really great, fun, cute designs. I know, I was just
Look,
looking at that little snowman.
snowman.
So appropriate for this time of year, right?
We've got some Christmas things. There's some trees.
There's some snowflakes in there somewhere too.
Yeah,
So
we also have some corner designs and some triangle designs.
and the blocks too. Yep,
The blocks
lots of fun designs. You can pretty much find something that will go with any project you're looking at. And in addition to this, if you choose to purchase more designs, they're absolutely compatible with Pro Stitcher Lite. We even now have internet connectivity so that you can, straight from the tablet, connect to your home's Wi-Fi. It is Monday morning. You can purchase designs directly from ProStitcher.com under what we call Pro Stitcher patterns. And there are thousands of designs, aren't there, Christina?
Yes. Yep.
Lots of designs to choose from.
So I mentioned that it comes with about 300, but Kim mentioned you can purchase designs.
Yep.
So you can purchase designs all over the place. I mean, like, it's just endless possibilities. You can also purchase another software program that is compatible. It's called Pro Stitcher Designer, and you can create your own designs.
Yep.
Or if you're wanting to do a straight line design, there is a really fun feature in here that we're going to show you that you can create your own design and stitch it out.
Exactly. So why don't we jump over to that?
Okay.
So this is called Mark, and it's under the Pro Stitcher tab and in the record function right there. And it's over here in the sidebar. You see that little design that says Mark. And what we do is we move the machine so that it is lined up right where we want to place a point. And then we touch that mark button and it will drop a point on the screen. And then you just move the machine over to where you want your next point to be. And you drop that line again. So we can actually outline this little tree here. We don't have to get a ruler out. We don't have to do any of that kind of stuff. We can let Pro Stitcher Lite do all of the stitching for us. It's really fun to stitch with panels like this, isn't it, Christina? Especially when you're learning how to quilt.
It is.
They're fun because
all the way up here.
No piecing involved. All you have to do is load it and get ready. Load your backing, load your batting, your quilt top, and your stitching before you know it.
Okay, how much of this tree do we want to do? Should we do some of the inside or?
Yeah, let's do.
Okay.
I think we could definitely, there's a lot of fun lines to follow here.
So each time I get to a point, I'm just pushing this little mark button on the screen and it's dropping a point, creating a line that we're going to stitch out.
It's kind of cool how these are actually all connected together. This is a fun panel that we've had back on our shelf for quite a few years. So I'm sorry I don't have any information about where to find it. My guess is we probably have somebody asking that question. But we have a large supply of fabric that's been donated to us over the years that's just hanging out in the back.
We
in our
always
back room
love
there.
when we have a project that we can use it for.
Yep,
Okay.
exactly.
So I'm just going to go all the way straight up.
Quilt out
following-
all those
I'm
lines.
just copying this line that's already on the fabric.
I love it.
So if I move that out,
Have our design
doesn't
there.
that look beautiful?
It does. It looks great.
Okay.
Now, there's one thing we've got to do before we start, unless if you've already got it set up. Have we set up a frame space? Oh, look at that.
Yep.
Okay, so this is one thing that is unique to Pro Stitcher Lite. Anytime you're going to stitch, you have to set up what we call a frame space first. And it's actually really cool because it shows you right on the screen. If we take a look at the screen again, that red box, it shows you exactly where you can stitch. So you can easily see that your design is going to fit inside the space.
Yeah.
So you're not going to like try to stitch something that's too big.
So that represents the throat space, or where the machine physically can move to. It
Exactly.
doesn't have anything to do with your quilt top. It's just where the machine can go to.
Exactly.
So, and if
Exactly.
you don't have that set up in Pro Stitcher Lite, you will not be able to stitch.
Nope. You
So,
will not.
Should we let it stitch?
Yeah, let's go ahead and let
Okay.
it stitch.
I haven't checked my tension, so hopefully whoever used it last did a good job. Okay, so we're going to go to the Pro Stitcher tab. We're going to hit the quilt button, and we're going to tell this machine we want it to run.
And it's going to...
So it takes a little stitch for me, bring up my bobbin thread, resume. So now it's doing the tie off stitch.
Which is nice. I love having that option in there. You don't have to worry about going back and burying threads or anything. This is such a fun way to create your own design, isn't it?
It is. Now this is the test to see how accurate I was when
know.
I dropped those points.
So far, I'd say you're doing pretty good there. Whew. Looking good, looking good. This is when we sit back and we're just mesmerized, right? We just watch the machine stitch.
Yeah, we don't talk. We just watch. Look at that go.
Christina,
Whoa, that's...
you hit all the corners. You're
Oh,
doing
I
really
went
well.
off just a little bit there, but I can, manipulate my fabric just a tiny bit.
I think you're in the ballpark. It's close enough is good enough in my book.
Yeah.
I love how quiet this machine is.
Yeah, so that is one of the other changes that they made with the XL. We let it, I say we, I mean our engineers.
Our engineers worked really hard to create a quieter and smoother stitching experience with this machine. This machine, we've actually had it where we've just let it run all day in the quilting studio, and it's fantastic because you do not hear it. Like it is just this nice, quiet little hum in the background.
Yes.
It's fantastic. We love it.
It's quiet, it's smooth, it's got more throat space. So I don't know if any of our viewers noticed, but I did break my thread.
Okay.
we thought we'd just let it keep quilting out. So
Yeah.
and if thread breaks, they happen. That's common. So I can easily go back in and say, okay, I wanted to start stitching at this point, and then I can have it restitch the rest of the way.
Have it finish.
Yep. So
Everything else. Okay, so we showed everybody how to essentially create your own design here in a Pro Stitcher Lite. What is one of the other really cool features about Pro Stitcher Lite that I know you really like? Because of you're what we call a confetti quilter. You like to use all of your jewels whenever you quilt.
I rarely do a quilt top that's just all Pro Stitcher, unless I'm doing just an edge to edge.
Right.
So I like to be able to move back and forth between the Pro Stitcher where the gears are engaged. And if I move the machine, it's a little bit stiff because it does have those gears that it's running through. But if I want to do free motion, I want it to be just super smooth.
Right.
So to do that, I'm going to go up to my Pro Stitcher screen, and I'm going to hit this Pro Stitcher button, and I've got this gears button right above that green circle. When it's orange, it means that those gears are engaged.
Right.
So it's a little bit stiffer. If I just tap that button, those gears lift up, and now I can easily move the machine around.
Quilt in free motion.
Yep.
That is one of the things I love. And our mechanical engineers have done such a great job of designing a machine that even though it does have that Pro Stitcher tray in there, and it adds a little bit of extra weight, but you really don't feel it. It's so smooth. It's easy to quilt with. It's easy to move around. This is a really fun machine to quilt with. So should we do some free motion quilting?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I actually prefer having a little bit more weight on my machine.
Mm-hmm.
It actually helps me to keep it smooth. If it's too light, I tend to like throw the machine away as I'm quilting. So I like having a little bit of weight. But you did mention something about the carriage.
Mm-hmm.
So afterwards,
Yes.
and they send you, it comes with the tablet. You keep your same carriage, but it's got the motor and stuff that you put into that actual carriage.
Yep.
So, and the tracks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something that you can add on at any point.
Exactly.
So, okay. You talk for a minute. I'm going to rethread.
Okay. Yeah, we had a little run in there. So I love that it is so easy to use all of the different handy feet also with this machine.
Oh, yes.
This is one of the things that we absolutely love. All of our machines have the ability to use any of our handy feet. So we've got the Surefoot, which is the one that we like to use for rulers. We've got the Glide Foot, which is my absolute go-to when I'm doing Pro Stitcher or free motion quilting. Then we've got, I know one of Christina's, probably her favorite foot is the Micro Foot, which is awesome. It's actually, a lot of people look at it and go, oh my gosh, is that really a foot or is it broken? No, it really is. But it lets you have almost a completely unrestricted view of the needle. So you can see exactly where you're placing every single stitch. So when you're doing fine work like micro quilting, or you're trying to really very delicately outline things, or doing thread painting, it is just the perfect foot for that. So we love that foot.
Yeah, I love it for grid work when I'm trying to get to a specific point.
Yeah.
And I need to get right on that corner. That micro foot allows me to see that very well.
Exactly.
So, and I think it's kind of funny that you mentioned all the different feet, the one we like for free motion, the one we like for Pro Stitcher. Well, the one we have on the machine is the one for ruler work.
I know, I noticed that. I was like,
so,
apparently we were doing rulers with this machine last time we were stitching on it.
Yes.
So we have also got the square, which are awesome if you want to do piecing on the frame. Echo feet, which are exactly for what it sounds like. They're for echo quilting. They're really great. They allow you to, you don't have to do any measuring to get that stitching precisely around the outside of something.
Yeah, I love using them with rulers, the echo feet. So.
Yeah. They actually will take like a circle ruler and they make it multiple sizes because you've got that different offset on every single one, which is great.
Exactly. One other foot that we didn't talk about, the couching feet.
Yes.
It's actually set of 3 feet. So
fun.
Yeah.
So fun.
I kind of get in trouble because I like to play a little bit sometimes. And I just get in my zone and have fun with couching. So.
It's so much fun though. Couching is fun. It's a great way to add some really awesome embellishment to any quilt. You can add some fun textured yarn to just add something fun.
And I wasn't planning on saying this, but since we were talking about couching, we do have a video that's going to be coming out tomorrow on the Handi Quilter YouTube channel, also on Facebook. And it's pretty much about couching. It just shows, I go through the steps of using a Christmas panel and how I embellish it with couching and thread play and stuff like that. So
lots of fun.
If you're interested in couching, that's a good one to watch.
Definitely.
Okay. I don't know if anybody noticed, but I got this threaded through the needle on my first try without my glasses on.
I was watching that and I was very, very impressed. Christina, good job. I was actually afraid we were going to have to send Denise to go grab.
Where are my
glasses? She could always share hers. We would have figured it out. So, so let's do some stitching here. So just a reminder. So we just hit that gears button. Super simple to switch back and forth from being where Pro Stitcher is going to run the machine to where you're going to stitch the machine. So Christina, what do you want to do here?
Oh, excellent question. How about if I just do some ribbon candy in this green section of the tree.
I like it.
And then if I get really wild and crazy and I don't break my thread, maybe I'll come back down this one.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, so I'm going to bring the machine over. And I always like to bring up my bobbin thread.
Yeah, you don't want to have that rat's nest on the back.
Okay, I'm just going to do a couple of stitches here. I'm just holding my needle up down button, doing a couple walking stitches just to lock it in place there. And okay, I'm going to change my stitches per inch. I'm at 12 and I'm in cruise mode. I've got to get my wide leg stance.
Get your stance roll in there so Christina's ready to quilt.
So, ribbon candy. We're going to go that way, that way, that way. Okay.
And stitching in every direction. It's a talent.
Whee!
And Christina can't quilt without sound effects.
I was so close to not doing it.
It's okay. It lets me know. It lets me know that you're in the fun zone of quilting, right? Okay, so I'm totally impressed. You just swung that right around that corner.
Yep, just make that top a little bit fatter, the bottom a little skinnier, and then I can equal it out when I get on the straightaway.
Looks so good. I always think of, who is it? Debbie Brown always says, is a quilt really finished if it doesn't have ribbon candy on it?
Exactly. Especially a Christmas quilt has to have some ribbon candy.
I would agree with you on that one. Such a fun, basic design to quilt. Speaking of basic design, so one thing that's really cool about the Moxy XL is it comes with an accessory box that includes a getting started quilting kit that includes some grid fabric, and then also a little, I think it's a 2-page tutorial that we helped create, the educators helped create, that shows you a bunch of basic quilting designs. All you have to do when you get your machine is get it set up, put some backing and batting on there and load that grid, and you are quilting right away. The machine comes with a small pack of Try Me threads from Superior Threads, which is really great. I like your nice little ending there. Very, very good. That's awesome. So do you want to do more ribbon candy back, or you want to do something different in the other one?
Oh, I think I have to think about that one.
What's another Christmassy design? I don't know, swirled like a peppermint?
Oh,
that could be fun, right?
You want to do one?
Sure.
That sounded a little hesitant.
Of course I want to quilt on camera. That's my favorite thing to do.
Okay, I'll trade you sides. Let's see what you're going to come up with here.
Okay, so are we doing a quilt off today? Sure. Okay, let's do.
No, because the thread just blends right in, so you can't see it, at least
That's
on my side.
That's true.
I've got the green thread.
You knew what you were doing there. Okay, so we'll do a little swirl here and come and do another little swirl. This one I'm going to have to go in and come back out.
So you were mentioning the accessory kit that comes with the machine.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a getting started video.
Yes.
Featuring me. So
That's right.
We walk through the different steps of loading the machine and getting it threaded, beginning tension.
Mm-hmm.
So just kind of your basics for getting started. Now, go ahead.
I was going to say, speaking of loading, we haven't talked about the frame that
that's
comes
what
with
I was
this
just
machine.
going to say.
Oh my gosh, great minds think alike,
Oh, yeah.
right?
You and I have been doing this together for quite a while.
We have.
Yep. So the Moxy XL comes on one of two frames.
Mm-hmm.
You can either get the loft frame, which is the one that is in the video right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is an 8-foot frame. You can also get a 2-foot extension to make it a 10-foot frame. You also have the option of getting our little foot frame, which is a 5-foot footprint, and that one is a hooping system.
Mm-hmm.
So different options.
Yep.
And they work great on both. And you can put your Pro Stitcher light on it. You can do your rulers. You can do your couching. I mean, you can do everything on this machine.
You really can, and it is just such a great versatile machine. This absolutely reminds me of the Avante, which is one of our past machines that we had. We both started quilting on Avantes, didn't we? It's a great machine. That 18-inch throat space is awesome because you can do nice big designs. You can get through your quilts a little fast. You don't have to advance them as often. The XL it's a really great machine.
Yeah. So people always ask us, so what machine should I get? the factors that we always think about are, okay, how much space do you have? What's your budget?
Yep.
What are you going to be using it for? So we generally say, you know, get the biggest machine that fits those requirements. So for a lot of people, you know, it's a 15-inch machine.
Yeah.
On a little foot frame, because that's the space that they have.
Yep.
And that is great. Other people, they're going to be doing this for business. They want to be making money. They want a machine that's going to quilt fast. And so we would say, you know, one of the higher end machines like an Infinity. But this Moxy XL, it fits a lot of those different parameters.
Yeah.
So.
I like to think of this machine kind of like the Goldilocks. I think this is the one that's just about right for a lot of quilters out there. It's a great machine, a lot of great features, and it's definitely a fun machine to quilt on.
Yep. And it has warranty. You'll want to get it serviced every couple years. 10 million stitches, I think it is.
Yeah, which sounds incredible, but trust me, 10 million stitches is not hard to do. It isn't 10 million miles, it's 10 million stitches.
Yeah.
So it's pretty easy to knock out if you're doing a lot of quilting in a couple years.
Yeah. And that's something we haven't talked about with the machine recently is the maintenance on the, I say, you know, you have to take it and get it serviced. Other than that, the only real service thing that you're doing other than making sure your tracks and stuff are clean is putting 1 drop of oil in each time you change the bobbin. And that's in the bobbin area. So super easy to get to. You never have to open it up. You never have to do anything else. So easy maintenance.
I was gonna say, I think the most complicated thing I do is sometimes I have to dust my machine off, which I always manage to catch the thread and pull it out or something. So it can be a little complex, but it's they're very easy to take care of, very low maintenance. And these are fantastic machines. We have Handi Quilter absolutely stands behind our machines. We still are taking care of machines that are our original HQ16 from back in the day that are 20 plus years old. We have machines that come in that have incredible stitch counts, and those machines are running beautifully. So this is definitely a machine that you can buy, and you can plan to use it for a lifetime and to even pass it along to the next quilter in your life at some point.
So that's the Moxy XL. I don't know if we have any questions or if we want to head back to Blaine.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got information on the great deal that they've got on this machine with Pro Stitcher Lite this week and how you can purchase it.
All right. Well, thanks, ladies. Great job as usual. And I know we're going to see you back a little later on. So let me tell everybody how they can get it. So guys, this was the Moxy XL, which is an 18-inch long arm with the Pro Stitcher Lite. Now you see it right there on the screen, $7,995, guys, with this. But we do have a call-in special. You have to give us a call. We have financing available, 800-401-8151 if you're interested in one of these long arms. Guys, this thing has 2,100 stitches per minute.
That price is without Pro Stitcher. Just so
yeah, that price is without Pro Stitcher. Yes, good call on that, Kyle. So that price is without the Pro Stitcher. Now the Pro Stitcher is completely separate, and we'll talk a little bit about that too. But you can get it as a combo if you give us a call. We have a special on both of them today. But again, it has the LED illuminated quilt space, handy feet mount with 1/4-inch closed toe foot installed. Open toe foot is included with this. You have 2 modes of Handi Quilter stitch regulation, the precision and the cruise. I always liked how Christina demonstrated the cruise and the precision by acting like she's running in place or running. It's pretty cool how she does that. Manual thread tension control, constant speed quality or consistent stitch quality from 4 to 18 stitches per inch. Needle stop position control, easy software updates, high-speed rotary hook with the large capacity M-class bobbin, and the list just keeps going on with all the things. Now, guys, you can choose between a 5-foot little foot frame or that loft frame, and the loft frame comes in 8-foot and 10-foot. Now, there's going to be a drop-down box on that page for that as well. Now, that price does not include your frame. Okay, so that's just the head only price, but we do have a combo special. If you call in, that you can get the frame, the long arm, and if you're interested in that Pro Stitcher Lite, we have that as well. Now the Pro Stitcher Lite, again, that's the robotics version on that. You see it right there on the screen, $59.95. This is under $6,000 for a robotic system. Now, guys, we have a call-in special on that, financing available. So you can get this whole package, guys. We have an incredible countdown to Christmas pricing on it. So don't delay. Get on the phone right now and give us a call. If you're interested in getting this is a newer machine from Handi Quilter, is that Moxy XL, which is an 18-inch long arm machine with frame and the Pro Stitcher Lite combination. You can get it. We have a great price on it today, but you can buy these individually if you want to as well. And again, you have that choice of a little foot frame or that loft frame. The loft, it comes in at 8 or 10 foot. The little foot's 5 foot. So again, great offering today from Handi Quilter. And we sure do want to appreciate Handi Quilter and Christina and Kim being on our show. They always are delightful. But let's bring Jane back in. We're going to continue with the show. So Jane, I know you've got another great guest coming up, so we're going to let you take it away.
I sure do. Thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody. Hope you're having a great time. I know I am. So let's keep the party going. Our next guest is Karlie Latre. She is a national account trainer at Juki America. She is an accomplished and performance-driven territory manager with a very strong background in operational management and staffing, inventory control, training, and customer service. And you know that Karlie is the go-to person when it comes to all things creativity. So please say hi to our friend Karlie Latre. Hi, Karlie.
Hi, Jane. It's so good to be back. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too. Now, I'm loving this direct-to-garment printer. So I'm going to let you take it away and tell everybody about the Ricoh RI100.
Awesome. Thanks, Jane. It's so good to be back. I'm excited today to talk about the Ricoh RI100 direct-to-garment printer. As you may know, Juki is the largest industrial machine in the world. So when we went to source a direct-to-garment printer, we went to the experts. Ricoh makes very large industrial printers, but what I love about this one is compact. It fits into my sewing studio, and I'm printing all the time because it blends well with my quilting, embroidery, and sewing projects. So let's take a closer look. The top part is the printer, and the lower half is the finisher. The finisher is what bakes the ink right into the fabric. And that's an advantage because you can embroider over it, you can quilt over it, whatever you want to do. So let's take a look at the printer. If you think about this technology just like your inkjet printer at home, it's just that easy. The day you get it, you'll be printing. Up here on the top is where the ink is loaded, and this is environmentally friendly ink and is washable. But I will tell you to pre-wash, especially t-shirts, because it has that sizing in it, to get the longest use out of the ink. Just pre-wash. It's always a good plan. But I have had my printer for about 1.5 years now. I'm over 1,000 prints, and I have changed the ink once. That's how economical it is, which I think is great. And then the finisher, as I said, bakes that ink right into the garment, and it presses your fabric too prior. So I'm excited. I've been using this a lot to get ready for the holidays, and I'm going to design an apron because yesterday I got invited to a cookie bake, so I want to make my own personalized apron. So let's take a look at the software that comes with the Ricoh RI100 direct-to-garment printer. I'm going to open the software. And you're wondering, where do I get the software? How do I learn this printer? If you go to Ricoh.com and just search for RI100, the software is there and all the education you'll need to use it. But it's pretty easy. And do you have to use this software? No, you don't. You can use any software you like. I've printed from Word. I've printed from all kinds. So let's go into Easy Designer. This is a great way to learn this software because I can select my project and I can select the size. Now there's 2 sizes available. There's 8.5 by 11 and there's 5 by 7. You can also do portrait or landscape. And this is nice because it shows you how to load the tray for printing. Very easy to do. And then how do you get your photographs in? That's always a big question I get. Well, I could take a photograph from my laptop, but what I can do is import it from my computer or smart device. And if I'm on the same network with my phone, I can just import them directly from my phone, which is really nice. I'm going to go back and show you, if I save a design, I can just go back, open it, and it's ready to print. Then the last one is Advanced Designer. And this is where I live the most. I love designing with the Ricoh software. So again, I can select my type, my project. I can select the size, and I'm going to stick to the 8.5 by 11. And I'm going to choose landscape and then okay. So this is the field that is on the tray. So this is the 8.5 by 11 design page. I also have a camera right here. I could take a picture and print it. I can import an image, but what's built in is great. I have illustrations built in. I have artwork built in. And I have frames. So you can select a variety of frames that complement your project. They're great. All right, you can also draw. If I select, I can actually draw. And that's nice for getting folks' signatures and doing free-form design if you're an artist. There's also text. So I'm going to start by entering text. I'm just going to click on my design page and I'm going to enter the word cookie. And I'm going to click on it again. And I think I'll change the color. And I'm just going to change that font style too. There's several font styles built in. But if you don't like the font styles, you can use any program again. I've done that several times. So I've got cookie up there really nice. I'll center it. And I'm going to add more text. And I'm going to type in the word queen. And then I'm just going to increase that word too. Let's make cookie bigger. There we go. That looks nice. And I'm just going to place that right on this screen. And I'm going to move and center queen. And I think my design needs a little more. So let's go find a crown. I thought I saw one in here. Yes, there it is. We'll put that in. And I'm going to pull this down and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger and center it. How does that look? Nice. And I'm going to add a frame. So I'm going to come over here to the frames and see what looks good. Ooh, I like that. So now let's preview it. The reason I left it on t-shirt, even though this is going to be an apron, is it gives you a really nice preview, which I love. So if I wanted to go back and edit, I could, or I can save this and print it now. So I'm ready to print. So I'm going to select print. I'm going to select my printer. And then I'm going to select the print quality. Now, speed is great for something, a one-off, like a gift bag or a test you're going to do. Most of the time, I do fine because it gives an excellent quality print. And Vivid will go over the design twice. So if you want a real bold design, you can use Vivid. So I'm going to select fine, and then I'm going to select print. Before we print, let me show you how to load the tray. This is our tray. And I'm going to scoot over here so you can see it better. This is the 8.5 by 11 tray. And know that you get two. You get a 5 by 7 and an 8.5 by 11. So this is my apron. And what I've done is I've marked a center line with my iron. I just pressed a center line there. And I'm going to use the landscape layout, which is nice on these trays. They have an R for the layout and the portrait, so it's easy to figure. And then I'm just going to put this over the center line. And then after that, I'm just going to put everything underneath the tray and tuck it in. There we go. This reminds me of hooping and embroidery. You want to get this part right. Take your time here and get it all in there. So now that we've got it almost set, I'm going to close the tray and make sure everything's tucked in. There we go. Getting there. I'm going to pull this part down, and I'm going to check the centering too. Yeah, there we go. Again, I think this is worth the time and doing it right. All right, I think we got it. There we go. Perfect. So the first thing I can do when I am ready to print, I can press that top of the fabric with my finisher. So I'm going to open this up. I'm going to double check this. And now I'm putting this in. And we're going to preheat it a little bit. And this takes 30 seconds, but it's really nice because you don't have to spend your time ironing. So let's see if it's set. So this takes 30 seconds. And then once that's pressed, then I can print it, which takes a couple of minutes. And then we're going to finish it by pressing it again in the finisher so that it bakes on that ink. How fun is that? You can do t-shirts, towels, all kinds of things. I'm just using this thing all the time. It's so much fun. I like the most to develop my own fabric. So the jacket I'm wearing was printed before it was constructed. All right, now I have this printed, so I'm going to put my tray in the printer. And it's going to prompt me, and it says press start key. And it's getting ready to print. And it's asking me to move the tray down. So I'm going to move that down a little bit. And go. While we're printing, let me show you some things that I've done to get ready for the holidays. First of all, our dog has grown, so we had to make a new stocking for her. And this one came out great because what I did is I printed it, then cut out the stocking piece. And that way I got it placed really well. My new favorite thing is lawn flags. This was made out of an outdoor cotton, just a really heavy cotton with like kind of a rubber behind it. But this took 3 prints, but it took me maybe 20 minutes to a half hour to do this. So nice. And then my other ones for the seasons, this was my Thanksgiving flag. And then the Halloween flag. And my neighbor girl loved this one so much, she asked me to make her a shirt, so I did. What a cute Halloween shirt, right? So the things you can do with the direct-to-garment printer are endless. I'm still thinking about that memory quilt I have to make. But let's take a look at some other quick ideas. This is a gift bag that I make. If there's something that I'm not going to wrap, this is a great way to go for gifts. And we gave the kids in the neighborhood trick-or-treat bags this year, and they love those. And then this is a smaller, this is a 5x7 print on a tote bag. It looks really great. But don't limit yourself. People think you can only print on white. That's not the case. This is a little swimsuit that we printed and we've laundered several times, and it just looks great. Limiting yourself, I don't, because this is neoprene. This is my laptop cover, and I thought that printed out really, really well. Very nice finish. And then my ultra suede purse. I printed the ultra suede before I constructed it, and I thought this came out just great. All right, so now we can see what we got. Wow, doesn't that look nice? This is our finish, okay? But I want to talk to you a little bit about the finisher. Because this is a polyester, so I'm not going to let it bake too long. Let me show you something. You can go high or low on this, and you can go short, medium, or long on the printing. So I'm going to go to short. This will take a minute, and we are ready to go. So I'm going to move this over. The reason why I went short, it's a shiny polyester, so I don't want that under the heat too long. But when I do cotton t-shirts, let me show you a few things I've done. This was a family reunion that I did, and they gave me a picture of one of their activities. I thought this came out really great. And look at that color. The color is green, but the photographs really pop. And this is what I made for a science. They had a retreat, and they're still ordering these. This was a while ago, and they still love this shirt. I went to see Lady Gaga and took this picture myself. I used the drawing tool in the software to do her name. And then, as you know, I love to create my own fabric with it. And this is coupled with embroidery. So just a couple of blouses or shirts I've made with printing on them. All right, and I think we've got it baked. Deb at Sewing Machines Plus calls this the easy bake oven, and I agree with her. It's fun and easy to do. So now I just take this out, and you can see that now it's adhered to my fabric. It's all done. So I'm just going to go over here to take it out and show you how it came out. So I just open the tray, and I'm going to pull this out, and it came out great. Look at how nice that is. And it doesn't come out in the back. This is what amazes me. You don't have to put t-shirts under there. You just put them right on top because it doesn't come through the back. Really easy to do. So if you want to go to the next level with your creativity, I suggest adding the Ricoh RI100 direct-to-garment printer. When you get this piece, it's drop shipped to you on a pallet. And when I got mine, I was printing that same day. I took it out of the box, put the ink in. Now, let's talk about maintenance. What do you have to do to maintain it? The printer will let you know when it needs to be cleaned. And that I love because it comes with a cleaning kit too. It's nothing to purchase. You just clean it out. And I'll tell you what, this is the lowest maintenance thing in my sewing studio. It's fun. It's easy. And let me show you more holiday ideas. If you know me, one thing I love is towels. I love making towels for hostesses. So this is a recipe towel I do during the holidays, and I add some embroidery to it. And this is my grandma's old recipe, so people love getting that. And I think you saw this print in the software, but that comes out so nice for the holiday gifts. And again, don't limit yourself. Have fun with the printer. This is actually, thank you, this is actually printed on cork. So you can do whatever it is you think you can do if your mind lets you go there. And if you look at my jacket, This was all printed and then constructed afterwards. So a couple of things to tell you about the printer. You don't have to use their software. Remember, this is just like your inkjet printer at home. You can print anything. In fact, my son was doing, we have our printers network. He was doing a composition, selected the wrong printer, and it came out on a white piece of fabric. So you can use any computer program you want to send the information to the printer. And that's an important piece. You don't have to have the Ricoh software. The reason I like the Ricoh software is because you can line things up with that field, right? And remember, Blaine is going to have a fantastic holiday special on these. And make sure you go to the Ricoh, because everybody's like, oh, how do you learn it? It's so easy. But Ricoh has videos on how you clean it, how you start using it, what you do if you're not using it. All these things, your questions, that's what you're going to get out of the Ricoh. So remember, it's small, it's compact, it fits into a sewing studio, and you can print on almost any fabric. I've tried everything. And the one thing I didn't have luck on is ripstop. Well, of course, but then that's when I changed my flags to this outdoor nice tight cotton, because it's it printed really well, and these just take minutes. So think about the possibilities. Memory quilts, t-shirts for a reunion, t-shirts for just a gathering, all kinds of things you can do. The bridal, I've done bridal things, and I hope I have that little bag out here. And here's another one. We made a apron today, but this is one we made for Father's Day. So the Grill Master. So this is something that you'll have so much fun with. My sons use it all the time. My son's team was over one day and they said, hey, we need team t-shirts. And I said, look, I don't have time to make your t-shirts. They took over, they made 10 t-shirts in an afternoon and had a blast doing it. So if you've been thinking about the printer, now this one doesn't limit you. You can put in any fabric you can think of. You can play with color. You can play with, I mean, this whole thing was printed in there. So there's no size limitation. It's up to you. The size that it prints is 8.5 by 11, but then you can add and keep printing and keep going. So the Ricoh 100 direct to garment printer, distributed by Juki. This will come directly to your house once you get it from Sewing Machines Plus, and you can start printing that day. Think of how much fun you'll have. A lot of people ask me what kind of art it takes. It takes JPEGs, it takes PNG, it takes bitmaps. I haven't really yet been limited by a file type. So if you've been thinking about this printer, now's the time, because this is going to be a fantastic deal today. And I'm going to check in with Jane to see if there are any questions. Or Jane, what's your fabulous deal today?
Well, let me ask a few questions first, because we
Awesome.
do have a couple of minutes here. Question was, do you pre-wash the flags before you print on them?
No, I don't. I just print them out because I usually store them for the year. So no, I don't.
And then the follow-up question to that is, how does the ink wear when it's outside, maybe in a rainstorm, or how does it wear if you're washing a garment?
I would pre-wash any garment I'm washing because there's generally sizing in the fabric. That initial wash will take out the sizing and then it'll wear really well. In fact, the scientist t-shirt I showed you, they've been wearing that forever and it still looks good.
Oh, that's amazing. And I love your story about your son coming over and just like, take it over. I'm not doing it. That's perfect. And then Becky says, my dog's face would be on everything.
That's okay, Becky. Our dog is becoming up a lot on t-shirts and sweatshirts in our house.
I love it. Okay, well, everybody say thank you to Kelly Latre for that amazing demo. I think this is a fantastic machine. I love this to start a home business. I love this if you're just doing your own sewing and crafting. Like, how fun to print on your own fabric, Kelly.
You're right. Yes. And I think last year you showed me that beautiful pillow of your wedding picture. That was awesome. I still have that in my head that I have to make someday.
We could do that with this, right?
Yep.
So it's a JPEG, it's a PNG, it's any kind of file.
Absolutely.
Super cool. Wow. I should do that. Kelly, thank you so much. Let me tell everybody how to get their hands on this amazing printer.
Awesome. Thanks, Jane.
Okay, see you later. Okay, everybody. Wow. She just reminded me of my own pillow with my picture on it. And now I want to make all of those for everybody. That's a business right there. All right, let's put those screens up and show everybody how they can get their hands on the Ricoh RI100 direct to garment printer. We got a couple of different bundles for you today, my friends. So cool. You saw the things that Kelly made. This is direct to garment. It is a perfect for the home crafter. This bundle, you'll see all there that it includes. It's got the A4 platen and it's got all of those cartridges. So you've got 4 cartridges right there and the AB USB port. That's 800-401-8151. Call in for the call-in special. You see the pricing. You see the Christmas pricing right there from Santa Blaine. But guess what? Because it is Countdown to Christmas, call in. If this is what you're looking for as a home crafter, this bundle is fantastic. And that is a great price. Think of all of the things that you can create with that. It's amazing. Let's see the next bundle. There you go. This is the business startup bundle. Now, a few of you mentioned, imagine the things you could make and sell. Think about the towels that Kelly showed you. Think about these, print a wedding picture on a pillow and then make the pillow and sell that. This is the direct to garment printer business startup bundle. Easy for me to say. This is your business startup bundle. This is a great price too. You're getting a little bit more with this in the bundle. You see everything you get right there. That's a great price. But guess what? Because it is Santa Blaine and it is Countdown to Christmas, you got to call in for the special. I love that. And we've got one more bundle for you. This is the professional bundle. So you get everything and just a little bit more in your professional bundle. And I have the difference. You get the A4 platen and the A5. And you see the great pricing right there for all that you get in this bundle. 800-401-8151 is the number that you need to call right now for your call-in special. Now, you saw the 3 different tiers. So you've got your home crafter, you've got your startup business. And then for those of you who are in full swing and you want to just upgrade what you're doing right now, this is the bundle for you. And by the way, if you do the math and what you're spending now and you've got your financing, by the time you sell all those things, you're going to be making money hand over fist and you're going to be finished with the purchase because it is such a great price. I am so impressed with this super cool direct to garment printer. And you saw all of the things that you can make with that. Again, 800-401-8151. Call for the special on those 3 bundles. I don't know which one are you guys going to get. Do you like the home? Do you like the startup? Or are you already in full swing and you need the business professional? Yeah, one of those. Oh my gosh, so far I want to buy everything. Blaine, what about you?
Well, hey, Jane, I think we ought to give something away real quick. What do you think?
I love that. Let's give something away.
All right. So everybody, we're going to give away a $100 gift card to SMP. Now, if you're in Southern California, you can just get this and bring it right into the store and use it. If not, anywhere in the nation, all you have to do, once you win this, we're going to email you a gift card code. And then all you have to do is put that in at the checkout. When you're checking out, it'll save you $100 on your order. So, Kennedy,
yes,
spin that wheel.
That wheel. Blaine, I need the $100 now because I've liked the last, we've had 4 things on. I want to buy them all.
I know. So here we go. Nelda Valencia. So Nelda is our winner. She's watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Nelda. Now, Nelda, how are you going to claim your prize? You have 30 days to claim this prize. You have to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and then just look for an email from us. We'll email you back a gift card code to use at checkout. It's that simple, Jane.
Amazing. Blaine, listen, I'm so excited for the people that win, but the deals are so great this week and so far today. It feels like Santa has already come.
Well, I tell you, this week we have got some products that all the products have really good specials or combos and different things that we have going. But there's a couple products that are the best buy of the year. The pricing is so good, and we're really happy about that. But everything is good. So if you're looking for, if you're wanting quilting, embroidery, or just sewing, or even serging, we have some of the best prices of the year on the show and on our website. So got you covered on everything, Jane.
I love it. And what my favorite thing too is what we've seen so far. Well, there's so much more on the website. There's so much more coming up today, this week, but we can't even cover everything. So you've got great pricing on other things. So we need to look at the website as well.
Exactly. And just, again, go shop on the website. If it doesn't show it on the product page as being a, special price, give us a call, 800-401-8151, and they'll let you know what the special is. And again, Jane, if they can't get through on the phones today, we know it's going to be extremely busy.
Yep.
Kyle is going to be putting in the chat a link to the Google Sheets page. All you have to do is hit that link. It'll take them to the Google Sheets page. Fill out your name, your phone number, and the item you're looking at. And guess what, Jane? They'll call you back.
Call you right back. You got all the elves working there. And I love this idea with the Google Sheets, because if you can't get through, you don't have time, whatever, life happens, put your name in there and they'll give you a call. That's what you like. Yep. That makes it easy,
exactly.
Blaine. Thank you.
And then we have the chat covered too. So we have, Raina, Melinda, and Rhonda covering the chat on Facebook and YouTube. So if they have questions, they're going to be answering those for you. And then on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, we have live chat agents there that can actually take your order and answer your questions as well. So got a lot of different ways that you can get a hold of us and make sure that you can get through, and because we want to be able to take all your orders so you can get all these great specials.
And we'll get them before Christmas, yes?
Yes. Our goal right now is by Friday, everything that's ordered on the show, our goal is to get it out first of the next week so you'll get it in time for Christmas. We're pushing hard now. Some things that maybe we run out of stock on or that get back ordered from the manufacturer, we're still going to honor that price. However, it may not make it for Christmas. It all depends on, sometimes the freight lines and UPS and FedEx right now are extremely busy too. So, it just kind of depends on what product it is and where it's coming from the manufacturer. So we'll just have to wait and see. But most of the stuff that we have in stock, if they order it this week, we'll get shipped to them in time for Christmas.
And Blaine, this is a silly question, but when we say call in for the call-in special or call in for more information, can they get that on a chat, or do they have to actually speak to a live person?
They can get it on both. Either way, they can call in or actually get it on the website chat. Now, the chat for Facebook and YouTube is just strictly to help answer questions. They don't have any pricing. But the call center and the chat agents on the website all have the special pricing in their bag.
Perfect. I just saw that comment fly by. I thought I would ask.
All right, Jane.
Okay.
Well, hey, we're going to see you back here in just a little bit. We're going to continue on, guys, and we're going to go all the way to Wisconsin up to Aero Cabinets headquarters. And guys, guess what? We have our good buddy, Harley Thomas, and I think Valerie Tribble is going to be there. And guys, I tell you what, now Harley is the VP of e-commerce sales at Aero Cabinets, and Valerie is the West Coast and e-commerce account manager. So she's our account manager. We work very closely with both of them. Super excited to have them on the show. So y'all welcome Valerie and Harley back to Countdown to Christmas.
Ho, 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 Blaine.
Merry Christmas.
How are y'all? Merry Christmas to y'all.
We are doing great. We love watching the show so far today. And Jane's doing what she normally does. And your team doing a great job today.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, everybody's on key today. Jane is always herself and is just, lights up the whole show. And we're so excited to have her part of it. And guys, we're excited to have y'all here because I know, Harley, I beat you up for this show.
He deserves it, though.
I'm walking with a limp.
Well, he always deserves it. But
I know.
we beat him up to get the best pricing of the year for everything for our customers for Countdown to Christmas. So, hey, I'm not going to waste any more time. We're going to let y'all get going on the demonstrations, and then we'll come back to me and I'll tell them how they can get all these great products. And we'll see y'all back here in about 25 minutes.
All right, Blaine, thank you. And the best part is there's still time to ship and get it to your house in time for Christmas.
Absolutely.
So we're not at a shipping deadline, even for large furniture cabinets. It can be at your house. You order it today, it's going to ship before Wednesday.
Absolutely.
Wednesday or before. So any in-stock item. All right. Valerie, we've got 4 things to cover today.
Yeah.
So let's tell them what we're going to cover. We're going to cover the Kangaroo and Joey, which comes with a free daylight floor lamp. We're going to talk about the Kiwi. We're going to put that together with this and show you a great command center. We're going to cover our Kookaburra cutting table. Ginormous cutting table, handles anything you want to put on it or throw at it. And we're going to wrap it up with the Outback cabinet.
And that
Lots
one
of
is going to
embroidery.
hold a whole big sewing machine. And
It's huge.
It's huge. It's big. It's
And then
ginormous.
everyone wants to know about chairs, so we'll cover chairs. So I guess there are 5 things we're going to
We
cover
are going to
today.
do 5 things.
All
today.
right.
That's why you
With-
confused me when you said 4. I was like, wait a
Without
minute.
further ado, you're always
All right.
correcting me. That's all there is to it.
I'm always right.
Like the others. This is the Kangaroo sewing cabinet, and it has something we call Joey in the front.
Yep. So
So
Joey
the
is its
Kangaroo and Joey is great.
freestanding unit. As you can see, it's got some heavy duty locking casters. It moves really nice on any sort of surface you have. Full view, soft closing drawers. You can store your rotary cutters in here, your scissors, extra stuff. And the nice thing is all 3 drawers lock. Ladies, you want to keep your husbands away from those scissors. And you want to keep the little hands
I need
out of there.
scissors. It's time
No,
for me to
you
cut
don't
wrapping
use these.
paper
No,
with some shears.
no, you don't do that.
Okay.
Not with sewing scissors. So this is our little Joey caddy, and you'll see how it all collapses in and it folds up. So it has a nice little drawer cover right here. So this is just to extend your workspace here on the left. So this easily comes out just like a table leaf, and it's got full view, soft closing drawers. And you can see how this nestles all right in. But I'm going to pull this back out.
And
so
with
we
that
can-
out, it's 4.5 feet deep.
Yeah.
And about 6 feet wide. So I'll try to get here 6 feet wide. It's really wide, which is awesome because you have lots of work surface for your projects.
Yeah.
And we could talk about what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet.
We can. But before we put down this quilt leaf, I just want to point out that this quilt leaf has 2 support legs back here. So it does add to your workspace. So you can have another cutting surface. You can have a friend come over. You can teach a kid how to sew. You can put another sewing machine back here. But we're going to just put this down so we can show you how the lift works here. So that just folds down and closes up right there.
I'll move the free lamp.
Yes, that is
Great
a
deal.
beautiful lamp, the beautiful floor lamp. So this right here is what Harley was talking about, is what makes a sewing cabinet. And most of you probably are sitting on a dining room table. Your wrists are up and you're not comfortable by any means. But this just gives you that nice flatbed sewing. You can purchase this additional insert, which is highly recommended. It is custom cut to the opening to your machine. This opening right here is what we refer to as the A7. Our A7 opening means 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. So you want to always accommodate for knobs and cords or anything like that when you're measuring your machine. So about 95% of the machines are going to fit in this opening. So you can bring it up to your free arm. So then you can do any sort of, if you do sleeves or anything like that, any kind of clothes making.
Put your accessory.
You can put your accessory tray on here, your embroidery attachment. You got it in your flatbed, and look at this. You can put it all the way down into storage. And then it's got this beautiful cover right here that you can just close up right over the top.
And you may never put your machine in storage, but it's nice to know that you can. It'll help keep some of the dust off. You can put your dust cover over it and put it down for
Yes.
extra protection.
And I mean, if you put up that quilt leaf, just look at the work surface you have there with your sewing machine put away. So
You do
it
all
is,
sorts of cutting and other fun things on there.
yes. So we'll take that out.
But it's really important to know that this lift opening, Ethan will put the graphic up of how big it is. It's 23 3/4.
3/4 by 12 1/2.
12 1/2 from front to back. But 23 3/4, when you measure, you want to make sure you take into account your knob and any electrical plugs that you may have. Nice part is you do that. You slide the insert back on. The inserts are custom made for your machine. I mean,
Look at
it's nice and tight around the machine. So you have a great, what we call flatbed sewing. You can just kind of go right back.
You can easily just see.
So much better than sewing on your dining room table or sewing on an IKEA table that'll bounce around or a plastic
Those
lifetime
plastic
table.
folding tables. Oh my goodness.
You don't want that. And it's part of the Kangaroo line, so it has a lifetime warranty. You don't have to worry about anything. It's worry-free ownership. We'll get it to you fast, like I opened the show with. If you have any questions, our customer service team is here.
Absolutely
we have lots
amazing.
of great videos to show you how to put it together.
Yes.
This is the #1 best-selling cabinet we have. It comes in 3 colors. Right now, you're seeing the teak color on the screen. White, which we have here in the studio. The teak, which we're showing on the screen.
And then we also have a beautiful gray that this comes in as well. So there's that gray. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Stunning is what I like to say.
Stunning.
Stunning.
What did you pull out here, Karlie? Are we back up on screen?
We're not
No,
live yet.
back. Oh.
We will be, though. We're just talking over the B-roll footage, which is
There
very
we go.
exciting. Why don't you sit down while this video is wrapping up?
Oh, I would
Got
love
it.
to. Thank you.
Let's get you comfortable here for the next segment.
All right. Perfect. All right. So this here is our Kiwi Caddy. So this is our Kiwi storage unit. And look at how usable this is right here at your fingertips. So you can sit here, you can cut, you can press, you can swivel over here, and you can sew. You've got that nice flatbed sewing. You can easily just put your fabric. And the nice thing with this and having that quilt leaf up is that your quilt is not going to pull and your stitches are not going to pull or anything like that. So do you want to go over the Kiwi a little
Why don't we
bit?
talk about the Kiwi real quickly?
Okay,
Let's
we can
close
put this,
down.
close that down a little bit.
I'll spin this around a little bit so the camera
Oh.
can get a view of it.
There we go.
All right, so if you want to show the Kiwi, I can.
No, I got it.
It has 4 soft close drawers. It comes in the same finishes available as the Kangaroo and Joey.
So you could have a matching set. And then you've got 2 of these removable thread holders. So you can take them out. You can leave them sit here, easily accessible for you to grab and change your thread while you're sitting there and sewing. You can also just leave them in here. But then the bottom drawer is big enough, as you can see, for a small serger, an iron, whatever excess stuff you want to store in there. I mean, I go to a lot of quilt shows and I hear a lot of these ladies say you can never have enough storage. And then the nice thing about it is the same height as the cabinet. So it is just extending your workspace a little bit more, but it does easily fold up and close on in. So it's just a little bit smaller of a cabinet if you don't have a lot of space, and you can put it anywhere in your sewing room. Again, this one as well is white teak or gray.
On sale for the holidays. It's a great gift item.
Yes.
And the top 2 drawers you can put thread in. The third drawer down, you can put some
Rotary
AccuQuilt
cutters.
items in there. The bottom drawer is big enough to put a cutter into, a
Yep.
serger. It's got all sorts of options, and it can move around on some great heavy-duty casters. It can go anywhere in the room. Rolls on carpet, as you can see.
And both of these pieces right here have a lifetime warranty. So like Karlie said, our customer service, they're absolutely amazing. You have any issues, you just reach out to them.
And with the Kangaroo and Joey, this is big. I mean, look at it in comparison to myself. It's a very large cabinet. Then we're going to move into a cutting table. I'm going to show you guys this cutting table. We're going to flip it around.
Where do you want me to put this?
You know what? Let's just slide it over here. Well, then it'll be in the way.
Let's just push it up here.
Ethan? We have so much furniture in here because it's countdown to Christmas. We're going to have great stuff to show you guys. So we just have stuff everywhere. All right. All right, Ethan, now we're going to show the Kookaburra. Kookaburra. It's a funny name, but a great cabinet.
Look how small it gets when it closes down. This is such a nice small cabinet to have, but it can expand up to a very large workspace here for you. So again, this is our Kookaburra cutting table. This one, when it's closed down, is 20 by 40. So it's got the 4 drawers on the one side, and it's got 3 adjustable shelves on the other side. And as you can see, it rolls really nice on any
Look at
sort
it
of
roll.
carpeting.
It's rolling great.
It's on
It's
heavy-duty
amazing.
locking casters. It's got a lifetime warranty. Comes in white, teak, or gray. So it can be a matching set to your kangaroo and Joey with your kiwi. Can you get that other
Oh,
bite,
yes.
please?
Oh, you know, it's got a cutout here so I can
It
easily
does.
grab it.
Yep,
It's
so-
really nice.
It's got this nice little cutout so you can easily grab it to open up your other gate
It's like
leg.
a half moon.
It is beautiful.
And this thing, super sturdy. And you want me to sit on it? Like I've said in the past, I don't have the hops.
I can try if you want me
Jerry
to.
comes and jumps on this seat. You guys may have seen him in the past, but we're not doing that today. We're going to keep moving along.
Yes.
The kookaburra. What is the size of the kookaburra?
The size of the kookaburra is 70 by 40 when it's completely open. And the really nice thing
It's
about
huge.
it is huge.
70 inches.
70 inches. That is ginormous. That is a lot of workspace. And it's 36 inches high. So it's got that great height so you're able to cut.
More
And
than
it's
a
right
yard of
there.
fabric.
It is more than a yard of fabric.
Almost 2 yards.
Look at this beautiful Sewing Machines Plus mat right here.
Oh, yeah.
That's
So-
beautiful.
Kookaburra, great investment piece for you. You can storage, and it has adjustable shelves in the backside, soft close drawers in the front, and it has a cutting mat. So soft close drawers, beautiful. And then it has a cutting mat specially made for it that fits. It's great. Has cutting lines on it and different angles, so everything you need. Now, the next piece of furniture, the kookaburra, look for it, K-O-O-K. If you do kook, you will find it on SewingMachinesPlus.com. All right, so we are going to move on and show you the Outback.
You want to grab
Sound
the
good? Should we do Outback?
whole mat? Yes.
I've got the whole mat. I've got the whole mat.
And I am just going to push this off to the side.
I'm going to put the mat right over here. And let me grab the Outback. Hi, everybody. I'm just going to walk over here. Don't mind me. It's all good. All right, here you go.
Here it comes.
Here it comes. Rolling on the carpet. Makes it look
This
easy because
is
it is.
Our largest opening
I'd better
sewing
slide
cabinet.
it over this way a little bit more. So if you own a Solaris,
A luminaire.
a Janome M17,
You see,
7.
so this is a very compact cabinet when it's all closed up. So when it is all closed up, and it does lock. So again, you can keep your machine put away. When it is closed, it is 4.5 feet by 2 feet. When it is completely open, and we'll show you how big that gets, it is 100, it's 9 feet by 4 feet. So it's 105 inches. So these doors just open up. They've got these little J hooks on the end to lock your doors because you'll want to make sure you lock those.
I forgot my J hook.
See, I can't get the cover off.
Sure,
already-
you can.
I can't reach.
Cover's easy.
My arms are short. I had
There
little
we go.
T-Rex arms there for a second.
Okay, now, again, a 3-position hydraulic lift, and being the largest opening, we want to tell you what that size is.
So that opening there is 30.5 inches by
Mhm.
14.5 inches. So this is going to fit, again, your large machines that are out on the market. The new Epic 3, the new Janome M8, and see how smooth that
The
is.
Epic 3.
Yeah, the white, that's what I
Yeah.
said, the
Oh, you
Epic
said
3.
that?
I
Epic
said
3?
that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm ahead of you.
You are ahead of me.
And then we've got this beautiful insert that does just fit right around it. It gives you that nice flatbed sewing. So this one is that 3-position hydraulic lift. No need to really measure your machine. Any machine will fit in this cabinet. This does come with the 3 colors. Again, the white, the teak, and the gray that we showed. Do you want to show how that caddy comes out? Just
Nice
to kind of
flatbed.
nice
sewing.
flatbed. And
Yes.
it's got a little caddy right here on the left-hand side.
This caddy doesn't have a name, though.
It's just a caddy.
Kind of needs a name. So it can pull out, and you can use it here. It does have 1 drawer at the top, soft close.
With
Has a
removable thread holder.
thread holder again in this one. And then another smaller drawer and a large drawer. Oh, look who I found.
Pockets.
It's Pockets.
He was
Pockets
hiding.
celebrating the holidays, I think.
He is.
But he's kind of hiding in there with an iron.
He was warming
So-
up. It's cold in Wisconsin. He's
Let's see,
trying
do I
to
have
stay
enough room on
warm.
this? I do.
Yes.
So the caddy, you can actually disconnect the caddy and move it anywhere you would like.
Another thing is you can always
What?
push it in there and still have access to your drawers if you
Yes.
want to push it in there. But like Karlie's going to show you, and it's very important that you have this door hooked on here with this little J hook, but it can hook onto your door. And just
There.
look at that massive workspace. Again, this one comes with this free daylight lamp. So you get this beautiful floor daylight lamp with this cabinet for the holidays. And it's got that nice large opening. It's got
Over $300 value.
over $300 value. And then it's got the 6 hooks here. So you can either put your embroidery hooks here, you can put your rotary cutter or your scissors, whatever you want to utilize here for
The
storage.
embroidery machine we're going to buy from SMP this week
Yes.
on the countdown.
Mhm.
The other thing you talked about teaching young people how to sew,
Yes.
or a friend. You can do it here on this side also if you wanted to. They could sit there. They could sit here on the quilt leaf side. And this is
Well,
far
this
enough
one's
away
got
you
2
can probably
support
still
legs in
sew.
the back here too. So this one you can easily set them up
It's
right
like a
back here.
team. This
It
is like a team.
You can have like your
cabinet.
whole family sit here with you.
You could. This just easily unhooks and you can just move it back over here if you want something a little closer. It really, I've talked to some people and they don't realize that this disconnects and moves. And they're like, that moves? That is really cool.
Yes. People don't realize.
And you can add the kiwi to this one also. And you could cut, you could press, you could sew and go all the way around. Like a big U. A family of sewers. Now this one I need, all the storage. That's right. There is a ton of storage on this one. Okay, I'm looking at adding to wish list items. So Ethan, I think what we need to do now is, available colors of the Outback.
White
We didn't
teak.
cover that.
I did. White teak and gray.
We
You
did cover
don't
that.
listen to me, do you?
No, what's new? Why should I start now?
I know.
Why should I start now? Does the audience think I should start now?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, well, we've got plenty of time.
All
How
right.
many of you out there in SMP TV land currently sew on your dining room table? Can you put a 6 in the chat? I'm just curious because I really want to know who's sewing on dining. And if you own an Arrow sewing cabinet or
Pay
a
attention, Harley.
specific sewing cabinet, what's that?
Somebody just said, "Pay attention, Harley." Thank you, Cassie.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for getting me in trouble, Cassie. Put
I like
a
Cassie.
9 if you own one already.
So
See?
a 6 if you're sewing on your dining room table, a 9 if you already own a piece of Arrow kangaroo furniture.
I'm just mixing it up.
Ooh, Diane's
Thanks,
got
Diane.
some. Oh, someone put a 5 in. I think they meant to hit 6. And ML Young. Look at all these people that already have.
And they will tell you it was the best investment they've made. And at SMP, available financing. Talk to the sales representative on the phone about finance. You can also do it online. They'll get back in touch with you. This is the Outback. Lifetime warranty. Has the 3-position hydraulic lift. Locks in the front to keep husbands or children out of it. Because it is that time of the year, and I know I get in trouble for using scissors that I'm not supposed to use. Valerie, does that happen at your house?
It does not.
How many chairs do we have? Should
We
we,
have
be counting them
11.
as we pull them out, I think?
We have 11. I got more on my side than yours, so you might want to keep some over there.
There. All right, everybody. This is the #1 sewing chair in America.
Comes in 6 solid colors and 5 fun prints. I'm still pulling out over
Ethan,
here.
am I muted? Are we muted? Is that why you're doing this? No. Okay, look at that beautiful dog print chair. It's like chair
You
mania.
got to put the solids in the back and the prints in the front.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. There's so many.
They keep coming. It's like they're like gremlins. They keep multiplying.
Don't feed them after midnight.
All right. Oh, I'm tired. I'm going to sit.
Okay,
Oh,
let's sit. And we'll go through this. All right, Ethan, cut the video. Let's go back. Let's go back live. All right, we are back. And we've got the sky view. Look at all these chairs.
Look at all these chairs.
all the colors that
they
they are.
are amazing. I love them.
Some of the features of the chair: 360 spin, swivel, so you can turn and move easily
I'm
without
afraid
getting
to
up.
sit down because you might try to push me off.
I did that last week, or last time we were on, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And we've got the
Black
great
Friday
lumbar
special.
support. This is absolutely amazing. But look at that storage underneath the seat. You know what I could store underneath there?
A project you're mad at and you want to put it on timeout,
Yep.
that's a good place for it. So
My
it's,
candy.
it's a nice extra storage space.
Yes.
for you.
And then if you drop something, you're not going to fall off. And it's adjustable in height. So it goes from 18 inches all the way up to 22.
And how tall are you, just to give the audience an
I'm
idea?
5'7".
So at 5'7", she has it kind of probably in the middle. She has a nice 90-degree angle from her leg to her thigh. And that's kind of what you want in your back straight. So when you're sitting in the chair, you're not hunched over. And you want the lumbar support, and you want that support right in the middle of your back.
Yeah, so if your feet are dangling, you got to lower it. If it's not hitting you right where you want it, you got to lower it or raise it. So do you want to go through all of these colors?
We don't actually have time to go through all the colors.
Goodness. You know, we could just really quick. I can do it really quick.
Okay,
I got
are we
it.
going to
I got
name them all, or do you want me to show them? Let's just name them.
We'll just name them. All right, right here, we've got bright buttons. We've got black sewing notions. This is our Sew Wow, Sew Now. Top 3 chairs right here.
Nana's 5'2" and says the sewing chair works great for her.
Oh, I love Nana. Here is our Cat's Meow. And then we've got our Good Dog. So this is one of our
Woof.
newest patterns. In our solids, we've got our Princess Hazel right here. We've got our Royal Purple.
I like hazel because it's got some other colors.
It does. It has
flecked in it.
Yeah. We've got our Baroness Black, our Crown Ruby, Lady Gray, and
Duchess Blue. I know the names.
Good job. I was
I
just
know, you
making
keep
sure.
testing me. Every week you test me. So Duchess Blue. This is the chair lineup. There probably is a Mountain Dew in a chair, but we don't have time to go through that today. So tune in. We're back on Wednesday, and we might have some special things hidden in a chair. So tune in again to win a prize, or could be a prize. And thank you for all the great comments. We're going to throw it back to Blaine to talk about the great deals, because I am sore from Blaine discussing and wanting the best deal for the countdown to Christmas.
Him. But you deserve it, though, too.
You know what? I don't deserve it. The customers of SMP deserve it, Blaine.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks, guys. We're going to tell them how they can get all the great aero cabinets, and I know we'll see y'all back here on Wednesday.
Sounds good. Thank you, friend.
Have a great day.
All right, thank y'all. All right, guys, you saw it there from Aero. So we've got a lot to cover now. So the first one that we went through, you saw it right there on the air. It's the Kangaroo and Joey 2 with the ash white. Okay, you see it right on the screen. It's plus free $310 daylight slim light 3 LED floor lamp. And you can also get this in the teak and the gray color. Okay, so it's going to come in those 3 colors. You see the ash white there on the screen, the teak, and then is that cherry looking color, and then the gray is the newest color. Guys, $19.99 on this. It is a call-in special, so give us a call, 800-401-8151 if you're interested in this one. All right, so the next one that they went over, you see it right there, is the Kookaburra cutting table. Now, this thing is a great cutting table. You see it right there in the teak color. It does come with an ash white and also available in the gray as well. So what's nice about all the Aero cabinets is if you want to coordinate several different cabinets in your sewing room, you'll be able to make them match and look really good. Again, this one's $11.99. This is a call-in special as well, 800-401-8151. Guys, we have financing available for all the items from Aero Cabinet today. The next one that we went over is the Outbacks XL. Now, this is the big boy. You saw them, put that exploded view out of all that. That thing is huge. But the great thing about this, the way it's designed, it's going to fold up and be extremely compact for storage. Again, guys, you're getting that free daylight slim light floor lamp with it. It's going to be available in all 3 colors. Again, to match, $22.99. We do have a call-in special on this as well, so give us a call, 800-401-8151. And then the next one that we went over was all the chairs. Now, guys, you can see them right there. Now, I think in there 13 or 12.
Somewhere in between there.
Yeah, I know they've added some new chairs. So, guys, we have a bunch of chairs. I'm pretty sure, I think there's like 11 or 12 chairs, if I think about it now. But the newest one is that black color. That's the newest edition. But, guys, you can see all the solid colors they have right there. Guys, the price on this is $329. We do have a call-in special on this as well. So give us a call. And then we also have them not only in just the solid colors, we have them in the print as well. And guys, a bunch of different ones to choose from. A great, chair for your sewing room. And again, this thing is very adjustable, holds up to 300 pounds, and it's really stable. It's one of the most stable chairs you can sit in. You don't have to worry about it tipping over because of that 5-star base on it with casters. So great offering right now from Aero Cabinets. So guys, anything you see on the screen there, if you like what you saw and you want to get one of those, give us a call at 800-401-8151 because all the things that you saw on the screen, we have call-in specials on all of it. So don't delay, get on there and get it. And like Karlie said, if you can order on this week's show, they're going to ship it to you so you'll get it in time for Christmas. All right, so let's bring Jane Klaus back in.
You know I love those chairs, Blaine.
I know, and I remember back. It's probably been I think it was like in 2020 or 2021. I bought Michelle, my wife, a sewing machine, an embroidery machine, and we got it. She was so thrilled with it, but then we got to look and we're like, okay, where are we going to put it? So I ended up getting a Aero cabinet and a chair with a free Kiwi,
Perfect,
little caddy with it, and it is just a great setup. And I did the teak color. And, place to put her machine, and it folds up so compact in her room, and it just looks like a nice piece of furniture. So that's what I love about the Aero stuff, Jane, is it's compact for storage, but it folds out for use.
Yes, and it keeps everything organized and neat. And we all know that our sewing rooms don't have to be organized, but it's nice to just have the idea that they're going to be organized and we're going to fold it up. I listen. Get 2, get 3 chairs, get 2 of the cabinets, because you know what, you'll lose one. You've got lots of stuff and you need to put it all somewhere, right?
You're right. All right, Jane, I'm going to let you keep going now. We got another. Oh, so we're not okay. I just got informed our next guest is not there yet.
Oh, okay.
So I guess we'll give something away.
Okay, yeah, let's give something away. What a great idea by you, Blaine. We're happy the guest is not there yet. No, we love her.
All right, so we're
happy
going to give one of our world famous sewing mats, Jane. So I'm going to let you go ahead and do the honors.
I like it. All right. So everybody needs to have a world famous sewing mat underneath their fabulous machines. So should we just spin the wheel, Blaine? Can I just start it?
Yes.
Okay. Unless you wanted to give more details. But listen, this is what I need to say. Blaine always says you're doing a disservice to your machine if you don't have a sewing mat. So fingers crossed that you win a sewing mat today. And I'm going to say it right now. Kennedy, spin that wheel. We don't want to do a disservice, especially when Blaine says so. Oh, hi. Here we are.
Well, hey, here we go.
Oh, Vaneka Williams, congratulations. You're the winner watching us on Facebook. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, I know her. We got to meet her, Jane.
Oh, you got to meet her. Awesome.
Yeah, she came to one of our stores one time for an event, and so we got to meet Vaneka. So great job on winning there. And again, what we need her to do, Jane, is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize, fill out all the information complete. And Vaneka, most importantly, tell us what size of sew mat and what color you want. Hit that submit button and we'll get right back to you. All right, Jane, I'm going to let you take it away. And we got a special guest, first time on our show, coming up next.
And we're so excited
about this. So take it away.
Okay, thanks, Blaine. We're super excited to have Jill Repp here. Let me tell you a little bit first about June Taylor. Since 1961, June Taylor has been developing and manufacturing innovative products for pressing, cutting, piecing, and quilting for all levels of sewists, from novice to advanced. June Taylor has it all, but lucky for us, Jill Repp is with us today. She is the Vice President of Sales and Marketing at June Taylor, and she's been doing that for the last 30 years. So you know you are in good hands when Jill is in the house. Hi, Jill.
How you doing? Merry Christmas.
Oh, we've got Arrow. Hi, guys.
We're still here. Yes. Look who I talked into being on the show with me, because Valerie has never seen this process before. So I want to show her exactly how to do it as I show everybody else. You're going to be so impressed. It's really a ton of fun.
I love it. Well, I'll let you guys get to it.
All right.
Thank you.
Most of you that are quilters have heard of paint by number. We have something at June Taylor called sew by number, or quilt as you go. So we are going to change the entire way people think when they are making a quilt. So normally what you do when you make a quilt is you chop up all your fabric.
Yes.
You sew it all together according to the pattern. then you layer it with the batting, then you layer the backing, then you have to stitch all that stuff together, which is the pretty part called the quilting, and then you have to bind it. Today, we are going to do it all in one step. So it's going to be fast, it's going to be easy, and it's going to be absolutely perfect. This is a great system if you're new to sewing. If you've never made a quilt before, you can do this. And if you're teaching a child or a grandchild how to sew, this is the perfect beginner project. So we're going to make a lot of things here today, and I'm going to show Valerie exactly how we're going to do it. We're going to start with our set of 6 placemats, and these are called Jacquard placemats. You're going to get all 6 in the package. So I left the package as is so you could kind of see how this looks. And what you're going to do is open this up, and you are going to see all of this batting for 6 placemats on here.
Oh, wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And look at this, the pattern, numeric pattern is
You can see the numbers right on there.
on the batting. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about cutting our fabrics, and I'm going to show you exactly how the process works on one placemat. And once you understand how this works on one, all 100 of our projects work about the same way. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to cut apart our placemats, and we're going to sew one of them today. I know, it's pretty darn exciting. And we're going to hopefully get a little closer view for you so that you can kind of see this numeric system. But we've cut our 6 placemats apart. And now what we're going to do, you can see that this has strips going in one direction and then strips going in another direction. We're going to start out by attaching backing fabric. So normally that's the last step of the process. You're going to make it the first step of the process. So you're going to cut out your backing fabric, and you are going to attach it to the back side of your batting. So wrong side of batting, unprinted wrong side to wrong side of fabric. How are you going to attach that? We have great notions for you to use. One is our quilt basting spray, and this is a really nice odorless spray that you can spray the back of your batting. You always want to spray the batting. And then what that is going to do is adhere that backing to the batting. It will not gum your needle.
Okay.
It's odorless, it's colorless. It's just a super easy way to attach batting to fabric. You can use this in traditional quilting as well. The other way that we can attach the backing is by using a glue stick. Now, this glue stick, don't worry, it goes on purple, but it dries clear.
Just like the Elmer's glue for kids.
You can put it right on the batting like that, and then flip it over and attach your backing. So now that our backing is attached, again, you can see our back is like this. We are going to cut out all our fabrics, and we tell you exactly what to cut. This entire placemat is done with 2.5-inch strips. So if you happen to have a jelly roll, you've got exactly what you need to make this placemat. Once we cut out all our fabrics, I've got them here, we are going to want to starch them. And why do we want to starch our fabrics? Starching makes fabric stiff. And when fabric is stiff, it's very easy to finger press with it. When we assemble Quilt As You Go with our printed batting, what we don't want to do is touch an iron to it during construction, or we might distort the batting. So we're going to finger press or use our magic seam wand. So again, starch your fabrics and go ahead and cut them. We have all our 2.5-inch strips cut. The first thing we're going to do is find position number 1. That's right here. And we're going to take the strip that we cut for number 1, which is this Christmas print, and we just want to set it down there and attach it somehow. I'm going to use that glue stick again just because it's easy.
So you don't need to fill the whole thing in. You can just do little marks like that.
You're just securing it in place. You can also use a pin, and I'm setting that piece number 1 right in the number 1 position like that.
Oh, neat.
All right, we got one done.
That's easy.
Now we're going to go to position 2, which is right here. Here's our second piece of fabric. And what I'm going to show you is we want to line up these two right on the placement line. So when I look at this, you can see that line right here between number 1 and 2.
And let's just turn it a little bit. Maybe they can see that there.
That is our placement line. So piece 2 would normally go here. We're going to flip it over back onto piece 1. So we have right sides together, lining it on the placement line. Our right sides are on the placement line. We are going to sew in 1/4 of an inch through all layers. So for quilters, we normally sew in a 1/4 inch or a scant 1/4 of an inch. You're still going to do that through all layers, and you're going to sew in a 1/4 of an inch from that.
And you're going to do
placement line.
that right on here on this batting and backing.
Through all layers.
Oh,
so
awesome.
as I sew through the front, I'm sewing through both pieces of fabric, the batting and the back. So I've got that done here. There is my piece 2 sewn on. You can see my 1/4 inch seam.
Oh, yeah.
Now you can see it's already quilted on the back. You can see my stitching line. It's already quilted on the back. Now I'm going to take this piece 2 and I'm going to flip it over, and look what happens. It lands right on the next placement line.
Oh, wow.
So you're quilting as you sew, which is why it's called quilt as you go. I'm going to flip that over, and then I'm going to take this handy gadget here. This is called a magic seam wand. It's a wooden wand.
And you're going to do this because you've already done the starching because you don't want to press on this.
Correct. I
Okay.
don't want to touch a hot iron to this. Now, you have an iron over here.
Yes.
What you can do is you can take this seam wand and you can put the angled edge, heat it up on your iron like this, get it nice and hot, and then you can safely get that seam allowance nice
Okay.
and flat. Okay? So now that's nice and flat. It's also great if you're teaching kids and you don't want to let them use a hot
Yes.
iron. Now you're going to go to piece number 3. So put it into position, flip it
it
back
back.
over, and line it up on that placement line again, and stitch in a 1/4 inch. And what's going to happen then? We're going to flip it over. It's going to land right on the placement
Right where it
line.
needs to be.
If you sew crooked or you have a little mistake or something's not right, always go back to that placement line, line up your next fabric on the placement, sew within a 1/4 of an inch, and flip over. And we've got that done here. There is our piece number 3 sewn, flipped over, and look at that.
Lands right on that line again.
So now we're going to keep going on. So piece number 4 would go here. I flip it back on the placement line, sew in a 1/4 inch, and keep going.
Now, since you're sewing these right away, is there any need to put any more glue or anything down on this?
I don't. I mean,
Okay.
you can pin it if you want, but
Okay.
you know,
It's not going to move because you've already
it's really
sewn.
not going to move. And then just make sure that you finger press or you use your magic seam wand as you sew.
All right.
And we're gonna continue on. So I skipped a couple steps here, and I have this whole center section done. And I don't know if we're gonna be able to see this very well, but let me flip it over. You can see all our stitching lines here on the back. So again, as we sew through the front, we are quilting it through the back. That is why we called it quilt as you go.
Yes.
So we're gonna add our last couple of pieces here. Again, following the numerical pattern. So we're going to add piece 9, and we're going to add piece 10, and then 11 and 12, and we are going to complete our placemat. And now I've got that done here. So we've got all the pieces sewn on. So in about 40 minutes, you can make a placemat. You'll also notice that we have crosshair lines on here going in both directions. When we're done and we want to trim our placemat,
You've
all we
already
have
got
to
the
do
markings.
is find those markings, line up your ruler, take your rotary cutter, and go ahead and cut. And you're going to cut a rectangle according to those lines. And then you are going to cut your binding, which is also 2.5 inches. And we are going to bind, and we have our finished placemat done in no time. So that is as difficult as the process is.
That seems simple.
Now, can you imagine taking this process and applying it to 100 other projects?
Absolutely.
That is what Quilt As You Go is. From large quilts to tote bags, we have this process, this numeric process completely done for you. I just brought a couple others to show you. Here's that same jacquard placemat, but look how completely different it looks when you use other fabrics. So you could have a placemat for every month of the year.
I love how that you made this reversible and you put something else on the backside.
Exactly. I think it's always fun to kind of jazz up your kitchen table. A couple more ideas here. This fabric is more of a summer theme. Just to give you an idea that one placemat design can give you so many different looks.
You can have all your seasons covered.
I think we tried to do that. There's our 4th of July. And then here's
Christmas.
another Christmas one.
That's
And
beautiful.
the great thing about these wider strips is if there's something that you want to center or, you know,
Yeah.
a nice motif in your fabric, you have the
Something
ability
stand out
to
more
do
in
that.
there.
And there you have your placemats. So we made all 6 placemats in no time
Wow.
using that process. Now we have the matching table runner, and that works the same way. That comes in a package, 1 table runner per package. You can see again, we have the printed batting and the same process. We are going to start out by attaching our backing fabric, again, using our quilt basting spray. And we are going to go to town, sewing through the front. I don't have all the steps done here. I just have a couple of the steps done because I think you understand the process pretty well, but I just kind of wanted to show you what it looked like, right? This is it when you just start attaching the fabrics like that. And you can see again, we started again on position number 1, added 2, and then we continued on. We pieced our whole center section like that. And then at the very end, we're adding those vertical strips, trimming around it, and you've got your table runner complete.
So how long would a table runner take?
Well, I can do a placemat in about 40 minutes, and I would say this takes about an hour and a half. So you can have a gorgeous table runner on your table in no time. And again, this is called the Jakarta. So the placemats come 6 per kit, and the table runners come 1 per kit. And I just wanted to quick show you, this is that Jakarta done again in that beautiful jelly roll design of a batik, which is fantastic. And here's another couple of examples for you.
And this finished is a complete, what I'm reading here is 41 inches by 15.5 inches. So a really nice sizable table runner.
It's perfect. And you can, if you want, you can even cut this in the center and make it a little bit smaller if you needed to. Here's again, that nice spring design. And then just another, I love doing the holiday fabrics because sometimes they have such big patterns to them and I don't always want to chop that up. So that's really, it's a perfect thing. So table runners, placemats. Let's move on to my favorite product. This is something I give all my friends every Christmas is I make them these reusable shopper totes. So what's great about these shopper totes is it's still the sew by number system, but you get to make all 3 of these shopper totes. The reason I fill this one is I just wanted you to see how much stuff can actually fit in.
That's a lot of stuff.
These are 13 inches wide, 15 inches high, and 10 deep. And in the package with the shopper tote comes everything that you are going to need to make all 3 of these designs. Now, they're all a little bit different. A lot using 2.5-inch strips and a lot using 5-inch strips. We keep everything really simple. Included in the kit with your printed substrate is also going to be 3 of these plastic bases. And what these plastic bases allow you to do is cover them with fabric and put them in the bottom of the bag to stabilize it. Because what you really want to do is, if you're going to put a lot of heavy groceries in these, like we have here, you're going to want that bag stabilized. So you get the printed stabilizer for 3 bags. Now let's take a look at what this looks like because it's a little different than the batting. This stabilizer is actually more like a polypropylene. And when we designed this, we wanted to make sure that it was going to, let's just flip it around there. We wanted to make sure that it was going to be really stable because you're going to be filling this with books or groceries, or maybe you're going to take it as a beach bag or a baby tote. And this polypropylene is super, super strong.
Yeah, this is really durable.
So you can see the design is printed on the front, and you can also see over here, we have the straps. So everything you need is printed on these 3 sheets. So again, there's 3 different designs. You're going to get 3 different sheets of the printed polypropylene and 3 of the plastic bases. Should I show you how it works real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I think we've got about 5-6 minutes left. And
okay, so I'll zip along on the steps a little bit quicker because I think you understand the process. But this is what the bags look like when you start. You have your printed polypropylene, and we've attached our backing fabric. And we used the basting spray again to attach that backing fabric. And then we actually have you trim around the edge of the bag and just do a little top stitch right on the edge.
So this would be actually your inside.
That's your lining. That's what you're going to see on the inside.
Okay.
And we have you do a little stitch around the edge just to, it's a little bit of a bigger piece and we want to keep it all.
And I don't know if you can see that, but there is a dotted line right here to show you exactly where you do need to stitch.
Right. So we're we're actually going to stitch on the
Oh, on the outer side.
We're going to
See,
stitch on the outer line.
I'm learning here.
That's okay. And then we're going to go through our same process again. Piece number 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're just going to keep on going and get the center section done. And then we're going to go moving out toward the side. You always want to follow the numbers. There's a reason for those numbers to be where they are. So you just want to continue to follow them. Once I have my entire tote bag piece, is that not gorgeous?
That is beautiful.
Isn't that pretty? And this one includes a little pocket, so you can put your little grocery slip in there as well. Yes, that is true. This is Quilt As You Go has been around for, we'll keep this one out. Quilt As You Go has been around for about 3 years, but it's new to our audience today.
It is. So this is a brand new product to show them. This is
So
an
excited
amazing
to show.
thing. And I'm not an avid quilter, so this for me, I'm like, this is easy
And
enough for me to teach my kids.
And you don't even know you're quilting.
No.
So then what we're going to do is we're going to put right sides together. We're going to sew our side seams. And when we have that done, it's going to look like this. And the reason I left the back side out is because these corners are going to be open. You can see my hands coming out of here.
Okay.
And I want to show you how simple it is. You're going to take this corner and you're going to flip it the other direction and stitch across here. And that is what creates that 10-inch gusset.
Okay.
I've got one sewn here and we're going to sew the
So
other
both
side.
corners will be open and you'll do that to both sides.
Exactly. And then if you remember, the straps were included.
Yes, on the big one.
We're going to cover those with fabric and you're going to attach your straps and you will have your shopper tote done. Again, probably a 2.5 hour project to get that done. All sew by number. Do you think we have time for one more quick one?
I think we do.
Okay.
I think we have a few minutes to show one more.
All right. I'm going to show our little inspirational mug mats today.
Oh, they're so pretty.
So cute to make, and they're perfect for this time of year. So now we're back to the printed batting. And what this includes is 7 of these little mug mats that we are going to make. The printed batting has all different designs. So you're going to make 7, one for each day of the week. And then also with it, we have these lovely printed sayings. And this one's called inspirational. So these printed sayings are going to be sewn right into your mug mat. Let me take you to the
those
end.
are
Aren't these
beautiful.
adorable? So you're going to make all 7 of these. This one says, make today's thought awesome that yesterday gets jealous. This one says, be your own kind of beautiful. This one says, a balanced diet means a cupcake in each hand. Now that's how I want to start my day, with a cupcake. Be the reason someone smiles today. Every day should be an adventure. And this one's facing the other direction. Always believe that something wonderful is about to happen. And then this one says, dream, inspire, share, smile, beautiful, create. So we have the 7 pieces of printed batting and we have the statements. We're going to use the same process where we cut them out, we attach our backing fabric, and then we are going to go into our quilt as you go process. Piece number 1 is always the center, and this is a little different. This piece 2 is a pre-piece section.
Okay.
So you can see that my batting has dotted lines on, and everywhere there's a dotted line, that means something was pre-pieced. So we show you how to make a simple, this is a part of a flying geese block right here.
Okay.
But then you use this piece as your number 2 piece.
And then you just flip that
Flip
back.
it over and the process is the same. Here's piece number 3. So again, you simply sew this construction of these little flying geese together, sew and flip and continue on until you have your entire mug mat done. And you know what I love about this is these are so adorable. You can take them then, roll them up like we've done here, get yourself a mug, an inexpensive mug, fill it with the rolled up mug mat, get some treats, maybe a drink mix or a recipe or something that you want to treat someone with. And then I just usually buy this clear wrap like this.
The cellophane here.
Right. And we bring this, you can, let's even add like a little tissue paper to really jazz it up. This makes the best little holiday gift. And it's so pretty. This is why I wanted you here, because I knew I had such a good helper. And then we're just going to bring this ribbon around at the top.
And that's super cute. That's a cute little design.
You have a gift. Now, chances are you have in your stash enough to make all 7 of those. They take a couple of fat quarters. We all have that in our stash. It's a great way to use up your stash. And again, you get 7 mug mats, so you can have 1 for each day of the week. You can give 6 away to friends, or you can do 3 and 3,
So
whatever.
this is almost like a size of a sheet of a paper. If I'm reading this, it's 8.5 by 10.5 when it's completely
like a
finished. So
little
nice little mat to have right at your desk there.
So you can have it with your morning coffee, or maybe you want to have it after work with a cocktail and some pretzels.
You know, I would actually take this and put this on the side of a cabinet, and you can put your coffee right there while you're sewing.
And if it's hot, it's going to keep it warm because it's got a little bit of batting in.
Yes.
So I showed you the inspirational mug mats that are called uplifting. We have 6 other designs. So those statements that you saw in there, we have theme statements, one for dog lovers, one for cat lovers, one for teachers. We have one that's called Quilty Fun, and that's got all kinds of sayings on it for people who sew and quilt. So they're tons of fun to make, and you can probably make those in about an hour.
Takes about an hour?
Hour and 10 minutes.
Just because you got all this extra to do the flying geese and to sew those.
And there are some that are really easy designs in there, some that are a little bit more difficult. We even show you, if you don't want to do the binding, we show you a self-binding method. So the mug mats are a lot of fun. They're perfect for this time of year. If you want to just give somebody a little gift, you don't have a lot of money to invest, you get an inexpensive mug, make the mug mat, fill it with treats, and you've got the perfect gift to give.
Wow, Jill, thank you. This is absolutely amazing. I learned a lot here today.
You can imagine this numerical system. You can take this into all kinds of other things. We have large lap-size quilts using this numeric system. We have tote bags. We have bags that have pre-sewn zippers in. I've just showed you a few of these items that we have in our line. And I was so glad to be able to teach somebody of how to do it, because it's so easy, isn't it?
It is very easy. Absolutely. I think my 10-year-old would absolutely love to do something like this.
And don't forget, those grocery bags are absolutely perfect as a gift for the holidays or as we go into the new year. And it's nice that we're not reusing, plastic bags, that we have something that's new, reused.
And a lot of places now with those reusable bags, I mean, they make you pay $1.50, $2 for them, and then they rip and they tear, where you've got actually something with fabric and it's pretty. And, I'm all about the reusable bags. And a lot of states are actually discontinuing plastic bags. So
I brought a couple others here too. I don't know if we have, I just wanted to show you, this is what I did in this design. I actually took that little plastic piece and I covered it with fabric, kind of like a little pillowcase.
Oh, and it just slides in, so you can take that out and wash it.
In case you get something dirty. But I have this other set back here. If we have a second, maybe we can show it. This is what it would look like if you used all of the same fabrics. So here is one, and here are the other 2 designs.
All right. I'm not sure if we have enough time, but we can just set those up there. And then we're going to send this back to Jane, and Jane is going to go over these beautiful patterns and little kits that they can purchase through Sewing Machines Plus.
I sure am, Valerie. Thank you so much for that great toss. Jill, thank you for joining us. I love all of the great projects and all of the products. That mug mat, so cute for a last minute gift. I love it. And the shopping tote, so much fun to fill it. And just the way you finished it for everybody, I love it. So cool.
Good. It's a lot of fun to do. It's kind of addicting, actually.
I'm sure it is. Everybody in the comments were like, okay, that's on my list. I'm going to be making these for you.
Last minute gifts. Absolutely.
It's great. All right. Thanks, Valerie. Thanks, Jill. Let me tell everybody how they can get their hands on all of these great products. So we're going to put up the screen of the website so you can see. I know that Jill went through a ton of the different products, but guess what? There are so many more for you to see. So Kennedy's showing us the website. Look at all those products. You could see them all there. You can see all the great pricing on them. Let me just run through a couple that you saw today. This is the, so I'm going to let her run through those, but I'll tell you some of the ones that I noted that I love. That table runner was so cute and amazing. That is right there on the website. She talked about your basting spray. That's there on the website. The placemats were so much fun. That reusable shopper tote. It also had the sew by number system. So we love that. And that stabilizer, the mug mats, the inspirational mug mats. You saw them. There were 7 come for one for each day for the printed batting for those inspirational mug mats. And again, they went back and showed you the different styles and that shopper tote. But there are so many things, and we're looking here at the inspirational mug mat. Thank you very much. You can see the great pricing there. I mean, these are such great deals. You should probably put a whole bunch of them in your cart. And again, Kennedy is scrolling through. Thank you for your cursor going around in circles and all the fabulous things that you can get from June Taylor right here on SMP Live. This is what we're talking about, June Taylor and all these fantastic products. Look at all of them. I can't even count that high. This is worth you going to smplive.tv or call 800-401-8151. These are a must. Day one of Countdown to Christmas. These are a must in your crafty stash. These are fun. They're addicting, as Jill just said. And you're probably going to be super happy that you have all of these June Taylor products when January comes. I'm telling you, you got projects galore there. Right, Blaine?
You're exactly right, Jane. And Jane, we're going to keep the show rolling, and we'll see you back here in about an hour.
Okay.
So you can have some lunch and rest a little bit. But guys, we are going to continue on. We are going all the way over to Utah to Grace Company, and we have a special guest of Mark Martin. And Mark is the sales manager and customer service relations manager at Grace. He's has a team of 9 amazing account executives. He manages the day-to-day sales operations of both customer service and the dealers. And Mark has been with the Grace Company for over 10 years and started out as an account executive. And he's got Catherine Burrell with him today. And she's been with the Grace Company for a little over 8 months as a customer service representative. So y'all welcome both Mark and Catherine to the show.
Thank you, Blaine. We are happy to be here. And I got to say, I love the hat. You're looking great.
Well, thanks. Hey, and I
great.
love how you are dressed up. Love the set. And hey, we're going to talk about 2 great products today that's been really popular with us. And we're going to, if you want to get into some stitch regulation with a frame that'll fit on a domestic machine, y'all need to pay attention to this. So guys, I'm going to let y'all take it away, and I'll see y'all back here in about 25 minutes.
Great.
Thanks,
Thank you, Blaine. We're happy to be with you guys. Sewing Machines Plus, what a wonderful dealer to be with. Seeing all the comments from previous vendors that were on. Just SMP has the following that is just phenomenal. So all those who are watching, thank you for staying with us here. But yeah, countdown to Christmas. We're excited to be here with SMP, and he's right. We have a product, products that we're going to talk about.
Yes, definitely. 2 of them.
2 of them.
Yes.
That has been really a game changer in the industry. Yeah. So let's just go ahead and look at a couple of things as we quilt, okay? So what we're looking at, we're going to have the Cutie Breeze and the Sure Stitch Elite. The Cutie Breeze, let's talk about that first, Kathy. So Cutie Breeze was, introduced to the market because of the features and benefits and the solutions that it solves in the industry.
Absolutely. Anyone that doesn't have space for a full-size frame can fit a Cutie in their house, somewhere in a corner, in their kitchen table, their living room table. I mean, it solves so many problems for people that just don't have space.
That's right.
Yeah.
We introduced the Cutie, many years ago, and it's been our #1 selling product, especially through Sewing Machines Plus. Everybody, they go there, the wonderful prices, which we'll get into later in the segment. But the Cutie was brought out to the industry because it solved many, many, many problems. Yes. So let's talk about the quilting side.
Okay.
All right, so quilters, there's a lot out there, from sit-down quilting to hand quilting to machine quilting. And the sit-down quilting is where we're going to talk about. Okay. Sit-down quilt, right, Kathy?
Yes.
People just sit-down quilt because of the space.
Right.
But now what we want to look at is not only the space, but the size of quilt that they do from sit-down quilting. So the Cutie Breeze brings the element of being able to sit down and quilt or stand and quilt. But what we're doing is going to be a little bit of a different type of quilting. So we have a domestic machine on there.
Yep.
And that domestic machine can be anything that you already own. So
needs to be a little bit of a certain size, throat space.
It's
Keep
nice.
that in mind. Needs to be 8 inches. Most machines are 8 inches.
That's
Not
right.
all of them, but most of them.
Yeah. It helps with the ability to quilt because as we're
Yes.
quilting with a small machine, you tend to not have a large amount of space
Yeah.
as you quilt. But the Cutie Breeze allows you to do king size quilts with your own machine, moving it around the fabric. Now that part I love.
I do too. And people always ask, how can I do any size of quilt on a Cutie Breeze? It's such a small frame. It takes up such a small footprint in my house.
Yeah.
So how do we work with the king size quilt?
Yep, those are great questions, and there's a
Yeah.
lot of other questions that come in. But so with the Cutie Breeze, it is a hoop style frame.
Yep.
It is a 4-foot frame, as you can see right here, and we just have it on top of a wooden table underneath it, and these can fit on lifetime tables. I know a lot of quilters, they own those 2x4 lifetime tables. If anything bigger, that's great as well, but that's how small you need to have or to fit the Cutie Breeze.
Yeah.
So the Cutie Breeze, so the question we get is how can you do king size quilts? So let's just talk about that right now. So it is a hoop style frame, and we have these wonderful clips that hold the fabric in place, and you can see the fabric hangs over the front, can hang over the sides, and then you move the fabric. So right here is our work area, okay? And right now we just have a 9-inch machine on here.
Yep.
And when your work area is filled up, you want to move the fabric. That's how simple it is to do king size quilts. Now, those who do king size quilts, I'm curious, how many king quilts? Go ahead and put in the comments, if you have a lot of king quilts or you're not thinking about doing a king, you do queen or smaller, but just the amount of time that it takes to do the push quilting. Now, there's nothing wrong with push quilting.
No.
So let's just make sure that is very clear. Push quilting, a lot of quilters, they enjoy it. They can move the fabric and still be able to get their designs the way they want them.
Right.
Great for them. But I know as I talk to a lot of customers at shows that as you move the fabric around your shoulders, your back, your hands, let's just think about your whole entire body probably just
Pushing
tense up.
it through
Yep.
that throat.
And you just probably tense up. So moving it around the fabric is ideal. I love that. And nothing's better than using your own machine.
Yeah.
So
We all love our own machines.
yeah,
Because you get used to it, you learn how it sews, you learn its quirks because they all have them.
yeah.
Yeah, so we all love our own machines.
And there's many of you quilters out there that own 3 or 4 or 5 of
6, I think I heard.
Yeah,
last
of these
show.
domestic
Yeah.
machines. So go ahead and choose one that you want to use. So as you look at your stash in your quilting room, go ahead and just look at the one that you're going to choose to almost be your dedicated quilter.
Yeah.
And as a lot of them coming in, as I'm talking, I see, queen size, there's a couple king, queen. And so those are, and some of it is like, it's too big.
Yeah.
But those are what sizes people love to quilt. But if
Right.
you're push quilting, it could take a little time and it could be
Yeah.
a little stress on the body. So as we look at doing this type of quilting, again, as you look at your machines, go ahead and just choose a machine. We recommend at least, 8 inches or
Yeah.
bigger. The Cutie Breeze can go up to 19 inches of throat.
Oh, that is huge. So if you have a bigger machine with a larger throat that you've been pushing your fabric through, it'll work beautifully on this frame.
It will.
Yeah.
But you can start with your own domestic machine.
Yes.
So go ahead again, look at the machines you're having in your area and say, no, I'm going to choose that one.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is talk about the process of how this all works.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and show you how we move the fabric. We'll go ahead and show you how we stitch with it. We're going to talk about the stitch regulator,
Which
all
is
those.
awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the machine, you can see the Cutie Breeze now has top plate and handles.
Game changer.
It is a game
It's
changer.
something that our customers have been asking for. They want to be able to work on top of the quilt that they're looking at
Mm-hmm.
rather than underneath. So it's something we've added to our Breeze.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the machine will sit on this top plate. You have the handlebars to move the machine around. And as we move it around, it's going to be, I'm going to just bring the needle up here. It's going to move around just like you would on a long arm quilter. So moving it on top of the fabric, and let's go ahead and maybe, okay.
There we
So
go.
you can see how smooth this is going back and forth using just your own machine. Okay, it has ball bearing wheels. You go front to back. That's the same as long arm quilting. We didn't want to sacrifice a whole lot.
Right.
We know that space is an issue, you know,
Yeah.
cost is an issue.
Yes.
And we wanted to keep some of what we know that goes into the long arm quilting, from ball bearing wheels, having wheels just moving around,
Right.
and just have it having it move effortlessly
yeah.
around the fabric, right?
Yeah.
And it is very, very smooth.
Yes.
So once your machine is on, now you're ready to quilt. And there's a couple ways you can quilt. With the Cutie Breeze and your machine, you can add the stitch regulator to your machine as long as it's compatible. And it's
Right.
compatible with a lot of machines out there.
I'll tell you how to figure out whether your machine is compatible. Just look on our website, type in stitch regulator or Sure Stitch Elite, and additional, it'll give you a list of all of the machines that are compatible
Yep,
with.
there you go.
Yeah.
So as you can see, I see a lot of comments, very smooth. It is. Quilting should be fun,
It should be.
you know?
Yeah. Not
you have,
painful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have your large quilts, small quilts. It doesn't matter the size of quilt, but what does matter is the process that you're using to quilt.
Yes.
Again, between the price and using your own machine, you're going to save thousands of dollars to be able to just bring the Cutie Breeze in to use your own machine.
Ready to go.
The best part is,
Yeah.
is the machine that you're using, you already know how to use it,
Yeah,
right, Kathy? It's nothing you have to
exactly.
learn.
Yeah.
You've already been using your domestic machine for years.
Yep.
You don't have to have a training curve on it. You already know you've been using it. So let's just go ahead and take the machine that you already feel comfortable with. You know how to operate.
Yep.
You know the in and outs, the quirks of your own machine. So let's just keep it simple, and let's just say, okay, you, quilter, go ahead and take that machine and put it on this carriage and move it around like a long arm experience.
Is it really that simple?
It is that simple.
It really is that simple.
It's
so nice.
it is.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get into using the machine, but let's go back to the frame. As we talked about doing king size quilts, we have these clips on here that hold the fabric in place. And they're really nice and tight. We want it nice and tight to make sure that the fabric stays in place the way it should. So when you're quilting along, nothing is going to be shifting
Right.
on you. Okay.
Right.
So as we go ahead and quilt, you see we have the fabric here, and that's all it is. It's just a hoop style frame. The fabric hangs over the sides. And when we're done quilting in this area, you simply take these clips off, and you take the back clips off as well. And then you move your fabric. And depending on if you have it hanging over the side, you have a side clip that you would also want to take off and shift the fabric. So if we look at processes from a sit-down quilting standpoint, right? As we sit down to quilt, you have a lot of fabric that you're moving around. And if you're doing a king size quilt, you're bringing it through. I've seen some people hang it from, their room area.
Yeah.
They MacGyver a lot of things to keep the fabric as it's so much. If you look at this frame, the fabric is going to be hung over the frame, and it's going to keep it all nice and taut with these
Yes.
clips. Okay, perfect for you. So
Yes.
now that is done. You attach your fabric. Now we're ready to quilt.
All right.
Okay, so the machine is on, and we actually have our regulator on. And what's nice again with the regulator is regulation in long arm machines can cost you thousands of dollars.
Yes.
Now, when you're ready, that's the next step you're going to take when you're done using your machine, because you're going to realize
How easy
how
and
easy.
fun
Yes. And you always want to
You wanna go
upgrade.
more, yeah.
You want to upgrade, right?
Yes,
But let's look at this process. So I'm going to go ahead and hit start. Okay. And you get to see how smooth that is as I'm moving around, even one hand. Okay. Now, as we go ahead and make that happen, you could do now all your quilting, which is really, really nice. And so now you're quilting with everything like a long arming should. So it has a hopping foot. So make sure your domestic. A couple things to, I guess, make sure you have is on your domestic that you have the hopping foot.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
And then you want to lower the feed dogs.
Exactly, because if you have the feed dogs up, it's going to grab your fabric, and
It won't allow,
won't work
and it
with
won't
the free
allow you to
motion.
move in circles.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that you have that. So as you can see, as we're moving it around, how simple that was moving your own machine. And that could be, again, your machine that you're going to choose to do your king size quilts or your queen or your smaller twin or baby quilts.
or
okay?
lap quilts, yeah.
Or lap quilts.
Yeah.
Okay, the clips in the back. Now we have these coil clips. These coil hold the fabric in place. So when this fabric back here becomes larger and larger, as it will. The larger the quilt, the more fabric you're going to have through the throwing machine. You can then do a soft roll and move that inside these clips to hold the fabric nice back here. So when you're looking at it, it's not going to be out of sorts. You're not going to have fabric everywhere. Everything that we design is going to keep your experience a fun one, and that's more important to us, is to have your experience fun, whether it's you know, having a large quilt, a small quilt. We want your process to be enjoyable. We want you to be able to go through your quilts. Think of how many quilts that you have ready to quilt.
Oh, so many.
Right?
So
put in
many.
the comments. Let's go ahead and see how many comments how many comments come through. Go ahead and put how many you have ready to quilt. Go ahead and just start throwing numbers out there, because when we
Quilt tops
see
are
this,
sitting on your shelf, sitting on your floor, sitting on your bookcase,
sitting everywhere.
laying on your chairs.
Yes. So you have 3, 4, 5, 20. Nancy says 20.
Wow.
2 for Tammy, 3, 6. So they're going to keep coming. And the reason why I love asking that question is, now whether you guys are looking at your quilt system and say, okay, well, am I ready to do this type of quilt? Am I ready to get down? Some of it you can be hunched over, you're sitting up, the chair that you're sitting in isn't comfortable, you want to stand. You know, the list can go on and on about how your process of quilting isn't or is doing for you.
Right, exactly.
So as we look at all of this, Kathy, why would anybody want to get the Cutie Breeze for their quilter?
Just for the ease of it, number one. Number two, it is such a good deal. You look at all the different frames and long arms out there, and they can get pricey, right? This would be a great Christmas gift for someone. You know, Santa Claus could bring it to them. And it's not too expensive that's going to break the bank.
That's right. That's one of the best parts, is the cost won't break the bank.
Yeah.
So there's many reasons why you should look at the Cutie Breeze, and then look at your situation. And if you fall in the category on like, okay, I got a lot of quilt tops. Yes, I push quilt. It hasn't been easy for me. You know, your upper body stress that can come through it. Like I said, though, there's nothing wrong with push quilting. Let's just make that clear. A lot of people do it.
And there are beautiful quilts made with push quilting.
Yes, but this
takes the ache out of
it's just easy, right? It's like when you write your name. You write your name by moving the pen around your paper and not moving the paper around your pen. It's just really easy, and it just makes sense as you want to just go ahead and move your machine around your fabric instead of moving the fabric underneath the machine. Okay, so as we talked about earlier, okay, we want to shift the fabric, and it is as simple as this. All right, Kathy, let's go ahead and just remove these clips.
Okay.
And they are tight because we want to make sure that they stay along the rail so they don't move on you. And it's easy with the two hands. Okay, I'm going to take the one off my side because that's hanging over. So now it is all done. Now I can simply take where I've been quilting and move it. And once you start, a lot of questions we get is, how do you realign it back up? That's a simple answer, because you already have a template down on where you've been quilting your first row. So as you shift the fabric to a new area, you can align it with what you're already doing. It makes it really simple. Yep, wherever you stop.
Put your
so
needle
as we pull
where you
it,
stopped.
as we pull it one direction,
it's
there's some batting there. Okay, so we want to go over more towards Kathy's area. Okay, and we want to bring it back here a little bit so we have some area. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and put the back clips on first. Okay. And now we'll move the front clips on, and you can pull the fabric down, and then you can use these because the design of the fabric or the rails, they are square rails. And so as we look at the rails again, the rails are square. Okay. So what that does is interlock with the grooves of the plastics. Acts like a ratcheting system. So you hear ratchets on long arms. So this acts like a ratchet system. So as you look in there are grooves. So that's going to go and make it easy as we pull the fabric, and then you can ratchet to get it nice and taut. Okay, and then you could do the same back there. And then if you had fabric hanging over the side, you would take this side clip right here, and you want to put it on the side. But Kathy has one on hers because it's hanging over the top. So now we are ready to go on the second area. It was that simple, that fast to go from one side to the other side. Okay.
And to go move forward.
Yeah, move forward. Okay. Now, your situation is going to allow you or dictate kind of how you do your quilting. And yes, moving the fabric, it's not as intuitive as maybe a rolling rail frame.
Right.
Okay, that's the end goal. We want to be there at some point.
Exactly, but it is easy. I mean, it's not a hard process. Definitely once you get started to do it, a couple practice quilts, and you've got it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Because the way you're going to be doing this, you're going to get your own process down and move the fabric just as fast as someone's rolling the fabric on the rail. You're going to get really, really used to doing that. Then your end goal, like I mentioned, this is perfect for your small areas. Again, look at your situation. And if you look in your room and you're like, okay, well, I don't have room for the cutie. We mentioned earlier that the cutie can be set up anywhere in your house. It can be on any table. You can set up on your dining table. You can set it up on your kitchen table.
Your desk in an office.
Yeah, you can set it up on, maybe you have a desk that your machine is on.
Yep.
You can put it on top of that because now that machine is going to be on top of the fabric instead.
Yep.
So there are many ways that you can put the cutie in your own home. And in fact, what if you travel? A lot of quilters have been taken in the RV. You can take this in your RV. If you live in an area where the weather is nice pretty much all year round,
take it outside.
Take it outside.
Put
Listen
it
to
on
the
your
bird.
picnic table.
And do some quilting out there. So
great.
So the sky's the limit on where you can put the cutie, where you can put the cutie in your own home. Okay, so as we moved it, that's how simple it is. Now we're ready to go on to the next one. And you can keep stitching down all the way. So let's look at the stitch regulator now. The stitch regulator is a accessory that you can add to your own machine. And as Kathy mentioned, you can go find out what machine it is. A lot of machines from the many different lines they're compatible with.
You have a long list.
Yep, a long list. And so if your machine's on there, great. Go ahead and get the Sure Stitch regulator. This is great.
Yes, it brings the power of quilting from your foot pedal to your hands, regulates your stitching. So if you go fast, you go slow, your stitches stay the same.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And as you can hear it speed up, slow down, right, as it's quilting. So you're going to have, and stitch regulation keeps the stitches the same length.
Yes, that's important.
Okay. But
looking at your quilt.
Let's just say your machine is not compatible with the regulator. Does that stop you from wanting to buy the Cutie Breeze?
Absolutely not.
No.
You can use the Cutie Breeze with your foot pedal.
Yep.
And control it just as you do when you're doing your sewing.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's easier to control the stitches with your foot pedal and moving the handlebar. Unlike when you're, if you're heavy foot and you like to press down that foot pedal, you like to go fast.
Yeah.
But your hands can't keep up with how fast you push that foot pedal. That's another reason why having handles makes it really easy. Because if I do have a lead foot and I do press down really fast.
He does have a lead foot, actually.
Yeah. And I do press down. I can now move the handlebars, and moving your handlebars to keep up with the needle is much easier than your hands trying to keep up with the needle speed. So
it's true.
If you don't have a machine that's compatible with the regulator, don't let it stop you from getting the Cutie Breeze. You can still use your foot pedal.
Yes.
Just want to make sure if you use your foot pedal that it is on the table that the foot pedal can reach. There are extension cords that you can get
for some machines.
For some machines.
Not all of them.
Right. So if you have it on a higher table or a smaller table, you just want to make sure that you keep that in mind as you're considering where you're going to be putting this.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the stitch regulation. What's nice about the stitch regulation is it has some wonderful features. One that's built in is our edge warning feature.
So nice. That's just like our big machines, our elite machines.
That's right.
It does the same thing.
That's right. So again, we talked about earlier, we're not wanting to sacrifice what you can get on more expensive machines. We try to take a lot of those features and give you those same benefits in a very affordable accessory for your machine. So the edge warning, what that does is, for the new beginners, it keeps you in control or your surrounding areas of where you're quilting, because as a new beginner, if you've been starting to quilt, you're going to want to focus on that needle. So as we're quilting, we're going to be looking at that needle. So it'll be easy to come up, right? So if we're coming up, we're coming back, your needle, what you're looking at is you may bump into the backside here. as you're going along, right? You're going to be bumping, and we don't want to bump back here as we quilt, right? As we go back here, your machine will bump back here, but then it's going to be in your way. So as we're quilting, it's going to possibly, as we're coming up, how many of you heard about, you know, you're banging the front of your machine or the side of the machine, and we want to make sure that doesn't happen. So edge warning gives you a parameter that will keep the quilting at all times. So as we coming up, okay, now when I come up here, that's the front of my quilt. So I'm hitting,
Right here.
right? Or the back of my quilt. So what that does is allow me now to put a warning up here so I don't run into the front or the back of my rail. So doing circles, right? We all heard if you're doing circles, well, your circle becomes
Boom, kind of a flat tire.
yeah, little flat tire. So when you set an edge warning, it will actually start beeping at you, and it will make you that loud noise. You can turn that off too, but it'll beep at you, letting you know that you're coming close to the front of your frame, and it's going to be the same for the side of your frame. So as you're going along, your frame will come over here, or your carriage, and it's going to hit the side of your frame, and that's pretty common.
Yes.
And that's even with the rolling frames. Okay,
Yes.
your carriage will hit to the side, your take-up rail will hit the throat. All of these are the same thing that long arming with the rolling frame goes through. But the edge warning, you can now put an edge warning a 1/2 inch or 1 inch around your quilt.
And as you get close to that area where you're going to bump, it'll beep at you and you'll know to start the curve of your tire so you don't get a flat one.
That's right. So many reasons to own a cutie. If you're again looking in your sewing room or your house and you're like, you know what, that would be great, and especially is non-dedicated. You don't have to dedicate a spot in your home to do your quilting. As we mentioned earlier, you can quilt anywhere you want to, outside, upstairs, downstairs, in your RV, in your quilting room, in your living room, in your bedroom, in your guest room.
And then when you have guests, stick it under your bed, stick it in a closet.
That's a great point. Let's talk about storage.
Okay, so this is great. It kind of breaks down a little bit, so it can go nice and kind of flat, go right under your bed, into a closet, hiding in a corner somewhere. So when you have guests over or you need the space for another project, you can just kind of tuck it away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Underneath, behind the door, like you'd mentioned. So it's easy to stow away. Okay, I know we're getting close to time here, Kathy, but let's reiterate again why the Cutie Breeze is so fantastic. Space saving.
Number one, space saving. Number two, just because it makes it so much easier to do your quilting.
It does.
I mean, it helps definitely with my shoulders.
It's fun.
Rather than pushing that fabric through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cost effective. Using your own machine, that's a huge win. Again, you're looking at the lineup of machines you have. Okay, it's like trophies in your house. You're looking at the lineup of trophies. Go ahead and grab the one you want, put it on there. The list goes on as to why the Cutie Breeze is going to make your quilting journey way more fun, way more enjoyable. King quilts, lap quilts, table runners, it doesn't matter on the size.
Table runners are great as well. You can put them right down the center or off to one side. Do a nice table runner. So a lot of people like to do those, and it's a perfect size.
It is perfect size.
Yeah.
Foot pedal or non-foot pedal. Again, the stitch regulation, that is a huge plus because it keeps your stitches the same length as you're going fast or slow. It will regulate for you, so you're not needing to do that yourself.
Right.
But as I mentioned earlier, it is easy to do it with your foot pedal and the handlebars. You can still manage your stitches. It's just not as intuitive as a regulator does it for you. So many, many reasons why the Cutie Breeze is great. And especially this time of year with Christmas coming up, think of yourself who can use this for the quilting. And all those numbers that came in earlier, 10, 20, 8, 6, 2, 3,
all
those quilters,
ready to go.
It's going to make it easy.
Yeah. It's not quite small enough to put in a stocking, but if you got a big stocking, it could be a great stocking stuffer, I think.
That'd be pretty fun to see, actually. Someone does a little stocking big enough for this.
Yeah, if someone does that, send us a picture.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, very easy to use. We love the Cutie Breeze. Again, it's been a game changer for you at home who's been sitting down to quilt or who's been looking at a rolling frame system that you've been dreaming of to get so you can make it easier on your king size quilts.
Yes.
Start here. Okay, it's a great way with the cost. Start here and work your way up
Yes.
through the line of machines, through the
Absolutely.
frames, and then you can be where you want to be. It's like your final home, right?
There
You
you
start
go.
here
Yep.
as an apartment kind of thing and work your way to your dream home. So
exactly.
SMP has wonderful prices. Let's turn it
Yes.
back over to them. Blaine, I believe that's going to be you. Let's talk about the Cutie Breeze and everything that it comes with at that wonderful price.
All right. Well, thanks, Mark. Thanks, Catherine. All right, guys, we're going to tell you all how you can get this now. We've got two of them we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the Cutie Braze, and the stitch regulation. The first thing we're going to put up is that Cutie frame. Now, the Cutie frame, guys, you look at it right there with the stitch regulation is $9.99. And you're probably wanting to know, what is the difference between the Cutie and the Cutie Breeze? Well, the Cutie Breeze has a different kind of handlebar system that comes with it for your domestic machine. And it's a little bit easier to put together when you get it. So they've made some changes on that. But guys, we have a great price right now on this Cutie with the stitch regulation at $9.99. And again, if you've got one of your machines laying around at home, a regular sewing machine, and you want to start doing some quilting, long arm quilting, the Cutie is a great addition because it's so portable. You can put it on your dining room table, a kitchen bar, anywhere, or just buy you a fold out table to put it on. But it is such a great addition to get into quilting. And once you learn, how to do the quilting and you get hooked, then you can always upgrade it to a quilting machine that has its own handlebars on it. Again, guys, it'll go up to a 19-inch machine on this. And so great addition. So guys, again, $9.99 for this combo. We have call-in specials on the Breeze as well. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have financing available for you as well. And so guys, and it's going to be shipped free nationwide right to your doorstep. So, all right, we're going to continue with the show, guys. We got Baby Lock in the house, and we have Mike Johns coming in, and we're going to talk all about that new Capella from Baby Lock. Mike grew up in a family of crafters. Mike said he wasn't serious about sewing until he studied costume design and technology at Florida State University a little over 20 years ago. He said he enjoys the unique creativity of the sewing, what it provides. Mike added that teaching has also shown him that special relationships sewers have with one another. And I tell you, I've worked with this guy for many, many years. He is a pleasure, full of knowledge. So y'all, welcome to the show, Mike Johns.
Hey, Blaine, how are you?
I am fantastic. How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing good. I guess I need to update that a little bit. It's been a little bit more than 20 years at this point.
Well, it keeps you younger. So if you just keep saying 20.
There we go. That'll be my Dorian Gray painting, right? There you go.
Yeah. Well, hey, I know you got a lot to talk about with this Capella because, the last time you were on, we didn't have as much time. We got a lot of time today to talk about it. So I'm going to let you get going. I'll see you back in 25 minutes. We're going to tell everybody about the specials we have today.
Sounds good. Well, hello, everybody. So as Blaine said, my name is Mike Johns. I have Patty Marty. She's kind of sitting over here in the control booth for me. And she's going to be, you'll hear her pipe in. We're going to do some Q&A for you guys just to kind of answer things. If you throw questions out in the chat, Patty's kind of watching that as well. So we'll answer those for you guys. Next to me, I've got the Capella, and this was introduced at Baby Lock Tech this year. So this is a fairly new machine. It's actually been in our lineup now for just a couple of months. This replaced our Alliance. This is what we call our single needle multi-needle machine. Now that might sound a little bit peculiar because it's kind of an oxymoron, right? The single needle multi-needle. But it really does only have one needle, but it actually has the body of a multi-needle. So what does that mean? That means that this is a free arm machine. So if I kind of lift up this towel that I've got hooped here, you're going to see that it's just a free arm machine that's sitting here, just like a 6 needle or a 10 needle machine. So I get all of the benefits of a free arm machine, such as being able to hoop things in the round, like being able to do left, right, chest embroidery without having to do some magic hooping or anything like that. I could embroider on the legs of pants. I could embroider on backpacks or bags, tote bags, anything like that without having to opening seams, anything like that, and not having to do any kind of like twisting or manipulating fabric as we hoop like we would on our flatbed machines. But because it is one single needle, it's something that's very familiar to most of us. So if we're already used to sewing or embroidering on a single needle machine, this is a natural kind of graduation up to a free arm machine. Now, up at the top, you may notice you're like, well, there's 4 threads up here, so why is it really just a single needle? Well, this is really just a staging area. So if you look right now, I just have the red thread threaded. So it goes all the way down to my needle here. And then I have the gray, the yellow, and the green all staged and ready to go. So as soon as I get ready to change from my red thread and go to one of the other colors that are up on my spool stand, all I have to do is cut my thread up in the spool stand area and then tie off to one of the new colors, which are completely staged and waiting for me. I can pull my thread through, and because I have an automatic needle threader on this machine, I can use that automatic needle threader to thread the needle. I never have to rethread my machine again. It's just literally tie on, pull through, use that automatic needle threader. So this thing is a breeze to use. There is really not much of a learning curve on it because you're already familiar with how it works because of your flatbed machines. Now, if you don't have a flatbed machine, that's okay too, because it's still going to be a very simple learning curve. Now we have a great sewing field on this. We've stepped up from what was an 8x8 sewing field to an 8x12 sewing field. So we can go all the way down to about, I think the smallest hoop that we have that's available on this is about a 1.5 by 1.5. And it goes all the way up to that 8x12. So 8x12 is a really, really nice field for actual embroidery. That'll cover some backs of jackets. That'll do any kind of embroidery you can think of that are in the hoop. It's a nice size for quilt squares. So really a lot of options as far as what you can get into an 8x12 hoop. With the actual machine itself, you get a 4x4 hoop, you get a 5x7 hoop. No, I'm sorry. You get a 8x12 hoop and a 4x4 hoop. You can add a 5x7 hoop to it. You can also add in our versatile magnetic hoops, which is what I have actually on the machine right now. This is a 5x7 versatile magnetic hoop. And then we also have a 4x4 versatile magnetic hoop. The versatile magnetic hoops are probably one of mine and Patty's favorite hoops because what these do is these kind of make hooping a breeze. You can actually hoop while it's actually on the machine. It makes it that easy. So if you notice, I can just kind of lift up my magnets. If I take all 4 of my magnets off, you see that this becomes a clamp. I just open the clamp up, slide my fabric and my stabilizer in place, put the clamp back down, and add my magnet. Like I said, these come in 4x4 and 5x7. You can also go, and there's a variety of small hoops that you can get on this. Like I said, the smallest being about 1.5 inches square, all the way up to about 2 3/4 inch by about 2 inches, I think is the larger of the 4 that's available for that. So you have a lot of options. The nice thing about this is you can also run the baby lock cap frames on this machine. So you can use the wide cap frame, not the wide cap, you can use the standard cap frame, or you can use the flat brim cap frame. So either the standard cap frame or the flat brim cap frame will work on this. So you get the benefit again of being able to get the benefit of using a multi-needle feature on that single needle machine. We do have a flat wide table that you can use on this that will give you extra work surface. Now I don't have that wide table on right now, but if you kind of look off to the side here, if I pull this up and out of the way, you're going to see that I have metal brackets that are kind of laying in here, and there's one on each side. That's what my table attaches to. But if I don't want to use my wide table, we also have what's called a narrow support or a tubular support table that fits just over the free arm itself and will support just through the middle. It doesn't take away your free arm compatibilities. So you could do things like knee boots. You could do things like the leg of a pair of pants. You could do the top of the arm of a sleeve of a jacket or a coat. You know, I'm from the South, obviously from my little twang, you can tell that, but Carhartt jackets are always very popular. We can actually embroider on the cap of the sleeve of a Carhartt jacket just by using that tubular support table and then using our Capella here to stitch through that. So lots of different wonderful options that we have here. We have 175 different built-in embroidery designs on this. But of course, if you want to embroider something that you've brought in from outside of the machine, we have 2 USB slots on the side. One is a standard USB, and then one is a cable USB that you can actually link to your laptop or your desktop computer. You're also going to find that I have something on this machine that I don't have on any other free arm machine that we make, and that is I have an onboard bobbin winder. So over on the, if I'm facing the machine, over on the left-hand side of the machine, I actually can wind my bobbins right here on the machine itself. And that is a huge benefit because none of our other free arm machines, our 6 needle or our 10 needle, have that. You actually have to have a separate bobbin winder to be able to wind your own bobbins. So doing things like freestanding lace or freestanding applique on this is a breeze. You can actually just sit there, wind your bobbins there on the machine, and you are good to go. As far as other accessories that are on here, like I said, we have a wide variety of hoops that are available to you, the 2 cap frames, the 2 support tables, and you can just have a lot of fun with this. Now, the one thing I love to tell people whenever we're talking about the free arm machines is, you know, I'm a thread person. I know Patty is too. We like to collect threads. We like to go out and kind of find those really kind of unusual threads, the threads that are a little bit different weights, a little bit of different kind of material. And sometimes we buy those threads and we intend to use them on our flatbed machines like our Solaris or maybe our Altera Meridian, something like that. And maybe they don't work out the way that we like them to, right? Maybe they're just a little bit more fussy than we like to deal with. Maybe they're a little bit harder to control or harder to get the tension right. Well, our free arm machines kind of take care of that for us because it has a longer path of unwinding the thread before it gets to the needle in the bobbin case. We can actually use a lot of those more fussy threads with ease. We don't have to worry about them. So if you've got that drawer of all of that metallic thread that doesn't stitch on your flatbed machine, or that tinsel thread that's so pretty to use, things like that, putting them on a free arm machine makes it a breeze. You can actually stitch with them so easy. You don't have to do any kind of tricks. You know, I always jokingly say, if I have to put my bobbin, if I have to put my spool of thread in a coffee cup upside down behind my machine on a southern facing window when the wind is at 30 degrees or whatever, if I have to do all that, I'm not going to use it, right? Well, luckily for me, because I can use those kind of threads on these machines without having to do any kind of tricks, they work beautifully. The only thing you're going to have to really do is slow down your machine just a little bit. And I do switch up to a size 90 needle. That just gives a little bit more room in the eye for that specialty thread, but you can definitely use this. Changing the needle on this machine is a breeze as well because it's just one needle and it changes just like it does on your flatbed machines. And the needles that we use on this machine are the same as our home machine. So these are the flat back needles. You can use 7511, 8012, 9014, and 116 needles along with your automatic needle threader. So you can go and switch back and forth. So if you have a home flatbed machine already, no need to bring in specialty needles for that. One of the really big advantages of a free arm machine is the fact that your bobbin is front loading. So if I'm stitching and my bobbin runs out, I don't have to take my work off of the actual machine itself to change the bobbin. All I have to do is pull my work out of the way, reach under my machine, and I can get access to my bobbin area with no problem. So I can literally just pull that bobbin out, change it, put it back in, close my bobbin cover door, and then pull my work back down so it's out of the way and begin stitching again. So I really, really like the convenience factor of that. So lots of things that you can do with this. This is a great craft fair machine. So I know a lot of people take this machine and put them in the back of things like utility vans or utility vehicles, things like that, and take them to craft fairs and do things like monograms, things like that, and sell them at craft fairs. It's also a great workhorse machine. This is considered to be a semi-industrial machine. So if you take care of it, it'll last you a lifetime. This has some built-in monograms inside of it. It has how many fonts in it, Patty?
39 fonts.
39 built-in fonts. So you've got 39 built-in fonts on top of those monograms. It's just a workhorse of a machine. Love this machine. And it was, I don't know about you, Patty, this was my first free arm machine was the Alliance, which this is the new version of the Alliance.
Correct.
This is first. But do we have any questions that we need to answer?
Yeah, well, there was a couple people who had some questions, and I'm sorry, I did not log in to sign into the chat, so I haven't been able to, and I don't want to do it while we're running. So somebody just asked, does this work with the 8x8 Alliance hoop? So the 8x8 was the specific hoop for the Alliance. That was one of the questions that somebody had was.
It should, because it's, no, it won't, because it's a different kind, it would be on a different frame. So the 8x8 that would have been on the Alliance would have fit on the on the B arm for the Alliance.
They were all the lowercase. The
Yeah, they were
Alliance had
the
actually
little
their
B.
own. They had their own bracket because it was a little different size.
Yeah.
The carriage was with this machine. You're getting a frame holder A and a frame holder
Holder
B.
B, yeah.
So you're able to really expand the different types of hoops that you could use. Now you could use. We have an 8x8 quilt frame.
Yes, for
that's
the
an
6 and
8x8
the
that
10.
would work on the B frame holder that you could use, but it's orientated a little differently than the one on the Alliance.
Because it would be a flat frame.
Correct.
And that would have been compatible with your 6 and your 10 needles. So your hoops are going to be more along the line of your 6 and your 10s.
Yeah, and then somebody had a question about we showed the 5x7 and the 4x4. You were talking about the versatile magnetic hoops. Somebody was asking about, does the 8x12 hoop work? The magnetic 8x12 hoop, which we've had for our other machines.
It does not on this machine. Okay. No, it does not, because it only that particular hoop, which I've got right over here, I can grab. The sashing frame is what we call it. It actually, this is for our 6 needle and our 10 needles. And as far as I know, no update has been released that actually has this as a recognizable frame on the Capella. That doesn't mean that it never will be. I don't know that. I can't answer that question. But as it stands right now, it hasn't been released where it's recognized yet. But yeah, no.
And then just somebody else asked the question about, does it have Wi-Fi? And also, what type of file formats does the machine take?
So this one does not have Wi-Fi. Oh, yes, it does. This does have Wi-Fi. The previous version did not have Wi-Fi. This one does have Wi-Fi.
We have a lot of things to keep just
We
straight
do,
in our
yeah.
head.
This one does have Wi-Fi. If I go into my, look up here at the top and I go into my settings, if I go all the way to my last page, no, it doesn't have Wi-Fi. I was right. It doesn't have Wi-Fi.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't have Wi-Fi. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have Wi-Fi. Patty's like, yes, it does. So I'm going off Wi-Fi. This one does not have Wi-Fi. Our 6 and our 10 needle have Wi-Fi, but the Capella does not. File formats, it takes PES and DST. So PES is the native file format that you would get. So if you're going out and buying files, you're going to do PES. If you don't have PES as an option, DST will also work. The only thing that we like to kind of warn about DST is what's called the universal file format, and it does not maintain color information. It does maintain color change information. It just doesn't maintain the actual color. So when you load something in, I always tell people, you know, if you go and buy a cute little pink bunny and you load it into your machine, that pink bunny might be acid green when you load it into your machine. But DST files will work. But PES is the one that you want to go for if it's available. But yeah, Wi-Fi is not available on this. It's available on the 6 and the 10. So, and that's really just a price point thing. Yeah. Honestly, because this is I like to call this my gateway free arm. I really do. It's a gateway machine, gets you comfortable with dealing with free arms. And then, you know, later down the road, once you start to grow and get into bigger machines and things like that, this has got you prepared to jump up to the 6 and the 10. Because really, when we're talking free arm machines, going from this to a 6 or to a 10 needle, it's really no different. The threading's pretty much the same. How you deal with the hoops are the same. How you deal with the frame holders are the same. Nothing really changes. It's just that instead of having one, this is my take-up lever on my needle housing, instead of having one here, you would have 6 or 10. So once you learn one of the machines, you've actually learned all 3 of them, which is really, really nice. Any other questions, Patty? Nope, not. So Blaine, we did 20 minutes. Is that good? We can keep talking if you want, but if you want to come in and talk things that you want to, weight-wise, this one's not this one is heavy, but not as heavy as the 6 and the 10. I want to say this one is at around, I want to say it's at close to 70 pounds.
Nope.
Am I right?
Nope.
What is
close.
it?
68.
68. That's around 70 pounds, Blaine. Come on now.
70 sounds so much heavier.
Oh, that 2 pounds, man.
All righty. Well, hey, Mike, great job as usual. Thank you so much to Patty for running the show behind the scenes there and answering questions. But guys, we're going to tell them how they can get this Capella. And I know we're going to see both of y'all later on in the week.
Yeah.
So guys, again, this is the Baby Lock Capella. Guys, take a huge shout out for Baby Lock and Mike Johns and Patty for being on the show. But guys, you see it right there. Again, $59.99 is the price on the Capella. 1 needle free arm machine. Now, again, you're going to get that continuous border hoop with that narrow support table. It's a $715 value. That is part of the package we have with this right now. But guys, you have to call in if you want the Countdown to Christmas special on it. And we have a couple different options for you on that. We also have financing available for you. We're going to ship this free nationwide, anywhere to your doorstep, absolutely free. Guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And that way they'll take your order. If you can't get through, Kyle has been putting in the chat that Google Sheets link. And what that means, you'll see that link. You click on it, it opens up Google Sheets. You'll be able to put your name, your phone number, and the product you're inquiring about, and it'll update it real time in the call center, and they're going to call you back. Also, we have live chat agents on the website as well that can take your order and answer questions. And then again, if you're on Facebook or YouTube watching, we have chatters that are helping on Facebook and YouTube, and that's Rena, Melinda, and Rhonda are trying to answer questions there. So we're trying to keep you covered on all directions there. But anyway, let's bring Jane back to the show, and so we're going to do a giveaway real quick before our next session. And is she still on break? Is that right? Okay. All right. So anyway, I think she's back. Oh yeah, let's bring Jane back then.
Sorry, I was just swallowing my last bit of luncheon. I'm so sorry.
I was going back and forth. Is she there? Is she not? So, Jane, I want to do a couple giveaways real quick.
Okay,
and
let's
one
do
of
it.
the things I want to give away, we haven't done any of our event bags yet, so let's give some of our event bags away. You see them right there on screen, guys. There's 8 of them in the pack. They're $49.99 on our website, or you can buy them individually at $9.99. They all have unique sayings on them. These are like the permanent shopping bags you get at the grocery store. Everybody loves these to stash their fabric in. So, Kennedy?
Yes.
Let's hear what Jane has to say.
Spin that wheel. Yes, Kennedy, you do it, girl. Let's see you
All
spin
right.
it. She's got an arm today, I'm telling you.
Down.
All right, Ron Thompson, congratulations watching us on YouTube today. Thank you so much for joining us on day 1 of A Countdown to Christmas, Ron. What you need to do to claim your prize is go to SMP, what is that? Oh my goodness, I can't just believe
Live, SMPLive.tv.
SMPLive.tv. Of course, I know that's right there on the screen. To redeem your prize, scroll all the way down to the bottom, give us your name, your info, where to send it to, and tell us what you won, and we'll get that out to you. Congratulations, Ron Thompson. You're the winner.
All right. And Jane, I think we have a time to give one more away. So we're going to give away a sewing machine.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Yes, we're going to give away the Necky K132A sewing machine. Guys, this has a $450 price tag on it, and we're going to give away absolutely free and ship it free right to your doorstep. So take it away, Jane.
Kennedy, you know what to do. Spin that wheel. Round and around and around she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows.
Here it goes. Boom.
Jerry Letter, watching on YouTube today. Congratulations, you're the winner of the sewing machine. That's amazing. That's
Yes.
how I feel the confetti. That's my excitement right there.
So Jerry, we need you to go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, tell us what you won, hit submit, and as soon as we get that information, we'll get you a brand new Necky sewing machine shipped out to you. And guys, y'all have 30 days to claim your prize. All right, Jane, right now we're getting close to that halfway point. We're going to have our next educational session, or our first educational session, I should say, coming up. And I've been excited about these all, ever since we started planning them for the whole week. We got so many great educators here today. So I'm gonna let you take it away and do our first educational session for an hour.
Yes, it's an education session for an hour. Are you ready for some inspiration, some education? Well, we've got the perfect person to show you how to make some last minute Christmas gifts. Joining us is the lovely Karlie Bell. You know her. She's an embroidery expert. She lives in New Orleans with her husband and 2 daughters, Abigail and Elise. We love them when we see them on her YouTube show, Sip and Stitch. She learned how to embroider on her own about 10 years years ago, just over 10 years ago. And of course, you can go to karliebell.com to learn more about her and from her. And again, I said sip and stitch. Go ahead and watch that. You can see her techniques in action, and that is on YouTube. So say hello to Karlie Bell. Hi, Karlie.
Hi, Jane. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good.
Are the girls excited for Christmas?
So excited.
Right.
I have to
Have they
say,
been naughty or nice?
they've been good, but the month of December is, we're fun with Christmas and everything, but the month of December is the best month for children to wake up to go to school because they are excited every day about their elf and their advent calendar. It's like a breeze getting them out of bed.
I was going to ask you, the little elf that comes to visit. So every day, elf is in a new spot and they can't touch the magic elf, right?
Nope.
But that's a good way to get them excited to go to school.
Yes, but my older daughter has been trying to set up her phone to record the elf moving. So that's been happening.
Oh, that's so fun, exciting. You got to love it. The magic of Christmas, so much fun. But I bet you, not only are you a busy mom, you've got your show, you've got a lot going on with all the things that you do, but you're probably making a ton of Christmas gifts, right?
Yes, I am. I have, and Abigail has a list of 20 things she wants to make this evening for all her friends. She wants to make them all keychains, but I'm making all of my adult family members ornaments, something like what I'm going to teach today. And I also have some teacher gifts that I'm working on as well.
And they're easy to do last minute because it's like 2 weeks from today. And if you're going to see anybody like teachers, you got to get those done.
Yeah, this week. This week is teachers and friends.
Right. This week is teachers and friends. I love that you're going to be crafting with the girls tonight after your busy day. So much fun. I'm going to let you take it away because you've got an hour to show us all this cool stuff. So I'll be taking notes.
Awesome. Thank you, Jane. So hi, everybody. I'm so excited to be a part of Countdown to Christmas today. And today I'm going to be showing you one of my go-to easy, quick Christmas gifts that I'm making for almost everyone that I know. And it is a Christmas ornament. So let me show you really quickly. You can see that. So this is the Christmas ornament that we'll be making. And there is a lot of variety that we can do with this. So what you're seeing is something that I embroidered on my embroidery machine. However, when I was done with the project, I hooped it in a traditional wooden embroidery hoop. And I'm just going to add a bit of twine to it so that it can hang from a Christmas tree. So this is what we're going to be working on today. And what I have for you is a free design download. So you can go to my website, karliebell.com, and then do /SMP. And that's going to take you to all of the fun projects that I do with Sewing Machines Plus. And you'll see right at the top of the screen, Countdown to Christmas, and they'll have all the information for you. So I'm going to go on my computer in a little while and show you, what all that looks like and where you need to go. But great thing about today's project, it is free. You can go download it. And I'm going to show you step by step how to make it. Okay. So the design itself is the pretty frame that are actually little mini Christmas trees. This flag banner at the top and the tree, the applique tree. And then I'm going to teach you how to personalize it with whatever you want to put on it. So if you want to put the year at the top and names at the bottom, if you want to put the family's last name within the banner, and then the first names at the bottom, you can even put, special events like, first Christmas together or baby's first Christmas or whatever you want to do. We're going to go through how you can personalize it and make it special for each of the people that you are making this for. So let me see very quickly. I'm going to show you what the website looks like. Now it's going to look crazy for a second. There we go. So you should be seeing my website, karliebell.com. And like I said, just /SMP. And it's going to bring you to my website. And you see your first option here is Countdown to Christmas. And then I've done lots of other fun projects with SMP you can check out as well. But here's the one we're looking for today. And what I have for you is when you click here, it's going to bring you to a spot where you can get this design for free. And you just put in your name and your email, and it will automatically email you the design. I also have a list of all the supplies that you need. for this project. And that's it. So that's, that's the main things that you need from this site. To go download that design, it will get emailed to you. And then here's a list of all the supplies, which I will go through with you as well. So, all right, so let's go ahead and get started, and let me show you the supplies. All right, so on my craft table here, let me pull up the chat so I can see comments. All right, and I'm gonna try to pay attention to the chat, so if y'all have questions, I can help. But the main things that you are going to need for today's project, the design itself comes in 3 sizes. It comes in one small enough to fit in a 4x4 hoop. It comes in a 5-inch one and a 6-inch. Because when you go to your local craft store, or you can grab these on Amazon, these wooden embroidery hoops will come in a variety of different sizes. So with the design that I've given you today, either buy a 4-inch hoop, a 5-inch hoop, or a 6-inch hoop, and then do the coordinating design. So what I've done is the 5-inch. So I'm doing it in my 5x7 hoop on my embroidery machine, and a 5-inch wooden embroidery hoop. So just pick whatever size hoops you buy. That's the design file you want to put up. So 3 sizes to choose from. And then of course it comes in a variety of formats to match whatever embroidery machine you are working on, okay? Then you are going to need the actual fabric that you're going to stitch your design on. So I'm just using a white cotton fabric that I got from my craft store, just like regular quilting cotton. However, I did iron on some SF101 from Pellon. It's called Shape Flex. I did iron that on the back of my fabric to give it a little bit more weight to it, okay? So whatever fabric you want to choose, if it's a thinner fabric, go ahead and iron on some SF101 on the back. Then the stabilizer, I'm using the Stay Perfect cutaway stabilizer. So that's what I'm using. Now this design is not very dense, so you probably could get away with a poly mesh if you'd want. I'm not sure about a tearaway though, but I'm just using cutaway. That's what I've been using for all of my ornaments. So that's what we have. So then you are going to need whatever fabrics you want to fill your little banner with and your tree with. So I have my tree fabric here and my banner fabric. This is like a gold glitter fabric I got, but you can use whatever fabric you want here. Also, another fun thing is if you like the glittery look, if you don't have glitter fabric, you can also use glitter heat transfer vinyl. That's really fun to fill appliques with as well. So if you have a cutting machine in your craft room and you already have a bunch of glitter HTV in your craft room, you can use that to fill your applique with. But this is actually like a canvasy fabric. And then for my regular cotton fabric that I'm filling the tree with, anything that's going to be cotton or even knit. I don't know if I'd applique with knit for this project, but if you wanted to, I do like to add Heat and Bond Light to the back of my applique fabric. It helps the project end up looking a lot nicer, especially since everything with this applique is a raw edge. So it helps prevent fraying on the edges, and then we're going to iron it into place within the hoop. So Heat and Bond Light for your applique fabric, and then things to dress it up with when you're done. I have some ribbon lined around the outer portion of my hoop. I have a ribbon bow, and then I also use felt to cover up the back so that we're not seeing the back of the embroidery. So these are all little trimming things that you can add just to give it a little bit more fun. And then to apply all those things, I used a hot glue gun. But I'm going to go through all of that with you. So that is it for supplies. So let's go ahead and get it hooped, and then we'll open the design. I have 2 ways I'm going to show you how you can personalize it. One is going to be if you do have embroidery software like Embrilliance Essentials, I'm going to show you how to personalize it in there. And if you don't have any, I'm going to show you how you can personalize it on your machine itself. So I have my cutaway stabilizer. I have my my white fabric with the Pellon SF101 on the back. So I'm just going to put the bottom part of my hoop, this on top. And I love this project because placement is always, you know, trouble for a lot of us, figuring out placement for projects. We don't have to figure out anything here. We're just hooping the fabric. And tighten that up. And now this is ready to go to the machine. So now I'm going to switch you over back to my computer, and I'm going to show you the design in Embroidery Essentials and show you how I was able to add the lettering and have it curved and right where I wanted it. Okay. All right. So again, my computer is going to look crazy for a second. Okay, so I am using Embroidery Essentials. This is my favorite program. I use it like every single design I stitch out. I end up opening the design in this program to play around with it some sort of way. But this is what the design is going to look like if you do open it in your embroidery software. It's going to consist of this frame of little mini trees, your banner, and your tree. And if
Hey,
we look,
Karlie, we're not seeing you. We're just seeing a black screen. Maybe you're covered. Oh, there we go.
There we go. I pressed the
Okay,
wrong
thank
screen.
you.
Sorry. Thank you, Jane. Okay. So here it is. Now you can see it in Embroidery Essentials. And there's the little trees going around. We have our banner at the top and then the tree itself. And one of the things I love about opening my designs in the program is that I can go and really investigate what all these steps are. So I could see first, I'm gonna stitch my trunk. Next is the outline of the tree. And then I have a repeat outline of the tree. So that tells me it's an applique. I've designed it to be a bean stitch applique, so I only have 2 steps. Typically, applique will have 3 steps: a placement, a tack down, and a finishing stitch. But in this case, the tack down and finishing stitch are combined in step 3. So this is where I know to put my tree fabric, and this is where I'm going to tack down my tree fabric and trim it after. Then we have some extra detail on the tree itself. Then we have our outer frame. And then the same with the little banner at the top. This is our placement stitch, and this is our tack down and finishing stitch. So that is the construction of the design itself. And the beautiful thing with Embroidery is that I have a lettering tool, and Embroidery works with any format of embroidery font that you might purchase online, but it works also with BX fonts, which are specific for Embroidery and allows you to use them really easily by typing out on your keyboard. So I'm going to press the lettering tool. This automatically comes up here, and I'm going to type whatever it is the name. So I decided today we're going to make my cousin Austin Chelsea, and they just had a new little baby boy named Quincy. Nope. This is going to be their ornament. So I put their name. I can also go and choose whatever font I want. These fonts came with the Embroidery program, and they work great because they are resizable. Look how much I can play with this. These fonts are native to the program, so I can really play around with resizing them as much as I need to. But I want this to be on a curve. So I am going to click the circle button here. And I also want it to be on the bottom of the curve, not the top of the curve. And look at that. It automatically curves it for me. And this is where I can tweak it and make it a little bit smaller. Also, you notice, I'm going to zoom in here. When you put it on a curve, sometimes the letters get really close together. So I can increase the spacing. If for some reason this wasn't curving as nicely as it is, I could also change the amount of curve that is on it. So I can tweak this to have it fit my ornament exactly like I want. Now I put these little periods in between the letters because I find it allows me to give more space in between the names to distinction between them. So you can leave them just like that, or if you select them and you just select this, you can go and kind of move this right in the middle, which I like better. And if you want to take it a step further, you can change the color of these little dots. So if you wanted to do your names in red, you can do the little dots in green or gold or whatever color you wanted just by selecting them individually and changing the color. So that is it for the name. Super easy. Type it out, add the curve to it, and you're done. So we're going to do one more lettering design to put whatever we want up in the banner up here. And that is, click here. I'm going to start this process over again. You see it keeps the same properties as what we just did. So it's back to being on a curve and the same font I chose. So I'm going to put it back to the line. And I'm going to put 2023, hit enter. And now I can move this up here and just resize it. Now, if you're using other fonts that maybe you purchased online and came in a PES format, you're probably going to want about a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch size font, because these are little bitty fonts we're putting on here. So if you're working with fonts you already purchased, look for fonts that come in a very small size, like 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch. So there's my 2023. I'm looking at these little black boxes here to make sure they're lining up with this center line, just to make sure everything looks nice. And if I did want to do different colors, if I did want to stitch the names in one color and 2023 in a different color, I do need to make sure to tell my program this one's a different color, because if I leave it as is, when I send it to my machine, the machine's not going to stop. It's going to stitch all the names and it's going to jump right to 2023 and start stitching. So I need to tell my machine to stop by changing the color, and I can change it to anything I want. Let's do a green. Okay. And there we can see our design all done. So I could save this on a USB stick by going to File, Save Stitch File As, or if you have a machine like I do, you can send it wirelessly. If your computer and your machine are on the same wireless network, I'm using the Stellaire 2, but any Brother or Baby Lock machine that has wireless capabilities, this will work for, and you can send it that way, and it will ask you to give it a name. So that is it for the program. So I'm going to go, hello, I think I got my camera back right. I'm going to go check the chat. Okay, everybody's like, it looks easy. Good, good. So Embroidery is super easy to use. I love it. I use it, like I said, just pretty much for any design that I'm opening. I will open it up in Embroidery, even just to look at it. Especially like when I first started out, I was working with a little tiny machine, and I had a little black and white grayscale screen. I couldn't even tell what the design looked like on the screen. So I always had my laptop open up with the design open on my computer so I could actually see what was going on. So that is if you have software. Now, if you have any other type of software, I'm sure it has all of those features on there. So I saw somebody mentioned Florani. They have some other great softwares out there. Pretty much any basic embroidery software is going to have the features that I showed you today. The only difference is I found with other softwares, you may have to import each letter one at a time, because if it's any other format like PES, each letter is its own design file. So if I wanted a 1/4 inch 2, I would go find it and merge that into my program. And then I need to go find the 1/4 inch 0 and the 2 and again and the 3. So you just have to bring in one at a time, align it, and put it where you want. Now let me show you the machine. So today I am working on my Brother Stellaire. This is the XJ2. And I chose this machine because it has a big, beautiful screen to show you this project on. And I can show you, if you did want to just open the design on the machine and add your wording, you can do that on here as well. So I'm going to move my camera, hopefully, where y'all can see this screen good. All right, but this project can be made on any machine because it comes in as small as a 4x4, but having this large, nice screen allows you to customize it a lot easier. So here is my blank design. I just imported straight from the free download, and I'm going to go to set, and here it is. And I want to go to add because I'm going to add some lettering, and I can go to my fonts and I can pick whatever font I want. This particular machine has lots of options, but let's see, let's try this one, see how this looks. So I'm just going to put my name on it just to make it quick and easy. So I'm going to put Karlie with a K, and I'm going to go to little letters. And I love this because it already connects the script for you. And I'm going to make this small. I can do the sizing here. I can adjust the size as much as I want, but I want to start in the small category and then go from there. Let me put Karlie and Chris. So let's put a space and a period and a space. And let's go back to Chris. C-H-R-I-S. Okay, so there's me and my husband, Karlie and Chris. And I can hit set. So now I can take and drag this here. But oh, I forgot, we need to have it on a curve. So I can go back to edit, and I'm going to edit my text that's already selected. And down here at the bottom, they have this array button. So I'm going to click array, and this allows you to put it on a curve. So this looks like me, and I can, let's see, I need to tighten this up. So we're going to make more of a curve. So I can match it right with my outline if I wanted to. All right, something like that. I could also zoom in. Let's see, I might need to wait to zoom in. And I'm going to move it up. And let's put it more of a curve. Something like that. And I'm going to hit OK. And let me go to set. And now I can zoom in and see if I like the way that looks. So because I put it on a curve, the script now doesn't connect anymore. So maybe you don't want to use a script font for your project on a curve like that. But if I like the way that looked, I can then go to add again and lettering and choose a different font if I wanted. And now we can do our 2023. And again, I'm going to work with the small letters, hit set. I'm going to zoom in. And I'm going to move this up here, but this is still too big. So I'm going to go to edit. And then I'm going to go to size. Oh, that's as small as it lets me. So this font's not going to work for me there. So I can go to, it's selected. I could go to delete. Okay. Add. Go back to my fonts. I think I did this one earlier. All right. 2023. Small. Yeah, that gets nice and small. Oh, I'm missing a number. There we go. Set. Let's zoom in. And now I can move this right where I want. And if you are particular, like you really want to make sure it's centered, you can just watch these numbers right here, and this will tell you your X and Y axes. And so if I got this on 0.00, that means I would have it right in the middle. But I'm not the best at that using my hand. But that's when you probably use the cursor. Oh, I did it. I got it on 0.00. So I know that that is perfectly centered. So if I was happy with all of this, which I would go and change this not to be a script, but I just want to move on so we can actually start the project, I would hit embroider, and now it's ready to go and it's personalized. But I'm going to go back to the one that I actually did earlier and have all ready to go. So this is for my cousin Austin and his wife and new baby, and hit set and embroider. So this is ready to go. It's telling me my first step is the tree trunk. So I have my brown thread already loaded on my machine, and I'm going to raise the presser foot, load my hoop, lower the presser foot. I got the green light for stitching, and I'm going to start stitching. All right, I'm going to check the chat real quick while that's stitching. See. Hi, Cindy. Yeah, the best thing with the machine, so like someone, Beth was saying she needs to practice resizing. That's what you do. You could just sit at your machine, even if you're not going to stitch anything. Just play with the designs, play with all the features on your screen, and you know, and then if you do create something that, hey, maybe I might stitch that later, you can save it to your machine's memory so that you can stitch it out another time. But yeah, the best thing to do is to just play with your machines. All right, so the tree trunk is done. So now the next step is, my green thread is all tangled here. Let me redo this. Is the applique of the tree itself. So this step is just going to be the outline or the placement step of the tree. And what I'm doing is I'm loading the thread that I'm going to do the outline of the tree with is the thread that I'm loading now. So I'm going to do both of those steps, even though my machine is stopping and my machine is saying to load a different color. I'm using the same color because I'm always trying to do the least amount of color changes as possible. So I love the automatic threader on this machine. It's like butter. It moves so smoothly. All right, now we are going to do the outline for the applique tree. And I'm gonna go get my fabric ready. So just to let you know, the stitch time on this project, it depends on which machine you have and how fast it stitches. So my machine stitches at, I think, 1,000 stitches per minute. And the stitch time on this project is 11 minutes. So that means that you can, you know, bust these out pretty quickly if you're not slow like me and talk a lot. So here's my fabric. And I'm just going to peel that heat and bond light. So originally I cut a piece. You see I cut it a little bit smaller than my piece of fabric. I ironed it into place. And now the back of my fabric has a fusible layer to it. And this helps a lot with applique. Every piece of applique I do, I add a piece of heat and bond light on the back. Make sure it's light and not ultra. All right, so now we're on to step 3, which is a combination of the tack down and the finishing stitch for this piece of applique. And so this is going to be a bean stitch going all the way around the tree. All right, just checking the chat. Okay, Joan had a good question. Do you change out the bobbin thread? If not, what do you use? Okay, so the bobbin thread I use on all of my embroidery machines is a white 90 weight free wound bobbin. I love using free wound bobbins. They do so much of a better job than I do when it comes to winding a bobbin. But look what a pre-wound bobbin looks like. I mean, it's beautiful. It's like all the way to the edge. I could never wind a bobbin this good. But it is a 90 weight bobbin compared to the 40 weight embroidery thread that I'm using. And you'll see when we're done with embroidery, only your top color thread is showing. The way that the tension is set up and the stitches on the machine, the bobbin is only seen on the back. You can see it even really good right here on the tree. I just see a little bit of the brown from the trunk and the rest is bobbin thread. But on the front, all you see is the brown. So let's go to the craft table now and we're going to trim this. Okay, here we go. All right, so with applique, you always want to have a good pair of applique scissors. And these are my favorite. They're made by a company called Havells and they're embroidery snips. They work like tweezers, and they have a curved, sharp edge, and I use them for everything. I love them. On my website, where I have the free download for you, I have a link to these. I got these from Sewing Machines Plus. So if you are, looking for a good pair of applique scissors, and what's great is it works for left hand or right hand, because my little girl is left-handed, so she can use these as well when she's crafting with me. Now, what I'm going to do, typically with applique, I would cut as close as I could to that stitch line, but with bean stitch applique, I like to cut a little bit further away from the stitching. So watch, I like to leave a little edge around it. So y'all see that about the space that I have? So it's not right next to the stitching, but I have a little bit of an offset. So I am just cutting around here. And the same with this as it comes with anything embroidery. Practice makes perfect. The more you try trimming applique, the better you will get at it. That's what I tell all my students. I have an online course for beginners, people that are brand new to embroidery. And in the course, we go over applique a lot. And there is actually a practice like lesson for them to stitch out a bunch of little pieces of applique just for the sake of practicing trimming and getting, more comfortable with it. But there is our cute little tree. We can see our tree trunk now. Now, before we move on, we put Heat and Bond Light on the back of this fabric. I always like to iron it in the hoop. So you want to grab like a little mini iron and go ahead and activate that Heat and Bond Light and iron your piece of applique in the hoop. All right, and that's done. And you'll see it really makes a difference. It doesn't look like the fabric is puffed out anymore. And that Heat and Bond Light really helps keep those edges of fabric clean. Now you can fill this applique with anything. I'm using my pretty buffalo check fabric, but have fun with it. Fill it in with different things. You could even fill it in with felt if you wanted to, or cork, or anything. Have fun with it. As long as you can trim it out, it will work. All right, we're going to go back to the machine now, and we're going to stitch the detail on the tree. So I'm going to leave that same green on. I'm going to lower my presser foot and go. And that's going to stitch that detail. And while that's stitching, I'm going to check the chat and see what questions we have. Yeah, Bernadette said, wow, never thought about using Heat and Bond. It is the best. It really is. I use it. I finally broke down and bought like a huge bolt of it. Norma says, if I wasn't in my car, I would be making this. Well, Norma, you need to get home so you can make this with us. All right, Tammy saying she loves pre-wound bobbins too. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I for the longest time, I wound my own bobbins. I finally broke down and bought myself some. I will never go back. The only time I wind a bobbin is when I'm doing a special in the hoop project where I do need the bobbin thread to match the top thread. Then I will wind some of my top embroidery thread. Okay. All right, Danielle said, we just arrived. What are we making? We are making a cute Christmas ornament. At first, we're going to embroider on our machine, and then we're going to hoop it in a traditional little wooden embroidery hoop, and then we can hang it from the tree. All right. Yeah, Cindy saying she loves that style of sticks. I finally got a set because those were the first applique scissors that I ever purchased. and I love them so much. I never tried a pair of duckbill or another kind of scissor. I finally got this for myself for Christmas, and this is a Kimberbell scissor set. So now I'm experimenting with these other scissor types, but I still find myself always going back to the snips. All right, and you see I have them all over my room. I keep them when they start getting dull and are no longer good for applique. I put them at the machine just to cut thread. So I have one at each of my machine. Okay, so next is the border. Today I'm going to do that border in this dark like hunter green color, change it up a little bit. And so you can have fun with this. You can do a variety of different things. I even wanted to, I might do it for my next one. I want to experiment with variegated thread for this step. Oh, I forgot to thread the needle. Karlie, come on. I put the thread in, but I didn't press the button to thread it. Let's try that again. Okay, push this through, thread the needle. There we go. Now, when you do silly things like me and you need to back up, this is the best and most important button on your machine, and it is the needle up down button. I want to make sure you can see this. The needle plus minus button. I want to go back to the beginning of this step. I can just hit this. If I ever want to move ahead or jump back an individual number of stitches, this is like your navigation panel. This is the feature I use on every single embroidery machine that I own. And that is my important one. Okay, so I jumped back to the beginning of this because I messed up the first couple stitches, and there we go. Okay, before I messed that up, I was talking about experimenting with variegated thread for this step. And I have some, I want to get the set from Dime, but I need to put that on my Christmas list and tell my husband he can put that in my stocking. But these are some cheap variegated threads that I ordered. And you see, like, this is a variety of green. So I think this would look cool with this little outline, with the way that it stitches, one little tree at a time. You would have kind of like a variety of different shades of green as it goes around. So if you have some variegated thread, play with it, and it might turn out really cute. So I think I'm going to play with that with the next ornament that I make. So that is going around. Let me go back and check the chat. All right. Everyone was saying you liked my little iron. I love my little iron too, but there is a new little iron that is coming out, and I need to explain to alert me as soon as he has it in, because I don't think it comes out till February. But Tula Pink has done a collaboration with, I'm going to say it wrong, Oliso, the really fancy irons, that the regular size irons that pop up when you're not using it, and then they have cute little mini irons too. And the Tula Pink line, I saw pictures of it from the Houston Quilt Fest. I need that as soon as possible. As soon as that comes out, I need to order that. But that's a really cute mini iron too. All right, I'm way behind in the chat, so I'm scrolling. Laura said, when did large buffalo fabrics become buffalo check? I don't know. That's what I've always known it as. It's like a particular style of plaid. Kim has a good question. Do you need same color bobbin for freestanding lace? Yes, that is one of the projects. I had a holiday workshop a few weeks ago, and that's one of the projects we did, was freestanding lace earrings. And I can show you here. This is freestanding lace, and they're little ornament earrings. And so you can see the front and the back. So for each one of these steps, I had to wind a bobbin to match my top thread so that everything would look good when the project was done. So these could be earrings, these could be, they had the larger version that could be an ornament on your tree. But yeah, that's the kind of projects you definitely need to have a matching bobbin thread. Liza had a question. Does heat and bond do better than SF101? I think of them as two different things, because when I think of heat and bond, I think of turning my material into being iron-on, into being fusible. Now, SF101 irons on the back of my fabric, but my fabric does not turn into being fusible. Just one side of my SF101 is fusible, at least the kind that I have. I'm not aware if they make like a double-sided fusible kind, like double-sided fusible fleece. I don't know if SF101 has something similar to that. All right, so we are done with our frame. Okay, and next is going to be the outline for our little flag at the top and our applique for that. So I'm going to do that in red. Oh, I got to pull this one out. Okay, actually thread my needle this time. Okay, and now this is the outline for that. And oh, my bobbin thread is running out. Okay, so let me hit cut. Right, and I'm going to take my hoop off, and I'm going to remove my bobbin thread. You see it's almost out, and take one of my beautiful new pre-wound bobbins and pop this in. And you want to make sure it's going in the counterclockwise direction when you pull on it, and like your stringing's hanging down so it looks like a P. And drop that in, and then you have a little path. And one of the big things I always tell my students is don't hurry up and cut it right away. Pull it through that path and then cut it, and that sets your bobbin tension to be good. So if you're ever having issues with your thread showing on top, double check that you have your bobbin in the right direction and rethread it and make sure that bobbin tension is set. Okay, so now I can put my hoop back on, but I don't want to just start stitching right where I left off. I want to back up a few stitches and lock where I cut it. So again, that's my favorite button, needle plus minus. I'm going to back up 10 stitches and hit OK, lower, and go. Now I was about to tell you that this glitter fabric, I have not put Heat and Bond Light on the back of this fabric for the projects I've used it for, but I imagine you could. It kind of has like a canvas back, but I don't have it there now. And you see how much this curls up. So there's a couple options for you. You can use some paper tape to hold it in place, or you can spray the back of it with temporary adhesive spray. The only time is when I do spray the back of it, sometimes it makes trimming the applique a little bit more tedious. But I'm going to tape this down. It's covering up all my placement stitches right there. And then that's going to tack down and be the finishing stitch. Okay, Roxy's saying she was late. Where do you get the design? You're going to go to karliebell.com/SMP. And I think Kyle's going to have it to where it's showing on the screen. Okay. I'm way bad on the chat. Okay, I think I'm up to date now. So Lori was asking, where can she find the file for the earrings? When you go to my site, I do have a link to my holiday workshop if you're interested. All of the designs we did for that workshop were exclusive. So I have a bunch of my digitizing friends made designs special for the workshop. And so you can purchase just the day that those earrings were made, or you can purchase the whole week and get all 7 designs. So I have information on all of that on my website. Okay, so we have our little banner, gold glitter. I love it. I can take this tape off and we can use our applique scissors to trim this. Again, I kind of do like an offset around the banner and not necessarily try to get as close to the stitches as possible. It doesn't have to be perfect with cutting it either. Like, you don't have to get into every little nook and cranny. Along a general, outline around it is good. We are our harshest critics, and nobody that you give this ornament to is going to look at it and be like, you could have trimmed this a little bit better. No, they're going to love it, and they're not going to notice anything that we think is imperfections. I just go around. I'm constantly like rotating my hoop to get the most comfortable position. Okay, so there is our banner. The top of the tree and the banner overlap just a little bit. You can trim it a little bit closer there if you want to, but I don't think that matters too much. So that is the only other piece of applique. So we're going to go back, and now we're going to stitch our names. And I'm doing all that in red. So I'm going to leave my red thread on. I need to put y'all back on the machine. Okay. All right, so the next step on mine is the names. And I have it to where the little dots in between the names are a different color on my machine. So my machine is going to stop. So what I think I'm going to do, let me go find some gold thread. I think it'd look pretty to have little gold dots in between. So I'm going to start stitching the names. And let me grab my gold thread. I think I like this one. There's my other one that I like better. Here it is. Like, I know I used it recently. This is my favorite gold color, and it's not even, I think when you look at the name of it, it's not even gold. I think it's listed as some sort of harvest tan or something. It's an exquisite thread. Okay, so I'm gonna have this ready, but I'm gonna go ahead and stitch all my red. So I'm gonna skip those spots where it's telling me to change it and do my dot by using my favorite button. And then when it's done stitching all the red, then I'll change my gold and I'll go stitch those 2 dots. All right. So should be, I'm checking the time. We should be done stitching before my time is up. According to my machine, I only have 3 more minutes of stitching. Okay, so we're going to skip the dot and go to Chelsea. And then I'll go back and get those after. Or if you didn't want the dot, that's a great way to keep your machine from stitching them. It's change the color and then just skip the whole step. Or you can possibly delete it after changing the color. I know it's a little tricky in Embroidery when you're messing with BX fonts and typing everything out. Sometimes things don't always work the way you want to. But in this case, I think it's pretty easy. All right. So A. Smith on YouTube asks a question, is the 2023 already in the free design? No, I didn't add it to it because I thought that way this design could easily be used again next year and you could put 24. Or if you wanted to not put a number up there and put like a family last name, you can fit those letters into that banner instead of it being a year. So that's why I left the banner blank, so that you can customize it to your liking. It sounds like something that, yep, I got a bird's nest situation going on here. So let me cut. What's the presser foot? Cut. Like something doesn't sound right. I could see all this mess down here. So you see all that. I'm just going to pull that through. Rethread my needle. And now I really do need to back up because all of this did not stitch pretty at all. So I'm going to back up till it looks like it's at the top of the eye pretty much, so it restitches the E. There we go. There we go. That's where I want to be. So I love that navigation that I have over here with jumping ahead and backing up, individual stitches, 10 stitches at a time. This is my go-to area when I'm troubleshooting anything with broken needles, broken threads, you know, your bobbin running out in the middle of a design. Get comfortable with navigating through, and you can follow right where your design is with the little crosshairs that's on it. So I'm going to jump, and now we'll do the baby's name and then 2023, and we're done. Eve on YouTube says, do you stitch over the letter already stitched? Yes. So most of the time it works out fine to where I can just stitch right over my mistake. Unless I have a serious amount of bird's nesting going on under the hoop, that's when I will take the hoop off and I will clip away all that nesting underneath my stabilizer, and then I'll restitch on top. Or if it's possible, if it's easy, when I cut like a big bird's nest from under the hoop and all the top threads come out easily, then I'll, you know, get them out before I stitch again. But most of the time it works out fine to where I can stitch right on top of a mistake. As long as you don't unhoop your project, you can literally fix anything that goes on in the hoop. Okay. Linda says, I love when things don't go right because it's real life and that's how I seem to sew. Oh, trust me, watch me. Every time I do a live tutorial, something goes wrong because that is real life. And something always goes wrong, usually when I'm stitching, that you can see. You know, the bobbin runs out, we have nesting, needle thread breaking, I'll load the design wrong, I'll skip a step. It happens to all of us. But yes, I think that's the best way to learn, is to see the troubleshooting in action. So this is going to be so cute. All right, I'm going to plug in my hot glue gun. Hopefully we can get through some of the demonstration of putting it all together before the class is over. And I'm just going to skip, those little dots that I had right here. I'm just going to skip them so that we can get this done, because I think it looks cute without it. But if I wanted to, I can go back and stitch those 2 little dots in gold just by navigating in my panel. All right, so this is done. So now we can go put it in our wooden embroidery hoop. Okay. All right, so we are back at the table. I have a couple of little jump stitches because these letters are so close together. Kind of inevitable to have a couple little jump stitches, even though my machine trims jump stitches, but when they're so close, it does not. Okay. All right, so that all looks good. So now we're going to pop that out the hoop. And I'm going to do something I didn't do with my last one, and I think it will make it easier. I'm going to trim my cutaway stabilizer away from the back of my project. And I'm saying that, and you'll see, when I hot glued the excess stabilizer and fabric back here, it was like having to hot glue 2 layers. So I think this will make my life easier if I trim the stabilizer before we put in the wooden embroidery hoop. Just be careful that you don't snag your front fabric in the process. And the next part is the fun part, because this is where you could really get creative and dress up as little or as much as you want your wooden embroidery hoop. Okay, so now wooden embroidery hoops are going to be the opposite of our machine embroidery hoops, in that I want the inside hoop to be underneath the project and the outside hoop on top. It's usually the opposite with machine hoops. All right, so this pretty much lines up perfectly, and you can play around with it. But this little tree outline really helps you get it to where it looks like it's centered in there well. All right. No, why do you keep shifting on me? There we go. All right. I might play with this a little bit more. So you want to hoop your fabric that you've already done with the wooden embroidery hoop and get it where you want it. And you probably need to loosen this up a bunch to really be able to play with it. There we go. Okay. And then once you get it where you want it, you do want it, the 2023, to be centered with the top. Once you get it where you want it, then you want to trim your fabric. And this is the part where I said, I think trimming the stabilizer first will help me. Because what I was ended up doing with my other one was I was first folding down the cutaway stabilizer, hot gluing it, and now I'm gonna fold this down and hot glue it. So you want to fold all this down and hot glue it into place, right? Then once you have that done, you can take ribbon. I found this cute ribbon that has like little pom-poms on both edges, and you can hot glue that around here like so. And once you have the back here hot glued, you can take your hoop and a piece of felt and trace your hoop like this, and cut out a piece of felt. Oh, you can't see that too good. Cut out a piece of felt, and then that will also get hot glued to the back like this. So lots of hot glue going on for this part here. You want to definitely, clean up the back, all of this in like this. At least do that and cover the back with felt. Then the rest is optional on how much you want to dress it up. Even just the wooden embroidery hoop is pretty by itself, that you could, just like this, and have a little string or twine or ribbon, go through here and make a loop at the top. And then, you can give that as the present. So that is pretty much it. I don't think I have enough time to finish putting it all together for you, but I think y'all get the idea of just adding the trim. I added a bow directly onto the screw here and hot glued a piece of ribbon around it like that. And then I was just going to use some regular twine to go around it to make it to where it can hang up. But let me check the chat real quick and see if y'all have any questions. So once again, let me show you where you can find everything in case you missed it at the beginning. Okay, so my website is karliebell.com. If you just go, oh wait, I think I back up. Okay, if you go to karliebell.com and see SMP, also here, I think I have a spot for Sewing Machines Plus projects. You'll see Countdown to Christmas. You click that, and that's going to show you where you can download the design for free. These are all the things, the supplies I use today, and almost everything is from Sewing Machines Plus, with the exception of the little wooden embroidery hoops, but you can also pick these up at your local craft store. And let's see what else I got. Oh, I have a link to the video, so you could come watch the replay when you're ready to actually start doing it. And then this is the holiday workshop I was talking about. So there's more information on that on the website. So you can see these are all the different holiday projects that we made, including those freestanding lace earrings. So that is it for our class today. Let me know in the comments if you like it, if you make it, post some pictures. Y'all tag me. I'm in the SMP Nation Facebook group. So if you make some of these, post a picture of them and tag me so I could see.
Karlie Bell, everybody, put your hands together. Karlie, that was amazing. Okay. Such a cute project. So easy to do. You did it in an hour and you're so calm. Like everything just happens and it just works out perfectly. Even when you're like, ooh, there's an error. Because it happens to all of us, especially on a live. But it turns out beautiful and perfect. And I love seeing you do all the things. Like you started with brilliance and you started with your design and then you moved it in and then you brought it into the machine and it was just really fantastic. I don't know when you find time in your life to troubleshoot all these things and create them. Karlie, do you sleep?
A little bit. I love being in my craft room. Like I'm always inspired to make, all of the things, like everything. I'm that person that when I'm shopping or I'm looking online and I see something, I don't buy it. I go buy all the supplies to make it. That's me.
And then everything is always so neat and tidy in your craft room. And I'm asking all the questions that everyone's thinking is, where do you put all the samples? And is there like, they magically just disappear? Like it's so perfect there.
I have this cubby shelf behind me here and I have boxes full of like the example things that I make, but most of the things I make, I give. So as gifts. So like, we made this is going to my cousin when I see them next week for Christmas. So I'll be making a whole bunch of these for all my presents.
You're amazing. Okay. So everybody can find you at karliebell.com.
Yes.
Sign up for your newsletter.
Yes.
I'm signed up. I'm in the newsletter. I love it. It's so great. And then they can always, you have workshops, but you also do your weekly show, Sip and Stitch.
Yeah, so I will be doing Sip and Stitch this Friday. I know it kind of messes up because I'm having it at the same time as Countdown to Christmas, but it's on YouTube, so you can watch it whenever you want. But this Friday, with going on with the new baby in the family, we need to make the new baby onesies. So I'm going to be using the new Brother Sketch embroidery machine. It's an amazing new machine. It's only have a 4x4 frame, so just a little embroidery field, but it has a free arm, so it makes stitching onesies so easy. So that's what we're going to be doing this Friday. After you watch Countdown to Christmas, go check out my YouTube channel and you can watch the tutorial on using that new machine and making a baby onesie, because these also are great Christmas presents.
Yeah. In fact, Amelia Deemer from Brother is going to be on talking about Skitch. I'm not sure if it's tomorrow or the next day, but we'll be showcasing that new machine from Brother as well. Give us one last little words of wisdom, Karlie. You said goof around, play around with your machines, trial and error. You can never make a mistake. Give us one, give us a little bullet point to take away. Oh, we lost your sound. Just like that. Right when we're just hanging on your every word, Karlie Bell. Oh my goodness. Hanging on the words. We might just have to tune in.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, there you are.
My microphone battery must have died, so I'm on my computer. My one words of wisdom is there is no one right way to make something. You don't, fret about, oh, yeah, I have to use this particular stabilizer for this project. Play around with things. There's no one way to do it. There are exponential amounts of ways that you can make something.
You are such an inspiration. Karlie Bell, everybody. Thank you so much, Karlie.
Bye,
Have
guys.
a great afternoon. We'll see you soon.
Yes, bye.
Wow. Karlie Bell, I am always just floored. She's so smart. I texted Blaine. I'm like, wow, she is brilliant. And Blaine said, yes, she is. Right, Blaine?
She is. I tell you what, she never ceases to amaze me of all the things that she can do. And you know what's crazy? She's self-taught, Jane. She hasn't been doing that long. And
I know.
Man, to get to the level she is, it's pretty amazing,
And I love the way that she educates and the way that she explains it to you, because I have a lot of, I'm like super fast, high energy, and I stumble over words and I keep going and I'm put it all in there. And she's so calm and I love it. It just it's like soothing. And all I want to do is make things.
Yeah, she is an excellent teacher. And so I'd recommend anybody, out there, y'all need to go check her website out. It's karliebell.com. She has all the links to her social media. And then on our website, you can just type Karlie Bell's name in our search bar, and it'll take you to the classes that we actually sell of hers, that you can get access to all these video series that she does for us. That is, basically from a beginner embroiderer, and it is awesome. Very well done. I highly recommend y'all to go check that out. If anybody's getting into embroidery, or if you've even been in it for a while, it's a great course to take.
She's a wizard. She's a whiz. Like, she starts talking about brilliance. I'm like, okay, what? I mean, I just am hanging on every word she says. She's so good.
All right.
But I say this
Jane,
every
we're
time.
going to continue on. We've got another great presentation coming up again. That was our first educational session. So we're going to see you back here in just about an hour. You get another little break, and we'll see you then, okay?
Bye.
All righty. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. We have Janome in the house, and hey, our next presenter is coming in, and can't wait for y'all to see Christina. Now, she's going to be talking about a great machine, but let me tell you about Christina. Christina has been sewing since the grade school when she begged her mother to teach her to sew. She has taught all throughout the United States at quilt shows, sewing shops, and can be often found assisting in the Janome classrooms. When you have the opportunity to be in a classroom with Christina, whether she's teaching or assisting, you'll learn a lot. And as
for it. There you go.
All right, guys. Hey, we had a little technical difficulty. Our power just went off, so we are working on getting that done. But I think that we can still bring Christina in and let her do her demonstration. And so again, we're going to be a little behind because of this. We're going to see if we can get our RN fixed. I'm coming to you right now from a cell phone. So we have a backup there, but we're trying to get all of our lights and our system working again. But let's go ahead and bring Christina on, and she's going to do her demo on the Janome, and then I'll come back and we'll try to tell you how you can get one. So y'all welcome to the hey, Christina.
Hey, Blaine, how are you?
Doing great. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you.
Well, we had a little technical difficulty here, but we're going to let you get going and do your demo. And then hopefully I'll be back in about 25
Perfect.
minutes.
We'll wait for you to come back, of course. Okay.
All right. We'll see you in about 25 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Christina. I'm a Janome educator, and I'm happy to be here today to share with you all about the Janome Continental M6. Isn't she beautiful? The first thing you're going to notice, 13.5 inches of space from the needle to the right-hand side. The bigger, the better, right? When we're sewing and doing all of our sewing projects. Also, you'll notice around the needle area, we removed a lot of the body of the machine. So your line of vision, whether you're piecing a quilt, doing free motion, or working on your home decorating projects, you'll have a great line of vision. Plus, there's plenty of extra room for my fat fingers when I'm changing a needle or a presser foot. A couple other things you'll notice right off the bat, there is a large stand for your threads. So you can use any size of thread you want, from a cone to those little skinny little spools. They will be easily accommodated on the M6. You do get an instruction manual with your Continental M6. Shows you all about the techniques that you can do on your M6. Also gives you a chart in the back of all the stitches that are on your M6. But I'm going to show you another great way to easily see all of those stitches, because if you're anything like me, your book is probably not where you are when you're wanting to sew. If we take a look over here, you'll also notice all of the accessory feet that come with your M6. So great collection of free motion feet, some standard sewing feet, and of course the requisite bobbins and spool caps and a buttonholer and, oh, dare I say, a seam ripper, even though we don't like using that. But you'll also notice it comes with a straight stitch throat plate. And that's an invaluable piece of an invaluable accessory for your Continental M6. So let's just talk about stitching a little bit. So of course, your M6 comes with a foot control, but you can also use the start stop button if you would prefer. There is a slide bar here for your speed control. And you can also see a few of the other buttons that are up here, from the needle up down to the scissor button to the presser foot up and down. And then this icon that looks like a target or a bullseye, that is, of course, going to tie off your stitch or complete a decorative stitch and do no more instead of you guessing. Okay, so let's just put a piece of fabric under here. And you, of course, could lower the presser foot, but you can also simply step on the foot control and stitch. I'm going to touch the scissor button, and then I'd like you to take a quick listen. That kerchunk that you just heard, that actually are your feed dogs dropping. They are lowering to give you way more room underneath your presser foot if you're working with thicker fabrics. Also, just the simple act of rubbing your fabric over the feed dogs, that will wear away your feed dogs a little bit. Granted, it's not going to do it in a year's time, but over time, over the many years you'll be enjoying sewing on your Janome, over those many years, you'll still have a good set of feed dogs for all of your sewing. Now, if we take a quick look at our screen here, and this is great position for this screen. it is eye level. So as you look up to select a different stitch or adjust your stitch length, you can see the stitch that you've selected. It tells you what presser foot to use for that particular stitch. And it's also giving you your stitch length and width adjustments. These are our utility stitches. And you see that there are 2 pages. And you could use this arrow up and down to look at all of the stitches. And once again, when I turn the page, I forget what was on the first page. So there has to be a better way to look at all of the stitches. And remember, I can't ever find my owner's manual, right? But this little icon right here, it kind of looks like Woodstock, you know, Snoopy's friend talking with those little ticks. When you select that, those are showing you all of the stitches in your utility menu. And when you say that's the stitch I want, which that particular one is a blind hem for a knit fabric, you can select it right from there. Isn't that easy? And once again, it shows you what presser foot to use and adjusts the stitch length and width for you. So super easy to use. But we're not going to do a blind hem. We're going to take a look at some of the great decorative stitches in the Janome M6. This little icon that looks like a scroll, that is showing you all of your collections of stitches. There are so many that we even have to go to page 2 to look at some stitches. We're going to go back up and we're going to simply select the applique menu for a second. It is recommending the F foot. And as we mentioned, it's selecting the stitch length and width for your particular stitch you've selected. I'm going to grab the F foot and put this on. Just a little lever in the back allows that foot to drop off. And then we can simply snap this on. There are a couple different ways. Oh, I just don't want to catch my thread in there. There are a couple different ways to snap this on. I many times will just pick this up and snap it on like that. As we're doing a decorative stitch, we should use some type of stabilizer that's supporting our fabric for all of the stitching that's going on. And let's just do a little bit of this applique stitch. And we'll now touch that scissor button. And this is that stitch length and width of that particular stitch as it was set back at the factory. You go, well, you might like that, but you might want this length between those little legs a little longer, and even that horizontal stitch to be a little wider. So we could adjust them right here, but I'm going to open up this box, and here is our length and our width adjustment. So we'll take just 3.0, take the width up to 4.0, and now let's see what this looks like. So it's taking a bigger stitch left and right and a little longer stitch in between each of the legs of your applique stitch. Some refer to this as a blanket stitch, some refer to it as a buttonhole stitch. So you might say that is the stitch I want. Now, a great feature on the M6, instead of having to write a sticky note and say, oh, this is the setting I need to set this applique stitch on every time I go to do an applique, we have what is called favorite stitches, where you can actually save these settings, and every time you go to that stitch for all of your applique stitches, you can just select your favorite stitch. If we go to this icon that looks like putting an arrow into or saving a stitch, you can see that you can actually save 2 different settings of that stitch, and we'll just simply save it in F1. And right now what's happened is the stitch length and width, you can kind of see that there's a little bracket around it, and that is just telling you that that is that favorite stitch. You've changed it from what was set at the factory. If we close this for a second, just select a completely different one. And now you want to go back to your favorite stitch, go there, and there you can see your stitch length and width as you adjusted it, as you saved it, because that is your favorite setting. So that's a great, great feature on your M6. Another great feature, well, once again, and I apologize, you'll see there are 2 pages of applique stitches. And if we touch that icon, once again, you can see all of the stitches that are not only in the applique menu, but now there's some cross stitch stitches, heirloom stitches, a whole bunch of quilting stitches, great for those crazy quilting projects that you're working on. Satin stitches, some bridging stitches, some decorative stitches. And we're going to flip down, oh, there's 11 pages. But we're going to now select this icon that says Mirage Stitches. This is an absolutely fun and new collection of stitches that Janome recently introduced. Okay, so once again, we are going to take a piece of stabilizer and a piece of fabric. And I apologize, this fabric red, of course, looks red on both sides. But if this had a right side and a wrong side, you would fold it right sides together because, of course, that's all of sewing, right sides together. Now, the key to this stitch is if you take a look at the presser foot, and this is the one that is recommended, the F foot, you see that red triangle on that foot. What you're going to do is position the edge of this red fabric so that the point of that triangle falls just off of the fabric. Okay? So let's position this. The easiest way to do this, of course, we'll simply lower the presser foot, and you still have that presser foot lifter around the back so that you can shimmy that fabric around to where it needs to be. And again, that triangle is going to fall right off of the fold of the fabric. So now we're going to stitch. Of course, when you're stitching, you're watching that the fold of the fabric is right where that point of the triangle is. You're not watching the needle. Barring a catastrophic event, your needle's going to stay in that oval opening of the foot. And I'm going to stop for 1 second because this is that perfect time to use the button that looks like a target symbol, okay? And in this decorative stitch, when you touch the target button, you see it starts flashing. You have now told your Janome to complete that decorative stitch and do no more. So it's slowing down because it is done. Scissor button. So here is the stitch. Half of it is on the fabric, half of it is on the stabilizer. So now what do we do with this? You're simply going to open this up and tug it. And now you say, wow, how did those stitches do that? Isn't that exciting? So technically, you can do this with any fabric. You might have a garment that you have, and you just want to add some decorative stitches. All you do is take that fabric on your garment, fold it in half, right sides together, put a little stabilizer behind there, and you have a great decorative embellishment. You might be able to see that fold a little bit. Don't be afraid to tug it. And of course, a little press from your iron would really get that fold out. Okay. So this is a great application if you were just embellishing a piece of fabric. But let's use this technique to join 2 pieces of fabric together. Doesn't that sound exciting? So piece of stabilizer, and here's a blue fabric. Okay. Another piece of fabric, right sides together, of course. and another piece of stabilizer. And again, we're using that stabilizer anytime we use a decorative stitch so that it will support our fabric. Now, before we stitch this, let's just take a quick look at our settings on the screen. This 6.0, of course, is the width of that circle. The 0.3 is how closely stitched together those circles are. The 1.0 is tension. You never have to mess with tension on your Continental M6. But now we see this 2.4. What is that? That actually is going to allow you to adjust the spacing between the circles. So if I touch the plus sign and you look at the circles, you can see how they're now spreading further apart. So this is a great way to just add some fun to a fabric that you're using for another project. You certainly can create your own polka dot with actual stitching. And since we've spread this stitch out, let's just stitch this one more time and show you how we can join these two pieces of fabric together. In this case, just running the edge of the fabric along the edge of the presser foot. So no need to watch where you're stitching. And again, when you get to the last one, touch that target button. Love the little tie off so those stitches won't come out. And now when we tug this, and don't be afraid to really tug it. That was the stabilizer pulling away. There you can see how we've used the mirage stitches to join two pieces of fabric together. Absolutely fun. One other quick thing I'd like to share with you, and we'll close this, is this icon that looks like a t-shirt. Okay, in sewing, whether we're doing clothing, home decorating, or even quilting, there are many common sewing techniques we all do every day. And what Janome has done under that icon, and I'll just close that so you can see the t-shirt again, that is what we call our sewing applications. It's where Janome has selected the perfect stitch, stitch length, presser foot pressure, thread tension, for a wide variety of common sewing and quilting techniques. These are your sewing techniques. And you can see everything from seaming on a woven to a knit. If we arrow down, because there are 3 pages, here's a lapped zipper, which in essence would be like in a clothing, but here is a pouch zipper. So many of us are making pouches and little zipper bags and everything. It positions your needle exactly where it needs to be for each step of your installation of a zipper. If we go to our quilting menu, and that's, of course, feathers. The feathers make us think of free motion. Here's your quilting menu. And this is where you can do patchwork piecing, free motion, even ruler work. And we also have a hand look quilting stitch. If we go to free motion for a second, once again, on your M6, it will automatically drop the presser foot, the feed dogs. So once you've selected it, it's dropped it. All you have to do is put the appropriate foot on. So this is a spring foot many of us have used. But if we come here, this is a simple snap-on foot, okay? And when you are doing free motion, in addition to changing and putting on the appropriate presser foot, using a straight stitch throat plate will just give you a much better stitch. So a straight stitch throat plate, when you're just doing free motion, which is straight up and down, that thread will come up through that center hole and it gives you a better stitch because your bobbin thread is not flopping in that oval opening, that throat plate that we need for our decorative stitches. It comes right up in that center hole. Now, want to see how easy it is to change a throat plate on the M6? No screwdrivers, no lever to push. On our screen right here, we have this little lock key. And when we lock that, we use that key whenever we're using our needle threader. But you'll also see this little icon here. And when I touch that icon, I'll touch that and you take a look at the throat plate. That was easy, wasn't it? And then simply put the new one on. Each time you put a new throat plate on, there is always just that friendly reminder. It's just saying, are you sure that's the throat plate that you wanted? You use the key to lock the screen. You use the key to unlock the screen. And now you're ready to do free motion. It grays out any stitches that you cannot use. Now, do we have a little time, Blaine, to do a little free motion?
I think so.
Okay, we'll do a little free motion. Okay. So we'll put this snap-on foot on, okay? Put it in the back and pull it up. There's that snap-on foot. Quilters, when they do free motion, like to pull up their bobbin thread. And on your Janome, it will do just a single stitch so you can grab that bobbin thread. And that's all it will do is that single stitch, okay? And if you'd like, you can now sink your needle back in there. And to sink the needle, rather than using the hand wheel, just simply use this needle up-down button, okay? Now you're ready to do free motion. Okay, hands like a little hoop around your fabric. And, oh, lower the presser foot. I know better than that. Thank you. Let me get this thread out of the way. Oh, I think I had a bad choice in thread color. I apologize, everyone. There is nothing easier than free motion on a Janome. I'm going to use this scissor button. Most quilters would probably pull up their bobbin thread. We'll just touch the scissor button because I just want to show you the back side. No loops, just beautiful stitching on there. You know, because once again, when you select that stitch in your sewing applications, all of the settings are made perfect for you. You really don't need to adjust anything. So do we have Blaine back or are we still waiting? Anybody have any questions? Oh, no. I don't really sing or dance, so I can't help you with that. Is Blaine back? Do we have any questions?
He is, but he doesn't have sound.
Oh, no, no sound.
Oh.
Oh, there he is, I think.
Hear me now?
We can hear you now.
All right. We lost our power, so it powered everything down. So, but hey, great presentation. Thank you so much for coming on. And I'm going to tell everybody how they can get this M6.
Perfect. Thank you, Blaine. Thanks, everyone.
All right. All right. So Kennedy's going to put that overlay up there. So guys, this is the M6 from Janome. It's $54.99. And guys, we have financing available, free shipping nationwide. And guess what? There is a call-in special on that. Now look at that machine. That is such a good looking machine there. Love the big screen on it. And again, guys, a call-in special on it. So if you are a Janome fan and you've been looking for a new machine, this M6 is absolutely incredible. $54.99. We do have a call-in special, free shipping nationwide, financing available. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, and we can get you hooked up with that. And but guys, we're not going to go too far now. We're going to stay in the Janome family. We've got Elena in the house now, and we got our good buddy Sam Fung coming in. Now, Sam, yeah, he's been on our show before. You know, he's an educational coordinator. He has been sewing for the past 45 years. And prior to joining Janome 15 years ago, he owned a custom sewing business where he made everything from, wedding gowns, home decor, and even taught students of all ages how to sew. And, you know, Sam has been on our show many times. And so we're super happy to have him back. We're going to talk all about Elena. So y'all welcome to the show, Sam.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Sam, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm excited.
All right.
to
Well,
be
happy
here.
holidays. We're glad you're here. And we're excited about this Elena machine. So we're going to let you get going on it. And then I'll come back in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell everybody how they can get one.
Okay, great. Hello, everybody. My name is Sam. Today, I'm going to talk about the 790 Pro from Elna. This machine right here has a 13.5-inch throat space. Okay, and it also has a flatbed, all steel metal base, wonderful machine. Not only that, the machine comes with this extension table that you see here. The extension table also have a drawer in the front. As you can see in the drawer, I've got my throat plate in here. This machine comes with 3 different throat plate. You also have your dual feed, AccuFeed Flex Foot. These are what a lot of people call your walking foot. This is even better than a walking foot because it actually hooks onto the shaft of the machine. So it's in sync real time with the feed dogs and everything, instead of hooking up onto your needle bar. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. You get this one, the wide one, which is a twin. And you also get a narrower one. This is what we call the HP2. HP2 is a quarter-inch walking foot. And as you can see in the back, it works exactly like the wide ones. Okay, so let me put those away. And the machine also comes with a very intuitive instruction manual. A lot of companies now, they don't give you a manual. You have to download it online. We can still give you a spiral bound manual, and it's very intuitive. Everything that the machine, every feet that you use, everything is in this manual, as you can see. It's well laid out, step-by-step pictures in here. Now, this machine also comes with this nice, big, wide foot control. You have a foot control right here. On the side, this is what we call a side cutter, or some people refer as a foot trimmer. What this does is you hook this up to the machine. When you get through sewing, instead of going to the machine and touching the scissor key, I can just step on the foot control and it will cut both of my thread for me. Another nice feature about this machine is it comes with this nice case. The case also comes with all the different feet. Comes with this machine. As you can see here in the box, you have some free motion quilting foot. You have all your standard decorative stitch foot, your overcast foot, a zipper foot, stitch in the ditch, a blind hem, rolled hem, invisible zipper, a lot of your high-end features in here. You also get 2 more different regular quarter-inch foot. You have one without the guide, and you get one with the guide. Not only that, the bottom of this case, you can also store your other throat plate. Well, this machine comes with 3 different throat plate. And let me show you how easy it is to change out the throat plate. Right now, I have the zigzag foot plate on my machine, as you can see. I have this, what we call the standard foot plate, or the zigzag foot plate. And you can see on my screen, I can see all my stitches on the screen. To change out the plate, it's just one easy step. All I simply do is lock the machine out, touch the button, and watch. My plate automatically lifts. I remove this one. I'm going to put my straight stitch needle plate on and let go. There it is. I'm ready to sew. All I have to do is clear the message on the screen, and unlock it. And the machine knows. If you look, all I have is straight stitch now on my machine. So the machine knows I have a straight stitch plate on the machine, so I don't accidentally pick a decorative stitch and break a needle or something like that. If you can see, we have 3 sides to our single hole plate. We can use the single hole in the center needle position, on the left and on the right side. So I have 3 different positions for the single hole. And again, let me change the foot out again. The plate out. So I'm going to lock my machine, touch the button right here, bring out this foot, and this time I'm going to put in the HP plate. HP stands for high performance. The high performance plate, if you notice, the single hole is in the left needle position. And if you notice, the minute the plate went in, the needle came over to the left needle position. So I'm going to go clear out the screen, unlock the machine, and you can see that the needles has gone all the way into the left needle position. Now this plate is used with this high performance foot. As you can see, this looks like the old straight stitch foot that people just love, that they rave about on their featherweight machine. This is basically the same foot. You have a scant 1/4 inch on this foot. You can use the left or the right side of the foot. And this is a quilting foot. And if you look on the foot itself, in the front, right here, there are markings on here. This back marking is where your needle drop is. And this front marking right here on either side is exactly a 1/4 inch from where the needle drop is. And so what's so nice about that is if you need to stop and pivot a 1/4 inch from the end of your square, you simply line up your edge of your fabric to the front line and pivot. Now, isn't that wonderful? And the other thing wonderful about this plate on the machine is, you notice we have angle markings on our plate. These angle markings are for you guys that do tumbling blocks. Here's your 45-degree angle marking, your 60, and your 90, and your 120. So when you're doing different quilting things, these markings are on the plate for you. Isn't that wonderful? You also get measurements on the front, on the plate cover itself. Okay, so let's put the regular plate back on the machine, and we'll talk about some of the other functions on the machine. I'm going to unlock the machine, lock the machine again, press the button, and again, I'm going to raise this foot up, take this plate out, put my standard plate back in. Okay, clear my message, unlock the machine, and as you can see, all my stitches are back on the screen. Now, on the machine itself, I want to point out one thing. I do have a spool stand built in. This is a 2-thread spool stand. And what's so nice about that is having a 2-thread spool stand, I have 1 thread for sewing. I have a second spindle that I can thread up the machine for bobbin winding. This machine has an independent bobbin winder. So while I'm sewing, I simply push this over, hit the button, and my screen will show that it's winding a bobbin. So while the bobbin is winding, I can also sew at the same time. When it's done, it will simply click over. You get a message on your screen saying the bobbin winding is complete. How easy is that? Now, the other thing that I love about this machine is on the screen, I have 2 areas where I can choose my needle position. As you notice, 4.5 is my center needle position. I have 91 needle position on this machine. If I touch the plus key, well, if I can just touch it here, you can see it moving 1 increment at a time over to the right. Or I can come over here, right here where that looks like a little zigzag. This knob will do the same thing. I can just turn it to move my needle position. And again, 91 needle position. You have 45 to the left, 45 position to the right. The second thing right here, the 2.4, is my stitch length. On my straight stitch, the default setting is 2.40. I can do the same thing. I can increase my stitch length by touching the plus key, or I can use the knob and just simply turn it to increase my stitch length. The maximum stitch length is 5.0. That's what I would do if I was going to base something, whether I'm basting a quilt or I'm basting something for garment construction. This makes it very nice and easy to do. Not only that, on the machine itself, I have a tie-off key. Right here, those little bullseye, I have a tie-off key. And what that does is it makes a few little stitches and knot off my stitch so I don't have to do any reverse sewing at the end of my seams. I have a needle up, needle down key. I have a scissor key. This is what we talked about earlier. I can come up here, push the scissor key for it to cut my thread, top and bottom, or I can use my foot control. It also has a pressure foot lifter. It raises and lowers the pressure foot automatically. I have a reverse key here. The reverse key on our machines works two ways. If I want to sew in reverse, I simply hold on to the reverse, hold on to a reverse key, hold it down, it stitches in reverse. And if I'm doing a decorative stitch, I simply touch the reverse key, it will automatically tie off my stitch no matter where I am on my decorative stitching. My start stop button. This allows me to run the machine without having to use my foot control. This is a very good way to do this if you're going to do like free motion quilting or something like that and you're new at it, and this is a good way to start and you don't have to think about how fast my foot is moving and how fast my hand is going, where my foot. I just hit this, set my speed dial where it's comfortable for me, and just go. Now this machine, the speed dial, if I push it all the way over to the right, I'm stitching at 1,300 stitches a minute, and that is on straight stitch. So this machine stitches at 1,300 stitches a minute on straight stitch. Also, we have what's called a auto pivot or foot up feature on our machine. And what that does is, I'm going to put my foot back on. They just snap on and off the machine. I just snap the foot back on. And what the foot up feature does is this. I'm going to highlight it. So what happens is every time I stop sewing, the foot will automatically come up and the needle will stay down so I can do pivoting if I need to. Or if I need to do any kind of adjustment, I can do that. I don't even need to use my knee lift. Although the machine does come with a knee lift right here, but I don't need to use it because I have the automatic foot uplifter. I'm one of those that I never got used to using a knee lift, so it was a little bit difficult for me. So having this foot up feature is just great. Up here, next to it, on my buttonholes, as you can, that's my twin needle function. This one right here. That's my buttonhole. And as you can see, I've got 10 different buttonholes styles just right here. Now, another thing one thing nice about our machine is it tells you to pull down the buttonhole sensor. If I forget to pull this buttonhole sensor down, the machine won't form a buttonhole. So I don't know about you, but some of the older machines without this feature, I would forget to pull it down. I'll start sewing, and next thing I know, I'm wondering, why is my buttonhole getting so long? That's because I have forgotten to pull the buttonhole lever down. Well, this machine, it's dummy proof. It will not let you sew if that lever is not pulled down. The other thing right here is this two little scrolls. These are the beginning of my decorative stitches. As you can see, we have all types of stitches on this machine. There is 400 built-in stitches in the machine. We have a lot of different applique stitches for you guys that like to do applique. You have applique, you have very easy to use. M, you see the letter M on the stitch? that means the needle is in the center needle position. It's in the middle position. The R means the needle comes down in the right needle position. So, and then the L means the needle's in the left position. So it's very intuitive, very easy to use. Now, if you can see, I'm on page 6 of 37 pages for the decorative stitch. So if I want to see all my decorative stitches without having page through 37 stitches, up here in the top, I have a page. I simply select that and it will show me all my applique stitches by category. So instead of paging all through all those stitches, I'm on page 3 right now. I can tell by that. If I go down to the next page, I can see all my heirloom stitches. For those of you who like to do heirloom sewing, here's some heirloom decorative stitches on here. If I go down to the next page, these are my quilting stitches. There is my 1/4 inch piecing stitch. It automatically moves your needle over to the right for you to use your 1/4 inch foot. And don't forget, the machine comes with 2 different 1/4 inch foot. You have one with the guide, one without the guide. If I come down, I got more quilting stitches. And these couple of stitches right here, these last 6 stitches, these are what we call hand look stitch. Yes, this machine does have some hand look stitches built in. It is similar to what they call the Sashiko style stitches. And this is where you would use monofilament on the top and a lightweight thread on the bottom to give you that hand look stitch. We have some satin stitches and some bridge stitches, some decorative stitches. And like I said, there's 400 built-in decorative stitches in your machine. I just wanted you to see how wonderful they are. You have some long stitches and you have some nice little play stitches. So you can see they got a lot of stitches built in. Not only that, we have on the very right on the t-shirt, this is what we call sewing applications. In sewing applications, these are preset menu, and what they are is kind of like a sewing mentor or sewing instruction type thing. If you're new to sewing, let's say you're new to garment construction. Let's say you want to do top stitching. You select top stitching. Well, this one just had one thing. It automatically adjusts your stitch length to 3.0 for your top stitching, and your stitch length is at you're in a center needle position. Let's go back and look at a different one. Let's say you're doing stretch knits. Sewing knits are real big right now. Right here, it's asking you is what type of knits are you sewing on? A medium weight, lightweight, or a heavyweight knit. So the machine, what happens is when you go into here, if you look on medium knits, the needle is in the left needle position, okay? On your lighter weight knit, if I touch that, it's still in the left needle position. And the heavyweight knits, it's in the center needle position. So what happens is when you go to the different weights of fabric, the machine automatically moves the needle for the perfect placement of the needle to the relation to the fabric for stitching, and also it automatically adjusts the length and the tension for you. So it takes some of the guesswork out of it. And of course, you can go in there and adjust these stitches if you need to, okay? I know a lot of you are quilters, so up here, the heart with the feathers, I simply touch this, and I have all my quilting functions in here. We have patchwork piecing. Now, one thing nice about patchwork piecing is, if I go into here, by default, it's selected straight stitch. As you can see, the machine tell me to put the old foot on, and so I have the option of using the old foot. All our foot has a letter behind the foot, so you always know which foot to use as you go on, okay? Now, if you were doing something like half square triangles, you would go in here and do what's called lock-o-matic. What Lock-O-Matic does is you would mark one of your half square triangles where you want it to begin and end. You will start sewing in the very beginning, and you see up here on the screen, it will do a little back stitch in the very beginning. So when you come all the way down to your half square triangle where you want to end, you would touch your reverse key. That's what it's telling you right here. You hit the reverse key, it will do a little back stitch. After that, you will get a message on the screen asking you same size or different size. So if you're going to do the same size, you just keep stitching. You no need to sit there and mark every single half square triangle. Isn't that great? And you can just chain piece those half square triangles or chain piece your regular square. What a great way for using, some of the stuff in sewing applications. Let me touch this again. Another thing we want to show you is free motion quilting. In our machines, you have several ways of doing free motion quilting. Now, like the first stitch right here is telling you to use the hopping foot. That's the older foot that everybody's known for doing free motion quilting. We used to use this hopping foot. This is now what we call a mending foot. Or some of the older manuals, you might see it called a darning foot. We all know we don't darn by machine. So this is a hopping foot for either mending something, or you can do free motion quilting, thread painting, variable zigzag, all the different things like that. Now, if you are going to use a non-hopping foot, I will come here with this straight stitch 2. If you notice on straight stitch 2, it automatically changed to one of these foots. And right here is your free motion quilting foot. I'll just pull these out so you guys can see it. These are the 2 foot that you will put into the machine, and these 2 foot doesn't hop up and down when you're doing your free motion quilting. And what happens is when you hit step on the foot control to start doing your free motion quilting, the foot don't go all the way down to the plate, allowing you to move your fabric. That's what's so nice about sewing applications. Everything is preset for you. Let me go back to here again. Applique. In applique, we talked about this a little earlier. There's one function that you can only find in sewing application, and that is, if you're going to do applique, this is what I would do. First, you're going to select the foot up feature, which if you notice that's highlighted in yellow. That means every time you stop, the needle's going to come down, the foot's going to come up, and it's going to let you pivot. Now, right here, if you notice, I have a straight stitch right here, and there's your start over key right here, the little triangle with the line underneath it. The other thing I would do is select the cornering feature. This, you see where I have a corner right here for doing applique. Right here, if you notice, now I have a cornering right here underneath my start over key. So what you would do when you were doing applique, you do your straight stitch, and then when you get to the end, you stop, you pivot your fabric, hit the start over key. When you hit the start over key, the machine will automatically cycle back to the very first stitch. So what happens is it will do the 2 straight stitch first before it takes the bite. So you won't ever end up with that one stitch that comes up to the corner, and you never know when that's going to happen. No more counting stitches or anything like that. Isn't that great? I just love this feature. And this one feature can only be found in sewing application. Now, also one more thing I want to point out real quick. This is what we call, if you notice right here, it says plus feet. The plus feet in here, all these feet are optional feet that's not included with the machine. These are optional feet that you would purchase separately. This machine comes with 13 different feet already. So let's say you want to do something with like beading. You touch this, and it's asking you which beading foot you're going to use. You're going to use the narrower one or the wider one. So when you do this, it automatically adjusts the stitch width. And so you notice the Y one, the zigzag is 4.0 and the narrow one is 2.5. So it kind of presets it for you so you don't have to sit here and manually figure out how big of a zigzag do I need to stitch so that my needle don't hit the beads when I'm stitching it. So there's lots of little, you know, presets in here. Not only that, you can still adjust the stitch width if you wanted to. Usually, if I'm using a 2.5 width bead, I may want to adjust this a little bit wider, just so that in case my bead shifts a little bit, I don't end up hitting the bead. Okay, so go back to that. I'm going to exit out here. I'm going to take out the foot height. And to get back to my regular sewing, it's so simple. I just touch this. I'm back to my regular sewing. Now, what I want to do is this. I want to show you our dual feed foots. This is one thing that I just love about this machine. Now, the dual feed foot, I do have to change out the regular foot that's on the machine in order to put the dual feed foot on, okay? The dual feed foot comes with the standard foot right here, which is your standard zigzag foot. It allows me to sew multiple layers of fabric. Anything thick or anything slippery, it is so easy to sew with this foot. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Okay, I'm going to tighten the foot up. And what I'm going to do is this. I have some fabric here. This is like a cotton type, velvet type ribbon fabric. You can see it has a nap to it. Sewing this type of fabric is not that easy, as you know, because your fabric have a tendency of wanting to shift on you while you're stitching it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the fabric underneath the foot. I'm going to lengthen my stitch length some to, let's say, about 3.4. And I'm going to simply hit start. Oh, I'm going to come up here and let the machine know I'm going to use my dual feed fold holder. And you see the machine give me a message. Make sure I've attached that foot, and it engages my feeding mechanism on this foot. So when I hit start, and you see those fingers working, it's pulling the fabric straight through. As you can see, how it sewed the fabric nicely together. I didn't really have any shifting, anything like that, except I didn't hold on to the fabric. Here's the front, here's the back. Not only that, I can sew stuff like cork fabric. As you can see, this is an upholstery weight cork fabric. It's a little bit thicker than the normal cork fabric that you get. I can sew this easily on this machine without any issue. I have merino vinyl. I'm sewing on cork fabric to merino vinyl, just like that. No issue at all. The other thing I want to show you is this. I have 12 layers of cotton quilting fabric. This is 12 layers folded. As you can see, this is folded in half. Okay? I'm going to take this, start the machine, and get this under here. And I'm sewing through 12 layers of fabric. No issue whatsoever. I can even speed up the machine. As you can see. Oop. Well, you probably don't want to sew that fast. So the needle broke, as usual, when you're doing a live demo. And it doesn't help that my podium's kind of wiggling a little bit, as you can see. At home, you wouldn't have that issue as long as your machine is stable. So all I have to do is clear the message out, change out the needle, and I'm ready to go again. So if you have a little oopsie like this, it's no big deal. The machine gives you a little warning. All we need to do is replace the needle. And as you can see, I'm able to sew all multiple types of fabric using the standard zigzag plate and a size 14 needle without any issues. Okay, anybody have any questions? Blaine there yet?
Well, great job, Sam. I tell you what, the only question they have is how can they get it? Because, man, you made that thing look so awesome. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and I know we're going to see you again during the week.
Okay.
All right, so long. All right, guys, let's show you how you can get this. Now, this is the Elena 790 Pro computerized sewing machine. And again, guys, the pricing on this is $49.99. We have a call-in special for this, so you have to call in to get the Countdown to Christmas special. We have financing available for it, and it's going to be free shipping nationwide. 1-800-401-8151 to get yours. And I think it's time to bring Jane back to the show. And Jane, I think it's time to give something away. What do you think?
I think that's a great time. Always is a great time to give something away, Blaine. Thank you.
So I'm thinking a Porsche, maybe a Corvette.
I was thinking like a case of hundreds.
Yeah, I think that they probably wouldn't want a little toy Porsche or Corvette. They might want something sewing related. So we'll get something sewing related for them. But first of all, I got to talk to you a little bit about the show. The thing is going by so fast.
It's
and
crazy.
We always talk about this on Mondays. We always say, you know what, we're going to look up and it's going to be Friday and end of the show.
I know, and everyone is doing so great, and I love all the presentations, and I'm getting so inspired, and it's just so much fun. I want everything.
Well, I totally get it. And I got to remind everybody out there too, Jane, before we give something away. All right, so last week, you came by our regular show on Thursday. We kind of talked a little bit about this week. And one of the things we decided to do is Wednesday is Ugly Sweater Day.
So we're wearing ugly sweaters, your crew's wearing ugly sweaters, and everyone watching wears ugly sweaters.
Yes, everybody's watching. You got to commit to it. You got to wear your ugly sweater. Even though we can't see you, you have to do it. But here's the way we can see everybody, Jane. Everybody right now, take a picture. We've already got a bunch of them in, but take a picture of you and your ugly sweater. Send us an email to contest, plural. So it's CONTEST. Got
contest, plural.
Contest, plural. And at SewingMachinesPlus.com, send your pictures. Make sure you put your name in there. And Kennedy's putting a slideshow together. And as we get pictures in, we're just going to keep adding to the slideshow. But it'll be playing pre-game tomorrow. Basically, in the morning when we first go on air, we kind of go on air about 15 minutes before you and I come on. It'll be playing through the slideshow, and then every day we're going to end it. We'll probably play a little bit of the slideshow. So, but make sure y'all get your sweaters in, your pictures to us, and then everybody on Wednesday, make sure you're going to wear them, and we'll all be in our ugly Christmas sweater.
We'll all be festive together. I took my hat off, so I feel bad. So I'll put my hat back on. Okay.
Well, that's not your hat. That's your hoodie.
It's my hood, but whatever. I felt like I needed to put something on. We're talking about sweaters and decorating. I just decorate myself a little bit more. What a great idea. I love the slideshow. We'll keep adding on to it. It'll be like a whole movie of Countdown to Christmas by the end of the week.
And make sure you put your name. You can only, if you just want to put your first name, it's fine. But we want to put your name on the slide as it comes through so people know they can associate with the people that they're chatting with every day. And they'll get to see the picture of them. So
yes, and Cindy, we're going to hold it to you. You're not home right now, but you'll send it when you get home. And I know that applies to so many people. So when you get home, if you can't do it now, don't forget.
Yeah, and make sure, when you put your name, just tell us where you're from as well. And it'd be really cool to see that. But you got to commit to it, guys. There's a hundreds and hundreds of y'all watching today. Make sure that y'all all do this. I need the whole SMP Nation to get behind it and do it. I think we'll have a big hoot and a lot of fun doing it.
I love it so much. And somebody just said, I don't know where to get an ugly sweater. Make one. I got an idea.
Hey, you can go to Walmart and get you a sweater. I tell you, the
and then
ugly
just put
sweaters
some
are easy to find.
Embroidery on it, a couple embellishments. You're good to go.
I probably got some Christmas presents from some aunts sent me through the years that I could probably get an ugly sweater out of.
I have so many ugly Christmas sweaters. You know what I do with them? I cut the arms off, and I cut the sides, and I cut the top, and I just do 3-sided sewing, and I put it over a pillow. So when I'm done wearing that ugly Christmas sweater, it becomes like a throw pillow cover. That way I don't have to add new pillows. I just cover my existing pillows.
That's a good idea, Jane.
I know.
Great idea. Well, Jane, we're going to continue on, but we're going to give something away really quick right now.
Okay.
So we are going to give away another sew mat from SMP, world famous sew mat. You see them right there on the screen. And I'm going to let you do the honors, Jane.
Okay, everybody. I'm so excited to give away a sew mat. You're doing your machine a disservice if you don't have one. So Kennedy, spin that wheel. Let's see what you got. Who's feeling lucky? Oh, congratulations, blue ringed octopus.
That's an unusual name right there.
Okay.
Blue
I
ring.
thought maybe you guys knew
watching
blue
from
ringed octopus,
YouTube.
and I was the one that was thinking it was hard to say.
Yeah. So blue ringed octopus is watching today from YouTube. So to claim your prize, you need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize, fill out all the information complete, and most importantly, tell us what color of sew mat you want and what size you want, and we'll ship that free right to your doorstep.
Lane, can they pick any color sew mat or any pattern?
They can get any of them, and we'll send it free, any size, and they have 30 days to claim that prize, Jane.
I love it. 30 days. They're probably claiming it right now. Why wait 30
Probably so.
days? You can have it in 30 days.
I'm telling you.
Maybe
All
I'll
right,
pick
Jane. Well, I'm going to get off here and let you go, because I know
Okay.
we've got some more great sessions coming up, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Okay, thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody, let's keep the party going. Congratulations. And I'm sure we'll have more giveaways because we know it's Santa Blaine. But moving on, we have got Aubrey Hartman here. She is an area sales manager with Butler Robotics. Now, Aubrey has a long history with thread, fabric, and a sewing needle, don't we all? She's been sewing since she was 5 years old when she took a kid's quilting class, and she's never looked back. She has a degree in theatrical costume design. I love that so much. And she enjoys making her own clothes and especially her yearly Halloween costume. She is a woman after my own heart. Please say hello to Aubrey Hartman.
Hi, Jane. Hi, SMP Nation.
Aubrey, I'm super excited. Okay, what were you for Halloween this year?
Well, this year I decided that I needed to be something just a little bit different. The theme of the party was Disney villains, so I went as Iago, who was the sidekick to Jafar in Disney's Aladdin cartoon movie.
I can
So I
only
dressed up like a
imagine what you're-
bird.
Yeah?
But it was a 1950s themed dress. So I had a big poofy dress and I did a wig up with feathers in it. It was a lot of fun.
I love it so much. Of course, your costumes, you probably go to parties and you feel like you're in the costume set, you're on a movie set because you're so good.
Absolutely. It's
I
so
love
much
it.
fun.
Okay, I could talk to you all day about sewing costumes because it's my favorite, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let you talk about the King Quilter 2 and the Butler Robotics.
Well, thank you, Jane. Hi, everybody. It's so great to be here. I actually get to be here with you guys all week long, so I'm really excited about that. I will be here every day talking about my King Quilter 2 Elite and my Butler Robotics system. So you guys are going to go on a full quilting journey with me because I have a whole quilt here on my King Quilter 2 frame, and we are just going to work through the whole thing this week because why not? Then I'll have a Christmas present to give somebody. So I'm going to go ahead and go over a couple features of both the King Quilter 2 and the Butler Robotics system each day, and you guys can just go on this journey with me. So thanks so much for being here. I'm really excited. So one thing I want to tell you guys about my King Quilter is I am a new owner and I am so happy to have this. So if you guys are shopping for a long arm go ahead and put this in your bucket this week, because I know Blaine has got some great specials on it, and this is going to be the machine for you. I just love it. What was great about this is I got to choose my frame size. I am in my home studio in North Carolina, so howdy y'all. I needed a 10-foot frame because I didn't have room for a 12-foot frame, and a lot of machines come with that. So I got to choose my 10-foot frame, and it was so easy to put together, and it is really easy to use. So when I need to advance my quilt, it's the click of a couple little locks on the side, and it advances quick and easy. And I just love how easy it was to set up and use. The other nice thing about the King Quilter 2, and I'm going to slide it over here. I know you can see how pretty the design work is here on the side. It's just gorgeous, but right next to it is my threading system. So you don't have to reach to the back of your machine to thread it. All of the threading is right here in the front of the machine, which makes it really simple, really easy. It's not a complicated threading system, so anybody can use this machine. It's wonderful. The other thing I love about this machine is my lighting system. So the King Quilter 2 Elite comes with all of this extra lighting. It's both in this wonderful handlebar system as well as right here in the needle. I know you guys are getting a crazy glare on camera with this. So right here on the screen, I've got a light bulb that is lit up. So I've got my lighting here on the screen. I'm gonna pull this closer so hopefully you guys can see that. I've got a little yellow bar here that I can slide, and that is changing the lighting here on my handlebars, so you guys can see that go in and out. I'm actually going to turn that off to turn your glare down, and now all you see is the light that is here on the needle, but you can see how widespread that is, and that's awful helpful when you're quilting. But I'm going to go ahead and turn that off for this video as well. That way you guys can actually see my fabric and what's going on, since we're at a limited camera angle with just one camera today. So now I'm gonna go ahead and look at my Butler robotic system here. Now what I've got here is the professional system. There are 3 different Butler robotic systems that you can choose from. We've got the basic, the deluxe, and the professional with Sewing Machines Plus. So you've got 3 different things to choose from with 3 different price points. I'm sure Blaine's got a great special on those this week for Countdown to Christmas. He always does a good job with getting you the best deals. This one comes with a 12-inch display, so it is the largest. But if you go to the basic, that comes with an 8-inch display, or the deluxe, and that comes with a 10-inch display. The other wonderful things about the Butler robotic system is they come preloaded with designs. So your patterns are already loaded in here, so you don't have to worry about shopping for patterns online right away when you get your product. You can get started immediately because there are patterns already loaded here in the system. I can show you on the screen that we've got just a whole library here. If you get the basic system, you're loaded with 160 patterns already. The deluxe system comes with 260 patterns, and the professional system, which is what I have here, comes preloaded with 500 patterns. And if you think about the value that you get there, it's just incredible, because if you go shopping online, I don't have to tell you if you've done this already, patterns will run you anywhere from $8 to $25 a piece, depending on what designer you're buying from, and that is a lot of money, and those are already included in here. If you want to buy, you can. Really easy to download those onto a USB stick and pop them right in here if you need something special, but boy, do you have plenty to start with. I just love it. So I'm going to go ahead and show you a couple of my favorite features. And like I said, you guys are with me all week this week. So we are going to quilt this whole quilt, and then I'm going to have a gift to give away at Christmas time. So I appreciate you going on this journey with me. Now, I hope you can see this is a little winter quilt. I've got fabric here with snowflakes, a little bit of blue. There are little birch trees on here with some squirrels, so we're going to keep a winter theme going on. I've got some trees and some other things planned out. But on this little piece here, and I don't know how well you can see it, it's blue with snowflakes, and I've been using my channel locks that are built into the Butler system. And what those are going to do is allow you to quilt perfectly straight lines, vertically, horizontally, and diagonally on your fabric without having to add additional equipment onto the carriage of your machine. So I have been using my channel locks to create a little bit of a plaid pattern because plaid goes along with Christmas. Everybody loves a good buffalo plaid or something like that during the holiday season. So I'm adding a little bit of plaid onto this fabric here. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get my screen up closer to you. We've got features down both sides here. I'm going to go to my home button up here. I don't know how well you can see that. And then when I look over on this side of my screen, that is where my channel locks are located. And I've got a horizontal, a vertical, and a diagonal channel lock. So those engage simply by touching those buttons. So first, I think I'm going to do a horizontal line across my fabric here. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to turn on my vertical channel lock so that my machine cannot move vertically. It can only move horizontally. So I'm going to come over here to my start point, and I do have that marked on my quilt. I am not a good guesser, so I did use a marking pencil and marked out exactly where I wanted my lines. I'm just not that good. I am going to use my handlebar buttons. I've got a needle up, needle down button here, so I always use that. It is super handy. And I am just going to put my needle in my fabric and pull my bobbin thread up so that is out of the way. I am going to go ahead and engage that vertical channel lock once again so that I can only move from right to left. I am going to use the start stop button on my other handlebar and go ahead and turn that on. And I am now just moving my machine across my fabric. It might be a little bit loud because I've got my microphone here. But it is stitching a perfectly straight line across that fabric for me. And if you can see, I've got one finger on the handlebar. That's it. It is that simple for you to be able to quilt perfectly straight lines on your fabric. So I'm reaching the end of my little quilt top here. I'm going to disengage that really quick. Go up to my next mark, which is going to be about 3 stitches because I'm going about 1/4 of an inch apart here. I am going to re-engage that channel lock, and I am going to move back in the other direction. Once again, I've got one finger on those handlebars. Super quick, super simple, super easy. That channel lock is doing all the work for me, keeping that straight and easy. No need for a ruler, no need for me to mark this whole line across my quilt and try really hard to keep on track. I don't have to. The automation system is doing it for me. I love that about the Butler Robotics and having this built-in feature. And this comes on both the Deluxe and the Professional. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. I'm going to turn off my lock, bring my thread up to the surface so that I can grab my bobbin thread and nip that off. And it was that easy to get those 2 lines of stitching there. And I am just collecting a little pile of thread tails at the end to throw in the garbage. To do your channel locks up and down, we can go ahead and do that. And once again, I marked all of this on this fabric because I am just not that good at guesstimating. So I'm going to go ahead and line up with the mark so that I can put a vertical line here. I'm going to go ahead and bring my thread up with that needle up, needle down button that's on my King Quilter too. I'm going to stay in line, and I'm going to put the horizontal lock on so I cannot move my machine back and forth. I'll only be able to move it forwards and back. I'm going to go ahead and start my machine with my start stop button on the handlebars, and I'm going to just pull it forwards. And I'm just going to take 1 stitch back and turn it off. Needle up, needle down. I'm going to disengage my channel lock so that I can move my machine to be able to pull that thread up with my bobbin and get that locked off. And get those tails cut off. So it's that easy, and I don't know if you guys can see that with the camera, that I am putting this little plaid pattern across the whole piece of fabric. I hope that the clarity of the camera will kind of bring that through for you guys a little bit. It's great to do contemporary quilting with this, doing grid work. If you're someone who likes to do just a quick and easy line work on your patterns, sometimes if you like to stitch in the ditch, this is a great way to get really straight lines if you've pieced your quilt really straight. And some other things I like to do is just spacing my quilt down. I put a straight line across my batting. That way I can line my quilt top up with that, and then I go ahead and base my quilt down using my channel locks. That way I know everything is perfectly straight. I even use it down the side of my quilt. So it's a great feature to have built in on that robotic system. You know you're getting a straight line every time, and you don't have to use rulers or mark your whole quilt out. All right, the next thing I want to do is we're going to go in this piece of fabric up here with the cute little squirrels on it. I'm going to actually lay out an edge-to-edge design for you guys to look at. That way you can see how that works. I know a lot of people who purchase automation. That's one of the top reasons that they purchase automation. Though we love to do free motion quilting, sometimes you don't want to stand in front of your machine and free motion for hours and hours on end. Automation is going to allow you to go ahead and program in the design that you want, set it, and walk away, and then check on your machine when it's time to move on to the next row. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this up so that you can see this for a second. I'm going to go to my layout tab here, and when I hit that, it is going to bring me to a different screen down the side here. It's in hot pink this time. And I'm going to add a layout box. And what's great about the Butler Robotics is it's going to give you instructions across the bottom of your screen every step of the way. So it's telling me to set the first point of my pattern box. So I'm going to actually be setting points across this one piece of fabric. I'm going to go to my top left corner of this piece of fabric with those cute little squirrels on it, and I'm going to hit the plus sign that's on the bottom of my screen. It's now telling me to set the next point of my pattern box, so I am going to come down to the bottom left or the bottom right corner. And it has drawn a pink diagonal line across my screen. I'm not sure that you can see that, but with setting 2 points, I can hit a check mark, and it has now put a large orange rectangle on my Butler Robotics screen, and that is my layout box. So it has essentially created this whole piece of fabric here for me in just 2 clicks. And that is so simple. You can use 4 points if you wanted to do all 4 corners. If you're doing a triangular area, you can set 3 points to put a layout area. You could do hexagons. If you're trying to make a circle, you could set 50 points on it. It doesn't matter. You just keep marking points until you get the shape that you're looking for. It's now time to add the pattern that we want in here. So I'm going to go ahead to my pattern tabs. And because I already picked out what I want, I'm going to go to recents. Oops, didn't touch that very well. Recents. And here are my little Christmas trees that I want to use. So I'm going to hit the check mark in the corner, and it has put one set of cute little Christmas trees here in my pattern box for me. But I need more than that. One little set is just not going to do. I have a button here that's going to allow me to repeat as many times as I see fit. So I've got a horizontal repeat and a vertical repeat here. So I can add and see how many would fit across the screen there and manually do that myself. And I can take them away if I want, if there are too many there. So this is a great way to manipulate your pattern design and get what you want. But down here is my best friend, and it says autofill. And when you hit the autofill button, it is going to take care of everything for you. It's going to add in the designs and scale it to the perfect size of my quilt layout area for me, making it so easy and not making me do a lot of work. So I'm going to hit my autofill button. It has put in the perfect amount of repeats, scaled it perfectly to fit the size. The design goes from the top of my box to the bottom of my box, and from edge to edge perfectly. I've got my start point and my stop point. It can't be any simpler than that to do an edge-to-edge design. I am happy with this. I don't need to change it in any way. So I'm going to go ahead and hit my home button. And when you hit your home button, not only is that where your locks are for your channel locks, but that's also where your buttons are for your start and stop. I'm going to go ahead and hit my start button. And when I hit my start button, I also want to make sure you see you have to hit your needle button so it stitches. If you don't hit your needle button, it's going to just trace out your design, which is helpful and nice to have if you want to make sure something fits. You can always trace your design out, but if you actually want to stitch it, you have to make sure that needle's engaged. So I've got my needle engaged. I'm going to move it just down to this end to save the machine a little bit of trouble. I'm going to hit my green start button. It comes up with some information, and the most important piece of information is the Butler system reminding you to make sure that the needle is up on your King Quilter 2. It is not in my fabric, so I am ready to go. I'm going to hit my check mark, and my machine is ready to stitch. It has taken one stitch to pull up my bobbin thread, and it says make sure that you do that. I've done that. I'm going to hit my green check mark. And my King Quilter 2 is going to take some tie-off stitches, and it is ready to go. And it is now going to take its time and stitch out that pattern. So we're going to let that run in the background. So if you're looking for a machine today, you can get your King Quilter 2. If you're looking for a combination, maybe you're ready to go, you want to get that King Quilter 2 and an automation system. They go together perfectly. King Quilter 2, Butler Robotics. You've got choices of what systems you want. Maybe you've got a long arm at home already and you've been thinking really hard about automation. Maybe this is the time that you do that. Maybe the Butler system is going to be the perfect fit for you, because guess what? It's a universal system. It doesn't matter what long arm you've got at home or how old that long arm is that you've got at home. It will go on any long arm. So you have to give Blaine's team a call and be like, hey guys, I saw this girl online and she was working pretty hard with a robotic system. I think it's time that I get one. And it's really simple because you're adding a screen onto your robot or onto your machine, and then you're adding a cool little box. It's a motor box. It goes onto the front of your carriage, and this is what's driving your machine right now. It's very simple. It's got little pulley systems on it, and that's what's driving it across your frame. So it's not complicated. It's not hard to install yourself. Very simple, and you've got a machine that's doing all of this hard work for you, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the holidays. I just love it. And I find it really easy to learn because it's an intuitive system. And I don't know if it's something that you saw on my screen, but there is a little I here, and I stands for information. So if while you're working with the system and you're not sure what something does, you can hit that I and hit any of the icons on the screen, and it will actually come up with what looks like a film strip. And if you hit that after you've downloaded the videos, you can watch an entire video on how that feature works. No paging through instruction manuals, no having to search for videos online. It's right there on your tablet once you've gone ahead and done that yourself. So I think it's a great system. I think you'd love it. I know I really enjoy working with it. So if it's time for automation, if it's time for a new long arm machine, if it's time for a big purchase, maybe this is the week for you. And you can see what it does because you're going to be here with me all week. I really enjoy my system and what it can do. So if there are any questions, maybe it's time to go back to Blaine, see if he's got anything for me. Maybe there'll be something, or no, we're going back to Jane. Jane, maybe she's got some questions, or maybe she's going to tell you how you can get a King Quilter 2, a King Quilter 2 combination, or just a Butler Robotics system.
Wow. I mean, Aubrey, great job.
Thank you.
Everybody's like, okay, I either need a bigger house or I need this in my room right now. And they can't wait to spend the week with you. So great job, Aubrey. Thank you so much. I can't wait to spend the week with you, but let me tell everybody how to get their hands on this King Quilter and the Butler Robotics. Thank you. We'll see you later this week.
Absolutely, Jane.
So everybody say thank you to Aubrey. Wow, she's so great. I'm so excited to have met her today. So let's tell everybody about the King Quilter and the Butler Robotics. So there you go. You've got your King Quilter 2 Elite Long Arm Quilting Machine. You see it right there. And you're seeing your beautiful Christmas pricing for $6,299. But guess what? There is a call-in special. So call 800-401-8151. Santa Blaine is absolutely going to take care of you. And again, you see that you're getting the free bonus, but call in. They'll give you all the details. 800-401-8151. Of course, you can also chat live with our friends at smplive.tv. They're waiting for you there. Now let's move on. There you go. You've got the Robotics Basic Edition. Now that has an 8-inch EPC display. And again, there's a call-in special there. Aubrey put it so perfectly. You're adding this to the machine. It's making it so much better. That's your 8-inch EPC display. I love that. 800-401-8151 to get this in your cart to find out what that special is today. We'll move on to the next one. And oh, you guys are too fast for me. This is the deluxe edition. So this has everything that the basic edition has, except it's a 10-inch screen. And it's got 260 free patterns. It's got the channel locks. It's got text, crop, morph, quilt layout guide, the automatic scaling, and point to point. And you're seeing a great price there. It's got the just basic, boom. Now you're at deluxe edition. Great price. Call 800-401-8151 if you think the deluxe is for you. I love that. And guess what? Oh yeah, there is a pro edition as well. Boom, there's your pro edition. That is a 12-inch EPC screen. Great pricing on that. Not that much more than the deluxe edition. Again, it's Santa Blaine. So you know what happens. You call in for a special. You're getting everything that's included in the basic edition, everything that's included in the deluxe edition, plus you've got additional fonts, yay, and point-to-point channel locks, and 500 free patterns. Yes, you heard it here. So that is a great buy for that great price. Again, call in for the special 800-401-8151. Of course, you can always chat at smplive.tv. You can still get that call-in special when you chat directly with them at the website smplive.tv. Wow, a lot of you are kind of like, I just got this. I love it so much. And someone's like, oh, I want to upgrade to the next one. And this is the best thing. I'm learning a lot from Aubrey. So I'm really excited to be with her all week and learn so much more from her. If you're teetering and you don't know what you're going to do yet, keep it in the cart. I would say call. Find out more. 800-401-8151. Right, Blaine? You want him to call? Oh, no, it's not Blaine. It's just me. How did I forget? I'm always used to Blaine coming in. Okay, well, let's keep the party going. You guys having fun? Yes, thank you. Okay, good. I know you need the professional level. Was that Lisa? Okay, let's move on. Thank you very much. Aubrey Hartman was fantastic. We'll see her later on this week. So we're going to keep things moving with the Sew Steady. I love this. We're going to talk about Sew Steady tables. And joining us is Stacy Louie. You know her, you love her. She is the marketing coordinator at Tip Bar Inc. And you see her on the Sew Steady live events and shows. She's always puts on a great presentation, always gives you all the great information with the Sew Steady tables. And I'm excited to say hi to Stacy. Hi, Stacy.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me come on today. And I've got my amazing mother here today too, Mindy.
Hi, Mom. How are you?
Good. So as many of you may know, or maybe you don't know, we are a family-owned business. And so we get to work together, which is a lot of fun.
It is.
And so we are super excited because while I would love to talk about Sew Steady tables, and you know, Jay and I could talk about Sew Steady tables every day, all day, I am actually going to be introducing something brand new today to Sewing Machines Plus, brand new in the last month to the world, which is a new line that we're bringing out called Embroidery.
Embroidery. This is breaking news, friends. Yes. This is brand new from Sew Steady called Embroidery. Stacey, I'm going to let you take this away with your mom, Mindy. I'm super excited that Mom's here, and I can't wait to hear all about Embroidery. So I'm going to let you guys go. Tell us about it.
Thank you so much. So embroidery, everybody questions, what is embroidery? Well, it's a play on words because westerly rulers, where we came from, which are kind of been our main, one of our main template, our product lines over the last really almost 10 years now, is Westerly is a design creator. They're a design mecca, really. And so we had the opportunity to purchase them and all of their amazing tools and designs in the last 5 years. And we had in the back of our mind that we were going to be able to take all of these amazing ruler designs, which I am so excited about, and make them available in embroidery collections. And not just that, but embroidery is where ruler work meets embroidery. And so what we're going to be really showcasing in our collections is the opportunity to not just take this amazing ruler design now turned embroidery design and be able to easily finish your quilts with these designs, because that's what they're originally for. They're quilting in the hoop designs, if you will, because they're all single stitch, minimal thread breaks. The goal of these designs is to finish your projects.
Right.
And so our goal is now to show you how you can take these designs and you can combine them with your embroidery and easily finish a project. So if you've got a really fun, whimsical embroidery design that you want to finish around, you can easily take these embroidery designs that are meant for finishing your quilts and projects and be able to combine that with it. Or you can actually get inspired if you're a ruler quilter and you still love using these quilting templates. You can get inspired by all of the amazing designs that we have in our lookbooks. So we've got 2 collections right now, but I am telling you, there are so many more to come. This is just the beginning of our embroidery collections. So right now we started with our Starry Night series. Now this is kind of a wow series because this is actually 16 different template block sets. That's over 40 rulers.
Yeah, it's a lot.
In all. It's a finished quilt, which this is absolutely gorgeous. It's on our calendar this year. That's created by our amazing creators that are out there, all of our community. But this quilt we actually have on the front of our calendar, and this is done with embroidery. And this was done using the 16 block designs that are included in this embroidery collection. And what they did is they just did an applique. And we call it template quilting, but as we're getting into the embroidery world, we're going to call it reverse applique. And they just basically use these 8-inch block designs to create this gorgeous finished quilt that you see right here. And this is our Starry Nights collection. There are 663 designs in this collection. With it, we provide a lookbook. And in that lookbook, we are giving you all kinds of inspiration. But that's not all, because with the 663 designs that you're getting on this USB stick, we're giving you a lookbook that's chock full of projects. We're giving you a font collection with that as well. And in addition to that, you're able to go ahead and get the inspiration to finish that quilt that you see on the cover. It comes with all of those block designs. It comes with a total of 60 fill designs, 95 quilt block designs, 118 border designs, and these borders are incredible. So we're gonna have a trunk show today too. And I'm going to show you some of the projects that we've already created with these designs. I'll give you a little tour of the lookbook. And then we've got a little project that we've been working on that we are actually going to be telling you about for the first time, that's involving our kind of the beginner, if you will, of our embroidery collection, which is our sampler set. So, but this Starry Night series basically comes with this gorgeous lookbook. And with that, you are getting just all kinds of fun project ideas. We're giving you purse ideas. You're getting table runners. You're getting a really fun little pillow project. So the ideas just are there. We've got 3 different classes that you get to be part of if you buy into this collection that are tied directly into this collection itself. And then just the sky's the limit when you have 663 designs to choose from. So this is on sale this week only through Sewing Machines Plus for 50% off. So that means that you can get this 663 embroidery designs that are all inspired by ruler work for $149, regularly $299. So an amazing deal to be able to take advantage of. One of the things that I get really excited about in this lookbook too is that when we're showing you the designs and we're showing you the inspiration behind each of the projects, we're telling you what rulers were used to create it. And so you have the ability to take this lookbook and translate it into a lookbook, a design idea, a creative outlet for what you might already have in your ruler collection if you've been one of our Westerly Design Quilting ruler fans. If not, you've got the opportunity to be able to create all of those designs that you've always wanted to create with these gorgeous ruler work designs now with your embroidery files. But that isn't all, because they also come in long arm formats. So I was super excited when we were just seeing the presentation before with the butler, because I thought, oh my goodness, so you could take all of these designs, and if you choose to get them with the long arm formats, then you have the opportunity to program them on your long arm and be able to get these gorgeous designs that way. So the lookbook is just stunning with the inspiration ideas. You can go on and you can see a lot of the inspiration ideas on the website, but we definitely encourage you to kind of get in there and see all that you can do with these designs. It's sorted out by 2 blocks at a time. So there's 8 different collection pages, if you will, that we share with you in there. But you get all kinds of awesome border ideas. You get the full block designs, you get fill designs. So I'm just super excited about this collection. But the really, really fun collection, and the one that I think gets me most excited, is our sampler set collection, because it is kind of that's our base. That's where we came from. That's where we started with quilting designs. Our sampler set is probably the #1 template set that we've ever sold. And with that, what we've done is we've taken the Quilt As You Go class series. And this is that beginner class series that we taught everyone how to do ruler work with. And we have now incorporated all of the designs in that into a embroidery collection that includes 263 designs. So you now have an embroidery collection with 263 designs, of which there's about 65 fill designs. In there you also get another around 50 full block designs. You get 23, it looks like another 33 or so border designs. And then we have corner motif designs with that as well. So it's just such an amazing opportunity to be able to take a lot of those beginner designs that we've had, and we've got some inspiration here. So I think that this is time to start showing the trunk show that's related to the sampler set. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with this one. So this one, it gets me really excited because this is a project. This is the Quilt As You Go class series that we have right here. And I'm going to get you a little bit closer so I can show you this quilt. But this quilt was created with the opportunity to be able to share with you that you can now create all of these gorgeous designs with your embroidery collection. So this quilt is stemmed from our Quilt As You Go class series, which we have done for ruler work for years. And now we actually have all of these designs available for embroidery. And you can see some of the fill designs, and you can see some of the amazing ruler work designs. And these might look familiar again if you've done ruler work in the past, because these are really, really popular ruler work designs that we've done with our quilting templates that are now available for embroidery. So all of these files are available in to fit in a 4-inch hoop size. Most of them are available to fit in a 6-inch and then an 8-inch as well. So you're getting, so what we did is if we had an 8-inch design or a design that was bigger than 8 inches, we sized it down so it also fit in a 6 and a 4-inch hoop. We want to recognize that ideally we want everyone that has kind of a starter embroidery machine to be able to use these designs. So all of the designs fit in a 4-inch hoop design. Some of them are in 6-inch, and then some of them are in 8-inch as well. So there's so much potential for being able to do edge-to-edge quilting with this. Some of these designs, like this one, is a perfect edge-to-edge quilt design right here. Let me get a little bit closer so you can kind of see that particular design. But it's just a really pretty one, a little flower design. And so we've created it with the opportunity to do the edge-to-edge quilting with that. This is another fun one that would be great for edge-to-edge design. And so there's so many awesome designs in this collection that you can really do that type of work with. So this particular class, this is our Quilt As You Go class series for Really Work. We're turning this into our embroidery class. It's going to be launching in February, and this might just be available first through Sewing Machines Plus. So we've got some opportunity to work directly with them on Thursday classes, and so this could be one of them coming soon. So stay tuned for that. Let them know if this is a class that you'd love to see, being able to learn more about. This is our Quilt As You Go class series using our new sampler set from our embroidery collection that will allow you to make this gorgeous quilt. What's the overall size of this?
I think it is 40 by 40.
40 by 40 in size. Okay. And so this is, again, our Quilt As You Go class series sampler quilt, and that's using the Embroidery sampler set collection. Now, the next project I think we wanted to show off is the table runner. And this is actually, again, yep, that's part of the sampler set embroidery collection. Now check out these amazing designs. So this is, again, kind of doing that template quilting. So we talk a little bit about the template quilting there. And so you're able to go ahead and take these embroidery designs and then do the cutaway. And so all of these are part of the sampler set embroidery collection. And some of the designs that I really love are also these little mini motif designs. And so the collection comes with 12 6 mini motif designs. And so this is one of those fun little mini motif designs. You can kind of see the circle in the corner there. That's part of it. And these are part of the mini motif designs too. And again, a really fun border edge to edge design right there. So this is actually the cover of our sampler set embroidery collection. So if you know Westerly Design, you know that they are prolific for designing. And so this sampler set is one of, I'm going to guess, 50 plus different sets that we have in our line.
More than that.
So our goal is to continue to release more embroidery collections. So the sampler set is really our first of many, many, many embroidery collections that we're going to be releasing, all really designed initially for allowing you to quilt in the hoop and finish your projects, but amazing for being able to do little mini motif designs to embellish projects. And then, of course, being able to use some of these fill designs to do other gorgeous things with as well. So let's go ahead and show one last.
She also did the reverse applique on that one.
Yeah, that's the template quilting or the reverse applique. You can really see that right here, but that's where you're layering your fabric and then you're doing the cutaway. So she took this, which is one of our designs that's part of that Quilt As You Go class series. She layered the fabric and then did the cutaway after she did the embroidery of this block design. Now this block design, I believe, is the 6-inch size. So she took that 6-inch block design and then did the cutaway with it. And that's part of that sampler set collection. So many fun ideas in there that you're going to get inspired by. This also comes with 3 free classes that you can take part in. that with the purchase of your embroidery collection. Let's show one more project off. This one actually incorporates ruler work and embroidery. And this is where I get really excited because, you know, we obviously love rulers here at Sew Steady Westerly Design. But we also see that there's an opportunity, and you can even speak to this a little bit, on loving embroidery too. And, you know, I think, Mom, you can speak to why you've kind of fallen in love with embroidery recently.
Well, I've had a shoulder injury.
Mm-hmm.
And so using the rulers, I can't do anything out in front of me. So right now, that's a challenge with the rulers. However, I got the same look with the embroidery, so it didn't stop me in my sewing room. I could keep going and keep creating and doing something I still love to do.
And so she's got lots and lots of projects lined up for everyone in 2024 with these embroidery collections. So I'm super excited about it because I love to keep my mom busy.
Yes, she does.
But this project is actually combining ruler work and embroidery. And I'm sure some of you could probably guess where that ruler work is coming in, but it's actually coming in on just all of the line work. So there's lots of great tools for doing ruler work with just simple line work. We've got a couple of them here. We've got our Sash Lee template, which we love using. We've got our straight ruler. This is our 12-inch arc ruler that we give everyone to get started with rulers. That's great for doing line work. But what you can see here is that this was a project that my mom and Donna McCauley teamed up on. She's one of our accredited teachers. And they just took these embroidery designs and then just did some simple border work around each of them to finish them. And then did a quilt as you go style technique. And here we have this gorgeous quilt done really pretty quickly and efficiently with the embroidery collection. So this is actually designs out of our embroidery collection. I think it's this collection 2 of our sampler set series. So the embroidery collection series that we're selling, again, the whole series comes with 3 collections. Each collection is inspired by certain blocks out of the Quilt As You Go class series. And so you really have the opportunity to get a really fun variety because this template set, the sampler set, includes templates of all kinds of designs. You see circles in there, you see straight lines, you see arcs, you see flower designs. So there's just so much opportunity and inspiration that you get from this embroidery collection that you will not be disappointed. And again, really focused on quilting and the hoop. Some of the questions that we've got are, will it work with the BQM, which I believe is part of the new Bernina line? And yes, all of these designs are formatted for that. We have them all formatted to work for long arm as well. So if you have a long arm machine, what we're saying is that we will actually include the long arm USB with the purchase of your embroidery collection for your domestic for $5 more, because we know that the long arm files are not going to be quite as many without the fills and without the additional bean stitch designs, but you're also going to be able to use it for your long arm machines. So many of you are going to have both, right? You're going to have a domestic embroidery machine and potentially a long arm machine as well that has that opportunity. So being able to get it for both is ideal. So we have that for you. So what we wanted to show today is just kind of a little start to one of our Quilt to Go projects. Oh yeah, let's show a little bit more inspiration before we dive over to that. And then as you're getting that embroidery project going, we can show a little bit more inspiration from the Starry Nights series. So this is yet again, more to come. These are all designs that are included in your sampler set series collection. So I told you, because this is inspired by a variety of templates, it's our sampler set, it's our set of templates that has really the most variety in it. You're going to see the straight lines, like the parabolic curve embroidery design in that. You're going to see this gorgeous design, which is our Spin Effects number 4 template that's obviously mini sized right here, but you're able to go ahead and stitch out a gorgeous design like that that would be amazing for a edge to edge or fill designs. And then you're going to see this gorgeous little flower design right there that you see on there. And that is part of our collection 3, which is kind of a miniature size again. That's a 3.5-inch design. So all kinds of gorgeous designs that you can use to just embellish and finish your projects so quickly. Again, being able to finish your quilts with ease. You can see a little bit about the back of these projects, but again, because they're designed to be single stitch and be able to really have minimal thread breaks, you're able to do that and really not worry about any of that extra stuff that you would normally have.
That'll really show up on that one because that's the back side.
That's true. So we'll show that. Maybe what we'll get started with is having you start one of the designs that is going to be part of that Quilt As You Go series.
Sure.
And then I'll show them the last two pieces of inspiration,
Okay.
which are tied to the Back to the Starry Night series. So we're going to head over to the drawing board here, and you're going to prepare your quilt sandwich, and then you've already got one that you've already started on the embroidery machine here. So I'll bring the camera over to show that off as well.
Well, and I can take this off because I'm going to need to go back over there anyway. So.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Okay, so this is the amazing design area here. My mom does have an awesome sewing room, which we love to be able to show off. So, and she gets to do a lot of fun work in here. So it's fun to be able to bring people to the sewing room. And so what we've got going here is she is sharing with you one of those designs that's part of that gorgeous quilt that we showed you earlier. That's the designs that are in the Quilt As You Go class series. And you can see this design pretty well now that we're close up. But this is one of the fill designs, one of those 60 fill designs as part of the Embroidery Sampler Set, Starter Set collection. And so she has prepared her fabric, and she's used a crosshair square, which is part of our Westerly Design accessories, to be able to mark center on that block. And this is a 12.5-inch crosshair square, really easy for being able to mark your fabric pretty simply. Obviously, there's lots of different embroidery tools out there. What we love this for is just knowing that we've kind of got those registration marks on the fabric ahead of time when we're getting our fabric into the hoop. So she's going to go ahead and hoop that up. I'm going to see if we have any questions, and then we're going to head over and just show you how easy it can be to be able to jump in and really get this on these gorgeous ruler work designs that, let's be honest, might take a little bit of time to do if you were to do hand ruler work.
It takes a lot more time.
Which is a love. I mean, that's why we do this, right? We love
it's not
to
a
create.
Yeah, as Leonie used to say, it's not a race.
It's not a race. It's you know,
it's
enjoying.
It's a pursuit.
It's a pursuit, and it's enjoying getting there. And so taking these gorgeous ruler designs and being able to do them in embroidery is just part of the opportunity that we have with all of these designs. So just to let you know, a couple fun things that I can share is the next design collection that we're going to be releasing is going to be feathers. And I'm super excited about this because I think feathers are some of those. I know you don't love feathers, Mom.
Well, it's not that I don't love them. I just have a hard time designing everything completely around them.
Yeah. So we're going to be showing off feathers, and we're going to have a couple of really fun projects that are going to be tied into that. That'll be releasing later this winter, early spring. And so just all kinds of fun things that we've got coming up with this embroidery collection. The class projects that we're going to be, that are coming with this are another really cool thing. So you can see that we've got the USB plugged in, and with that, she's gone ahead and just selected the design that she's going to be doing. And
my glasses first so I can actually see.
This design is a little different, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It's the same premise. It just doesn't have fill. It does have a design in the center of it.
Okay.
And it only takes 5 minutes.
There you go.
Not a whole lot.
So this is one of those single stitch designs. And again, the goal there is that we're going to give you the opportunity to finish your projects. Those, you know, easy quilt projects where you just want to find a couple of fun designs and be able to do the blocks. This is going to do it. Look how easy it is to center that too. Being able to kind of move your stitch and get your embroidery centered. That's awesome. So as we're starting that, I thought that we could talk a little bit about it. We'll watch this go. No. I thought that we could show off the Starry Nights Goodnight Pillow project because that actually shows off the font collection, which I think is a really, really cool thing to share. The Starry Nights font collection is something that we got to include with the overall Starry Nights series. And you can see that this font collection has some of those really fun stars and moons built into it. And this comes in uppercase and lowercase with your Starry Night series. So again, all of that's 50% off as a special for Sewing Machines Plus through this week. But in addition to that, let's keep looking at this project, Mom. In addition to that, this is the font collection used, but all of these are rulers. So this is another example of taking advantage of the embroidery and then also taking advantage of the rulers to be able to finish your project. And so you can kind of see right there how easy it is. And I do think at times when you really want to kind of micro finish a project, it can be a lot easier to do that with free motion or ruler work than it can be to go in with an embroidery design and get it just right in the corner of that project. So we're excited to be able to show people how to do both and how easily it is to do both. And so that's our Goodnight Pillow project. That's again one that's inspired inside that lookbook. It's a class that we have on our Sew City University that you can take advantage of that uses it. Let's show the final project now, Mom. And that's the this is our illusions pattern, and I will have you, I'll come over to that and we'll show it right here. But this is actually a table runner that we created, and I'll show you the front in a minute, but this is the embroidery designs that we used.
And that's the back side.
And these are all part of our Starry Nights embroidery collection. So this is a unique fill design on its own. This is one of our border designs right here. Again, this is one of our kind of smaller block designs. And you can see that this design is on repeat. But again, really fun kind of whimsical border design, block design, border, and then these kind of across the board. So now, fun to see the back because you can see the quilting so well on it. But now let's go ahead and show you the front of this. And I think we want to back up to show them, Mom, because they need to see how gorgeous this is. And this is actually a quilt pattern that is part of our Westerly Design ruler lineup. This is called the Illusions quilt. So you can kind of see that right there. This is our Illusions quilt. And let me just rip it down here. But this is a table runner. And so she just quilted this table runner really easily with the embroidery collection and was able to finish the Illusions quilt. And it's using our half hexagon ruler that's part of our Westerly Design cutting ruler side of our line. So if you didn't know that we had all these amazing tools, we do. And patterns and projects. So we're really excited to be able to really show how easy it can be to create these amazing projects and then finish them with embroidery, where ruler work meets embroidery. So we've got this design that's almost done stitching out here. We'll share that, and then I feel like we're getting close to probably being out of time here at that point. Let me go ahead and let me go ahead and see if we can answer any questions, and we'll bring you over to the machine as we stitch it out. Okay. Oh, we tilted it up. So you're seeing the camera there. All right. Do we have any questions that have come in? Let's see. Again, 50% off on those two. Both of the lookbooks are about 25 pages long with just all kinds of inspiration. Everything comes on a USB stick. But don't worry, because sometimes USB sticks don't always have all the updates. We are going to include, there's a link inside each of the lookbooks for you to register your collection and then get all of the updates on our Sew Steady University. So we definitely encourage you to do that. You can see we're just finishing our embroidery design as we speak. It's taking the ruler work design that was created using our spiral template and our spinning wheels number 36. And we've reduced the size of it to fit in an 8-inch block. This original block is definitely going to be closer to I would say probably a 12-inch size, if not larger, to create this particular design. And that's the other fun thing about embroidery, isn't it? You have the ability to kind of make it the size you want. And voila, we got to finish an embroidery design while we were with you all today. So let's go ahead and see. Did you see any questions when you're looking over there?
Somebody asked about thread weight, and no special thread weight is needed.
No, not at all. You can use really any thread that kind of matches the needle that you put into your machine. We recommend basic embroidery thread probably to get started. And definitely good new thread, new needles. Anytime you're doing embroidery, all of those things, much like ruler work, are alike. You just want to make sure you're using the kind of fresh tools to get started.
Somebody asked if that was the Altair, and it is.
Yes, that is the Baby Lock Altair. This is available for all machine brands. So you'll see when you log in that you have the option to choose if you put this into your computer, and you can download all those files for your machine into your program, or you can plug it right into your machine USB and be able to just access the files that are meant for that machine. And then of course the long arm formatted USB is only for long arm formatted machines. But here is collection 1. You can kind of see some of the embroidery, the fill designs that are part of collection 1. Here are the block designs that are part of collection 1. Just so many options to choose from, and again, all inspired by rulers. So each of these projects that you see in here, we note which tools, which templates were used to create them, with the idea that if you wanted to kind of grab onto that template and use that to embellish maybe in the future, you could do that and be able to get a little bit more comfortable with ruler work as well, or get inspired to do more with ruler work. So this is some of the designs that are created from the collection 2 designs. And here's those mini motif designs. We were showing off that spiral design earlier, which is just such a fun one using the spiral template that's part of the sampler set. We showed off this gorgeous flower design earlier. That was part of that table runner. Of course, the parabolic curve is always a favorite. This one is minimized. This is that block design we just finished, guys. That one is minimized down to 3.5 inches. So just so many different options that you get with this embroidery collection. And again, we're just really excited about the potential of this being really designed originally for the purpose of finishing projects. This is a fun little pillow project using all of those 12 miniature designs, those 3.5-inch block designs to finish that. We got that gorgeous project we showed you earlier. We have the Illusions table runner that we finished with the sampler set as well. So just so many fun projects that you get to take part in, get inspired by, that we are excited to release with our embroidery collection. Again, just 50% off.
That is fantastic. Stacy and Mom Mindy, amazing job. A talented team, I would say.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you guys. I love this. So it's embroidery where ruler work meets embroidery. So many fun designs. I do have one question for you, and I think you answered it, but maybe answer again. They were asking, the different sizes are 4-inch, 6-inch, and 8-inch blocks, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Can you increase those sizes at all? Or are they pretty straight on 4, 6, and 8?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So on the machine I have, I can increase up or down 20%. And I think it really just depends on your machine, how much you can change them. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But their goal is to fit in a 4-inch hoop size.
Perfect. I mean, such fun, beautiful designs. I love everything that you were talking about. But let me just remind everybody what they can get this week from Sewing Machines Plus and Countdown to Christmas. Stacy Louie and Mom Mindy, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. We loved being able to come on. We're going to be here again tomorrow, showing off some more amazing deals that we've got, more tied into our ruler work side. So, and then we'll have some table accessories on Wednesday. So we've got all kinds of stuff that we get to share with you guys this week.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Let me tell everybody what they're getting and how they can get it.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Well, you heard it here first from Stacy Louie and her mom, Mindy, who did a fabulous job with the machine work. But let's get there you go. We're going to get that website up and talk about what Stacy has for today. So this is from Embroidery. Basically, we've got this embroidery designs and in the hoop quilting. The first item is the Sew Steady Embroidery Starter Sampler Embroidery Collection. You see it right there online. This is a great price, and you're getting the lookbook as well. This is 50% off, and you can put that right in your cart and just call it a day. Look at those beautiful designs. You saw them on the wall. You saw them talking about them. Yeah, scroll through those designs, you guys. It's so cool. That's your lookbook. That is the Embroidery Starter Sampler Embroidery Collection, and you see all the amazing designs you're getting in there. And oh yeah, check out that price, $74.50. $74.50. If you like that for yourself, you might as well buy it as a gift to somebody else. Put it into your bag right now. Okay, and the next item we have today, there you go. It is the Sew Steady Embroidery Starry Nights Embroidery Collection. Now, this is just absolutely fantastic. You can see all the designs right there. And I had my notes, and I'd like to tell you the Starry Nights has got 663 designs in this collection. That is amazing. 663. Who thinks they can get all of those done before Christmas? Raise your hand. As it is so worth it. All right, so you're going to see right there that great price of $149 added to your bag today. That is the Embroidery Starry Nights Embroidery Collection. 663 designs. If you made one a year, they would take you a couple years. But I know you guys, you're fast workers, and you'll make a couple of them a year. So again, our friend Stacy and her mom Mindy from Sew Steady. I loving these embroidery designs. I love Starry Nights, and the lookbooks are fantastic. What do you think, Blaine?
I think that is two great products that everybody ought to jump on, and especially that great price we have for Countdown to Christmas.
So great. It's a great price for Countdown to Christmas. Again, it's like those are just yes. Those are just an easy yes. Those are anything you need to think about, you know, all day long. I'm like, get one of everything. Well, this I'm saying get like 2 or 3, buy some for friends because the designs are really great.
Well, guess what, Jane? We're at the end
Blaine?
of the day.
I can't believe it.
I know it's blown by. Kyle just was talking about earlier. It's like, man, I can't believe it's already at the end of the day. It's gone by so fast.
I mean, it's been like 7.5 hours already. It's nuts. Where does the time go?
It's amazing how fast time flies when you're having fun. And I hope everybody out there is having a great time. If you are having fun right now, you had fun today, put a number 1 in the chat. Let us know if you had a blast today. Also, if you plan on being here tomorrow, put a number 2 in the chat. Guys, man, we hope that you can join because we're going to have 7.5 hours tomorrow of live streaming. We've got a lot of shows prepared for you. Now, I got to just kind of warn people ahead of time. We've had a couple cancellations of presenters because they got sick. Belle Bruner got sick, lost her voice. She's not going to be able to make it on the show, but what we're going to do on some of those, we've got some guest people coming, the last minute things. So we're gonna make do, Jane.
Well, of course, we always do, and we'll have a good time. We wish them well. We don't want anyone to get sick, but it's still gonna be a great day too. Yeah.
So yeah, we've had a couple people that had to cancel because of things that illness, and it's kind of that time of year as people kind of start getting sick and things. But guess what we're going to do right now? Let's give some stuff away, Jane, to celebrate.
I think we're going to give some stuff away.
Yeah. All right. So first thing we're going to do, Jane, we're going to give away some of our event bags. Everybody loves these things. There's 8 different colors. They have unique sayings on one side of the bag and Sewing Machines Plus on the other side. And these are like the permanent shopping bags. Guys, these are $49.99 if you get the set of 8, or they're $9.99 each on our website. But we're going to give 2 customers a set of bags. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting, Kennedy. You've really brushed up on your spinning skills.
I'm so excited. I was just excited that an octopus won today.
Vicky Walls. So Vicky Walls is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Vicky. Vicky, we need you to go to SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Fill out the information complete, hit submit, and we'll get your bag set sent out to you. You have 30 days to claim that prize. All right.
You know what I love about these bags is they all have like those little sayings on them.
Yes, they do. Kennedy, spin
They're
that
so
wheel
cute.
again for our second winner.
My favorite.
Spin it again,
I like
Kennedy.
I cannot lie. I love that one.
I like big hoops.
Yeah, I like big hoops and I cannot lie.
Elevated craft.
Elevated craft, congratulations. So Ella, we need you to go to SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim your prize. Fill out all the information, hit submit, and you will get a bag set sent to you absolutely free. You have 30 days to claim that prize. And Ella was watching today from YouTube. All right, next up, we are going to give away a world famous sewing mat. Jane, and what do I always say?
You know what? You're doing your machine a disservice if you don't have it on an SMP world famous sewing mat. So whoever's going to win this is pretty lucky.
Yes, they are. You need one of these on your machines. Guys, we have 13 different colors. There's about 4 different sizes in each color. So Kennedy, Jane, what does she need to do?
She needs to spin that wheel. I know. I'm just trying to liven it up here at the end of the day.
I love it. Love it.
5:15 Central Time. I'm just trying to that's a little bolt of caffeine at 5:15. Cindy Shelley, congratulations. Thank you for joining us on YouTube today. You are the winner of a sewing mat. That is very, very exciting. So you need to go to SMPLive.tv, scroll to the bottom, fill out all the information, your name, your phone number, where we're sending it, and tell us what you want. And most importantly, tell us what size mat you need and what color and or pattern you would like your mat to be. There are several different fabulous colors and patterns, so good luck making that decision.
Good job. So, all right, next up, we are going to give a $100 gift card to SMP. If you're local in Southern California, you can use it in a retail store, but you can use it at the checkout online to take $100 off your purchase. So, Kennedy,
yes,
spin that wheel.
Okay.
Spin the wheel. We're very serious about it. We'll loosen up tomorrow.
Team Robo Genesis.
Whoa.
Nice.
Team Robo.
All right.
Watching today from YouTube. So Team Robo, we need you to go to SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize. Fill out all the information complete. Hit submit. And we will email you a gift card code to use on our checkout on the website. You have 30 days to claim that prize. So Jane, next up, we are going to give away another sewing machine.
Another sewing machine. I love it.
It's the Necky K132A sewing machine, $450 retail price. So Jane, what do we need to do?
Well, I'm going to say, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Yes.
Round and around and around.
I don't know.
Spinning.
This is the real wheel of fortune, friends.
Spinning that wheel.
Spinning is winning.
Spinning is winning, and Verita Wallace is the winner.
And Verita's watching today from YouTube. So what does she need to do to claim that sewing machine, Jane?
Well, Verita, all you need to do is go to smplive.tv. That's the website. Scroll to the bottom of the page and fill out all the information for the winner. That's you. Tell us where you live, what your phone number is, email, all the good things, where we're sending it to. And most of all, tell us what you won. You won the sewing machine. Congratulations, Verita. Tune in tomorrow on YouTube because we'll be here.
Yes, and Verita we will actually ship that to you absolutely free. You have 30 days to claim that prize. So, Jane, we have completed day 1 of 5 days, And tomorrow, guys, another great day. I'm reminding everybody, Wednesday is Ugly Sweater Day, so everybody wear their ugly sweaters. But take a picture now with you and your sweater. Email it to contest, plural, with an S on the end of contest, to @SewingMachinesPlus.com. We'll get those Kennedys put in a slideshow together. We'll have everybody's sweater. Put your name and where you're from on there. We're going to put a slideshow together. We're going to start it, and we'll just keep adding to it as we get pictures. But we're going to start that slideshow tomorrow. We'll show you at the pre-show, and we'll show it at the end of the day. But, Jane, we have another big day ahead of us tomorrow with a lot of savings. Great educational session tomorrow. So what do you think about today?
I think I slayed all day, Blaine. It was so good.
Yeah.
No, I'm super excited about tomorrow. I'm actually really excited about the ugly Christmas sweater montage that by the end of the week, how many we'll have. I think we should do like a little, like a guesstimation. We all put in our guesses how many people submit a sweater photo. And then whoever gets the closest wins.
There we go. And I think
what do they win? I don't know yet. I'm just making it up as we go.
Right? You got some stuff you're going to give away on the show too, right?
Yeah, of course. I've got my more is more unless it's a Boar coffee mug. Should we give one away right now?
You want to?
I don't know. Do you guys want me to?
All right.
Let's do it.
Kennedy, spin that wheel.
I am crossing my fingers. I miraculously make it on this wheel. I want a mug so bad.
Who
I love a
out there
good
wants
coffee mug. I'm obsessed with coffee mugs.
Retha won it. So Retha Ranky, watching today from YouTube, you just won yourself a coffee mug from Jane Klaus. So here's what we need you to do, Retha. Just go claim the prize at SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim your prize. Fill out all the information along with what you won. Hit submit, and then we'll get that information to Jane, and she'll get it to you. And
Yes,
guys,
I
I want to
will.
remind y'all, if anything else, anybody wants one of them coffee mugs, Jane, or any of your other merch, where can they go to get that?
Oh, well, thank you, Blaine. Thank you so much. Yes, just go to Jane Klaus, CLAUSS.com, and I have a little store there. It's very little. And I have these really cool, I love the idea of being a domestic diva. And I don't know how many of you remember the Ajalee commercial. I can bring home the bacon, fry it up in a pan, like you're the boss babe. You go to work, you're home, you can make this, you can cook that, you can sew this, like you're just a creative genius. That is my domestic diva. So I've got some really cute prints. Some of them are stoves and some of them are high heels, but it just says domestic diva, and they're cozy sweatshirts. So I'm loving. I also have domestic diva coffee mugs, not just the more is more and the DIY coffee mug. But hey, check it out. JaneKlaus.com. Just click on my shop and you'll see some of those fun designs right there. I'm really excited about them, because I love the artwork. I worked with a designer several years ago, and I'm finally launching the t-shirts, the merch.
Well, tomorrow, Jane, we are going to basically start the show out tomorrow with a drawing. And so what we need y'all to do, you got to guess what color Jane and I are going to wear that we match tomorrow. And you got to put it in tomorrow's chat. As soon as you get on, put that color, just the color, in the chat. And we're going to start the show off with a drawing and giveaway. And they have to know that answer or they won't get put in the drawing.
That's a lot to remember, because I know you're going to all go home and eat dinner and then do all the other things that you do. So don't forget, put yourself a little note to put it in the chat before the show starts.
Yeah, we're going to,
Because
Kyle's
we'll
going to put it in the chat. Remind everybody, guess
Okay.
what color Blaine and Jane's going to be wearing. And then as soon as we come on, we're doing a spin the win just for that code, that unique saying, whatever color it is. And we'll see who wins. So it's going to be fun. So y'all get to choose that. And tomorrow we'll have another great day. A lot of great savings on a lot of products. I'm super pumped about all the products we have. And we've got some new things that we're going to be showing as well. So I hope that everybody will join in. We hope that you get to be here all week with us, because I tell you what, it makes it so much more fun. The more people are
Way
on.
more fun.
It is so much fun. So Jane, thank you so much for a great day today. We will see you first thing in the morning. And guys, we'll see
Thank you, Santa Blaine.
tomorrow. We'll see everybody at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. We'll start the stream. Jane and I will come on in about 15 minutes past the hour. And another great day. So we'll see y'all then. We hope y'all have a great night.
Thanks,
See y'all tomorrow.
everybody.